Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. President Donald Trump lands in Qatar after meeting with Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa in Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, Israeli strikes kill 53 people in Gaza as the UN warn action is needed to prevent genocide. And eligible for parole, Eric and Lyle Menendez have their life sentences reduced by an LA judge, giving them hopes for freedom. To our top story, and US President Donald Trump has arrived in Doha as he continues his Middle East tour. He's met with the Emir of Qatar and signed aviation and defense agreements between the US and Qatar. Before leaving Saudi Arabia Earlier, he met with the Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa after announcing the lifting of sanctions. Al Arabiya website editor Joanne Syria is in Riyadh and has been following Trump's tour.
U.S. President Donald Trump just wrapped up a historic two-day visit in Riyadh, and it was absolutely packed with major announcements and surprises. And one of these major announcements was the lifting of U.S. sanctions on Syria, something that probably wouldn't have happened without the efforts of Saudi Arabia. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman met with both Trump and the Syrian president this morning, and this was the first time the two met, and it happened right here in the capital, Riyadh. After the meeting, Trump even announced that the U.S. is exploring normalizing ties with the Middle Eastern country. And this is quite the dramatic shift considering years of sanctions. And Trump also said it was time to give Syria a fresh start. Now on Gaza, both the U.S. and Saudi Arabia stressed the need for an urgent ceasefire and to allow aid in. And on Iran, Saudi officials voiced full support for U.S.-led nuclear talks. And yesterday, MBS announced deals signed with the U.S. worth over $300 billion. And we're talking about deals in defense, tech, AI, energy, and many other sectors. And Trump's two-day visit ended with a Gulf-U.S. summit where leaders discussed ongoing Gulf-U.S. partnership as well as geopolitical matters. And he's now in Qatar and will be heading to the UAE tomorrow to complete his Gulf tour. Back to you, Leigh Ann.
Earlier on today, Joanne also caught up with Azadeh Efdihari, managing editor of The Independent Persian, who reflected on the success of President Trump's visit. Take a listen.
Saudi Arabia message to the world is peace and progress. And I think the most important message to this conference is peace and progress. We heard in these two powerful words in President Trump's speech yesterday and, of course, Prince bin Salman's speech yesterday. And all the contracts and the deals that signed yesterday was toward this aim, and they are just trying to improve and have a better understanding from each other to have the very stable and calm Middle East.
And what do you think this trip has as an impact on the global stage and the world?
I think it's very important. This is the second trip of President Trump to Saudi Arabia, and he didn't choose any other countries or any European countries to go. He just came here in Riyadh because Riyadh is improving and is just really a spectacular situation in the Middle East. And this trip is just highlighting the importance of Saudi Arabia in every aspect of the things in the Middle East, like economy, diplomacy, politics, everything is Saudi Arabia is very important, and Mr. Trump just highlighted this importance.
We can now speak to Zaist Aminazi, former ambassador of the Arab League ambassador to the UK and author of The Story of Syria. Zaist, great to have you on the show. I appreciate you joining me. 6 months after... Pleasure. 6 months after Ahmad al-Sharaa led the ousting of Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad, he was shaking hands with Donald Trump, who would go on to describe him as a young, attractive, tough guy. Is this a chance for reconciliation and opportunity?
Absolutely. This is a very significant moment in Syria's current history. It opens the door to a transformation in the country's fortunes. That's why we see celebrations all over the country. I can only quote from the Minister of Economy yesterday, who said the world will be astounded, so are his words, at how Syria will recover and build a future worthy of its people.
So I just want to talk a little bit more about that. So Trump says the US lifting sanctions will give Syria a good, strong chance after years of deadly violence and under the grip of Bashar al-Assad. How significant is this for Syria when it comes to attracting overseas investment and also rebuilding its economy?
We must remember that the lifting of sanctions was the number one priority for the new Syrian administration when it took power nearly 6 months ago, as you said. Therefore, it is an important milestone in starting to attract foreign investment, which is very much needed for the country to start recovery and reconstruction. And the countries of the Gulf themselves have said this is an important step because it allows us the freedom to invest and to help in the recovery of the country. So yes, it is a monumental moment in Syria's history.
As we were just saying then, you just told me this was a monumental moment. It was also a historic meeting with Donald Trump, Mohammed bin Salman, al-Sharaa and Turkey's president. How will this meeting reshape relationships in the Middle East, but especially when it does come to Israel?
Well, Israel is the fly in the ointment. It is the country that is pursuing dangerous policies in the region that put at risk all these international efforts to try to establish stability and peace in the area. And somebody, the international community and the powers that be need to rein Israel in if that kind of progress is to be achieved.
Until December, the US offered a $10 million reward for al-Sharaa's arrest. That's according to the BBC. Do you think al-Sharaa is the man to change Syria's future?
Well, Mr. Sharaa, or President Sharaa, has himself alluded to his past and said that what I felt and believed in my youth has gone through a process of change as we face reality. And he's admitted that for the basis, the ideological basis has to give way today to practical and pragmatic politics that looks at the interests of the country and how to shape its future for the benefit of its citizens. He's made that very clear.
And I just want to ask you, I know that you traveled to Syria and of course you know the country well. What kind of state is Syria in right now? It's going through a massive transition. A lot needs to change at the moment. Where does the Syrian people and the world of Syria, the country, where is that right now in this transition period?
The challenges are immense. I'm witness that myself. There's so much that needs to be done to pick the country up from a whole 10, 14 years rather of conflict and destruction and demographic movements and all the rest of it. So yes, there is much to be done, but there's also a spirit of hope, a spirit of trying to achieve what is possible. And really, I felt that spirit myself, and I feel there's a confidence and an optimism that is spreading through the country, despite some apprehension, it has to be said, because still the future is not absolutely clear. But what is clear is the need and the drive that I noticed among the population.
Zaist Armanazi, it's been wonderful to speak to you, former ambassador of the Arab League and author of The Story of Syria. Once again, I appreciate your time. Let's go live to Washington now to speak to former US Special Envoy Elie Cohen. Elie, great to have you back on the show. The US and Qatar have signed a raft of agreements on the second day of Donald Trump's visit to the Middle East. The US president has secured some significant investment agreements, namely the Boeing deal, which happened today. Elie, is his charm offensive working?
Leigh Ann, thank you again for having me on. I believe this visit of President Trump, his first foreign visit in his second term to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and now Qatar, as you mentioned, and onwards to the United Arab Emirates, will be deemed as one of his most important and truly successful foreign visits, probably, I would predict, even in this second term coming up, with 4 years really ahead of us. And the reason why, Leigh Ann, is because the president campaigned here in the United States on an America First policy. And he is so far delivering $600 billion of investment from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and possibly up to $1 trillion. You just mentioned the Boeing deal in Qatar. There's more coming from the United Arab Emirates. And so it really helps the president achieve the prosperity he wants for the American people, the golden age that he describes it as. And also, I think he wants to bring prosperity to the Middle East and to the Gulf. He wants our allies to also succeed and to better the lives of their citizens.
So, Elie, how is Trump's visit to the Middle East actually going down domestically?
Domestically, it's going down really well, very well received. Everything, I think the optics, the visual of the president, first when he arrived in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the gorgeous purple carpet, the royal treatment that he received, the horses that were alongside the beast, the president's limo, all of that, the warmth of the relationship between President Trump and Crown Prince MBS, it was just very visible for us here in the United States as we watched it on our screens at home. And so I think that it is very well perceived. Also, the speech that President Trump delivered yesterday, I think was really noteworthy because he seems to be the first president really in the United States who gives credit for the indigenous political and social culture of the region, really gave so much credit to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for everything that the kingdom has achieved in its history to bring, again, prosperity and a good life to its citizens, and being so forward-looking. He also, very noteworthy, made a direct ask to the Crown Prince of normalization with Israel. He said, "It's my dream that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will join the Abraham Accords." And so all of this is very well received in the United States.
But Elie, overshadowing Donald Trump's visit is the controversy over the gift of a luxury plane from Qatar, with some Republicans expressing concern and critics saying this could violate constitutional gift rules and that could amount to foreign influence. What do you make of this?
I think it's a whole lot of creating something out of nothing. Leigh Ann, I'll tell you why. Because first of all, this airplane, even though they're trying to present this as something that's been given to the President of the United States, it's actually going to go to the Department of Defense. And at that point, the Department of Defense would apparently pick the airplane apart and retrofit it and do whatever they need to do to secure it and make it, possible for use by the President. So I think what it really indicates, Leigh Ann, is perhaps a hesitation on the part of the American public about the relationship with Qatar. I think that's what really the underlying story here is. We, in the United States right now, we've had a lot of media expose on the fact that Qatar is funding our universities in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And we have seen this pro-Hamas, anti-Semitic, anti-American movement across our campuses. And so right now there is a sense of unease on the entire relationship between the U.S. and Qatar. And certainly I think this is something that the president might address behind closed doors while he's there on his visit.
On this trip, have we seen a significant shift in U.S. foreign policy, with Donald Trump deciding he's going to lift sanctions on Syria and actually by not visiting Israel?
Well, I don't think the not including Israel on this agenda means anything. Let's remember that President Trump invited Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to visit him in the White House 2 times in the first 100 days. He's the only foreign leader that was invited to do so. And so there's a lot of significance there. I think that the relationship between the U.S. and Israel is very strong. Everything's very closely coordinated. The senior advisor to Netanyahu, Ron Dermer, was in the White House just last week. There's incredibly close coordination on everything that's going on between the two countries. I don't think that President Trump needed to go to Israel right now. I'm not sure that there was any extra agenda items, and I don't think the symbolism was necessary because, again, you just had Netanyahu in the White House twice in the first 100 days. I would say that where Israel came up on this trip is what I mentioned before, which is President Trump. He made one direct ask to the Crown Prince MBS, and that was, it's my dream that Saudi Arabia normalizes and becomes a part of the Abraham Accords. And so, without Israel being on the agenda, Israel is on the agenda.
Yes, absolutely. Good point, Ellie. The timing of Trump's trip coincides with Turkey hosting top-level delegations from Russia and Ukraine. Ellie, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but I'm going to ask you this question anyway. Could Putin, Zelensky and Trump really meet each other?
Well, here's the thing, Leigh Ann. President Trump would do just about anything to bring that war between Russia and Ukraine to an end. And so he would certainly jump on an airplane and go to Turkey, especially while he's already in the region. The stumbling block, of course, is the 2 other presidents themselves, right? Zelensky had to be goaded into accepting the Russian original proposal for them to meet. And now it seems like President Putin is perhaps taking a step backwards. So there would be no purpose in President Trump going to Turkey if we can't get the other 2, if we can't get Putin and Zelensky to agree to a face-to-face meeting themselves. But we do know that Secretary of State Marco Rubio is on his way over there. And so I think that if there's going to be any amount of talks, on any level, you will certainly have the U.S. commitment to try to bring that war to an end.
And Ellie, before I let you go, just briefly, why does Donald Trump love the Middle East?
I think that there's a cultural understanding between President Trump. And again, we heard a bit of that in the speech that he made at the Saudi Investment Forum, where he recognized that the Middle East has its own culture, its own political culture as well. And that too often in the past, there has been this kind of Western interventionism in the region. He says that there were attempts to build Kabul, and there were attempts to build, Iraq, and those attempts failed. But meanwhile, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, look at the glorious country that they've built, and you could see that in the region and other parts of the region as well. And so I think President Trump really understands that that there is this very valuable culture that exists in the Middle East, and it has as much value as the Western civilization does. So I think he just has an affinity for the region.
Ellie Cohannon, former US Deputy Special Envoy, thank you for joining me and for your insights.
Thank you.
Hamas say at least 80 people are dead after an Israeli airstrike hit Jabalia in northern Gaza earlier this morning. It follows an attack on the European hospital and courtyard in the south on Tuesday, which killed at least 16 people. Israel says it was targeting a Hamas command center beneath the hospital in Khan Yunis. The United Nations chief has now warned action is needed to prevent genocide. We can now go live to Tel Aviv to speak to our correspondent there, Trent Murray. Trent, always great to have you on the show. Trent, major strikes yesterday. Israel say they were targeting Mohammed Sinwar, who is considered one of the highest-ranking Hamas commanders left in Gaza. What more do we know?
Well, Leigh Ann, we are witnessing a major uptick and intensification of those Israeli airstrikes across multiple areas of the Gaza Strip. But much of the focus right now does continue to be on that big airstrike on the European hospital. This is an EU-funded facility in Khan Yunis in the south. The IDF has admitted that they did launch that airstrike around 24 hours ago. Reports from the scene suggest that up to 9 bunker-busting bombs were used. Certainly the pictures from there suggest it was a major strike in terms of its intensity, big craters in the ground, buckled concrete and roads. Now, the IDF is saying that they were targeting an underground facility underneath the hospital. They describe it as a Hamas command and control center. There is much speculation, though, here in Israel over who the specific target was. The IDF has not openly admitted that they were targeting Mohammed Sinwar, but certainly security officials here are briefing that that's who the target was. He, of course, is effectively now the leader of Hamas in Gaza after his brother Yahya Sinwar died in an Israeli attack in October of last year. Hamas is denying he was there, but they have not yet provided any sort of proof of life. So right now we are just waiting to see. We do know that throughout the day, according to Palestinian media, that rescuers have tried to access that site where that underground bunker allegedly has sort of collapsed because of these explosions. But the IDF has been pushing those rescuers away with additional airstrikes. And Leigh Ann, I just have to mention, while we were coming on air, there has been a new update provided by the IDF Arabic spokesperson where they say, due to Hamas terror organisation exploiting civilian areas for terror activities, as shown in this attached image, the IDF will soon attack this area with great force. It's asking Palestinians to evacuate. That is around the Gaza City area. A cursory glance tells me that there are several school complexes as well as a hospital there. So it would appear as we go to air, another major attack in Gaza is imminent.
Trent, let's just move on to talk a little bit about where ceasefire negotiations are right now, because we've just been talking about, you know, the death toll in Gaza, the European hospital being hit. You know, Donald Trump says that he's hoping that some hostages are going to be returned during his trip in Riyadh following the release of Eden Alexander. Do you think there's any movement right now towards talks to possibly end what's happening?
Well, look, on one hand, we are hearing that both Israeli and Hamas negotiators are currently in Qatar for a new round of negotiations towards a ceasefire. The report suggests that there's been no major breakthroughs today. But, of course, President Trump, while he was in Riyadh there, did make a number of comments which I think were quite noteworthy, where he said the people of Gaza deserve a much better future. And he went on to say that we continue to work to get this war ended as quickly as possible. It's a horrible thing that's taking place. That's what the president said. Now, that is a slight break in the Israeli position, because the Israeli position is one that this war will continue until all of their war goals are met. That includes the return of all of the hostages as well as the complete demilitarization of Hamas and the Gaza Strip. But based on some of those comments there from President Trump when he was in Saudi Arabia, perhaps the US is looking for an off-ramp here to try and bring this war to an end. But I think the facts on the ground, as we were just discussing, suggest that the IDF is upping the tempo somewhat with its military operations. And so I think even though those negotiations are underway, the facts on the ground suggest that certainly for the next coming days, there's no immediate sign of a ceasefire.
Trent Murray in Tel Aviv, thank you for joining us. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has criticised the UK's invitation to US President Donald Trump for a second state visit. Carney says the invitation undermines efforts to project a united front against Trump's talk of annexing Canada. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer offered an invitation to Trump during a recent visit to the Oval Office. Pope Leo has offered to mediate with world leaders to end the ongoing conflicts. Speaking earlier today, the new pontiff said he himself will make every effort so that peace will prevail. During a meeting of Eastern Catholic churches, he said the whole see was always ready to bring enemies together, face to face, to talk to one another. The EU is examining whether President Trump can force him to pay more for prescription medicines. Trump has warned that if drug makers do not cut prices, they could be hit with tariffs. The US Government Accounting Office made a comparison with Australia, Canada and France and found that prescription drugs were 2 to 4 times more expensive in the US. And Italian manufacturers of baby products are looking to the elderly as the national birth rate declines. Last year, the fertility rate dropped to 1.18, below an EU average of 1.38. Out of the 2 remaining baby product makers, one company is branching into goods for senior citizens, like reclining armchairs. China has hit out at a warning by the US Commerce Department that using Huawei AI chips anywhere in the world breaks its rules. An expert quoted by the state-run Global Times said the move violates global free trade norms and would inflict damage on the global AI ecosystem. Yana Lee reports from Beijing.
Huawei is yet to comment on the development, but the reaction we've been seeing in Chinese state media on the announcement by the US Commerce Department won't come as much of a surprise. Speaking to the Global Times, a Chinese expert called it a typical example of hegemonic thinking and long-arm jurisdiction. Li Yong of the Chinese Association of International Trade also warned that it would simply drive China to pursue more innovation and a more advanced independent development in the field of technology. Now, it is important to note that this US Commerce Department rule is nothing particularly new. It's actually a clarification to guidance previously issued on Huawei's Ascend processors. They are subject to these measures because they almost certainly contain or were made in the US or with US technology, and that is likely in violation of US export controls. Washington says anyone in violation of the rules potentially faces substantial criminal and administrative penalties. China's Commerce Ministry has previously criticized such regulations. It says that these sorts of controls really create obstacles and interference to third parties who wish to pursue a normal trade with China. But the timing of all of this is really interesting, coming despite that de-escalation of the tariff war between the two sides. The US laid out these instructions whilst more broadly announcing plans as well to rescind Biden-era regulations on the export of semiconductors used in developing AI. One expert has noted that it's not at all clear just how all of this might be enforced, but that it will have an effect on pushing market players to pick sides between the United States and China.
Yana Lee in Beijing, thank you so much. Let's take another look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. President Trump has offered to head to Turkey for talks on ending the Ukraine conflict. That's if Russian President Vladimir Putin agrees to attend. Ukraine's President Zelensky has accused Putin of not wanting to end the war. The Kremlin has refused to disclose whether Putin will travel to Turkey for those ceasefire talks. A Japanese military training plane has crashed after taking off from Komaki Air Base in central Japan. It's believed 2 people were on board at the time, with reports that they fell into a lake. A local fire department official says there has been no signs of the T-4 aircraft as of yet. The former Uruguay president, José Mujica, known as Pepe, has died at the age of 89. Mujica, who had been suffering from esophageal cancer, governed Uruguay from 2010 to 2015 and was known as the world's poorest president because of his modest lifestyle. The country's current president thanked his predecessor for the deep love he showed to his people. And Airbnb has announced it will now offer new services like private chefs, spa treatments, and makeup artists as it expands its business. The site has recently faced several challenges as popular holiday destinations clamp down on short-term lets. The company's new luxury offerings will be available in 260 cities. Let's take a look at the top business news now. Burberry is planning to shed 1,700 jobs globally as a British luxury brand cuts costs to revive its performance. Burberry is in the early stages of a turnaround plan led by CEO Joshua Schulman, who is seeking to reverse the brand's years of underperformance versus luxury rivals. Tesla's board is exploring a new pay deal for CEO Elon Musk as the legal row over his $56 billion package continues. According to the Financial Times, the board has formed a special committee to review Musk's compensation. In case Musk's 2018 compensation deal is not reinstated through a court appeal, the committee will explore other ways to reward him for his past contributions. And we're going to go to the sports news now. And Jasmine Paolini has become the first Italian woman to reach the Italian Open semi-final since 2014. She actually staged a massive comeback in the second set to beat Russian world number 11 Diana Schneider on Tuesday. 4-time Grand Slam champion Carlos Alcaraz has now reached the quarterfinals also for the first time, where he'll face Britain's Jack Draper in the next tie-up. And the Nottingham Forest striker Tayo Inomi is in an induced coma after undergoing surgery on a serious abdominal injury. The Nigerian international was injured after colliding with the goalpost during Sunday's 2-2 Premier League draw with Leicester City. In a statement, Nottingham Forest said the player had undergone surgery and was now recovering well. A Los Angeles judge has reduced the sentences of Eric and Lyle Menendez, the 2 brothers currently serving life for murdering their parents back in 1989. Judge Michael Jessic resentenced the pair to 50 years, which means they could become eligible for parole. In a statement, the brothers told the court they were sorry for their actions and hope to work with victims of sexual abuse if given the chance of freedom. We can now get the latest from our correspondent, Sarah Firth. Sarah, great to have you on the show. First of all, talk us through this latest resentencing that we've seen over in the US.
Yes, so this was a Los Angeles judge resentencing the brothers to life, but with the possibility of parole. Now, that opens a path to freedom, Leigh Ann, that we haven't seen the brothers have until this resentencing. Now, the judge saying in the case that I'm not saying they should be released. He said that was for the parole board to decide, but he did say, I believe they've done enough in the last 35 years, and with their clarity and the purpose of their service, that they should be given the chance. So what does this all mean? They have been resentenced to life for killing their parents, but Eric and Kyle will now be able to go before the parole board. That is going to be happening June 13th. And the parole board will then decide what part happens next. So you saw the brothers really in this pretty dramatic trial. You know, it had a lot of eyes and a lot of attention on it. Play out with the brothers for the first time, really, in many people's eyes, seeming to take full accountability for what they did. Now, we know that their lawyer was pushing very hard, their defense pushing very, very hard for a manslaughter charge. Legal experts have told me, look, that was never very likely. And actually, this situation, where they have been resentenced 50 years life, but with the chance of parole, now kicking the decision over to that parole board, this gives an opportunity that we haven't seen the brothers have before. And again, the reactions actually that we saw in the courtroom as that sentence was announced, although the look on some people's faces might have looked a bit downcast, you know, others, there was a very emotional response to what was clearly in this situation deemed a pretty big, if not outright win, a path to a potential win for the brothers.
So, as you mentioned, there were tears from some of the family leaving the courtroom. What have the brothers said, and what have the family said about this decision?
Yes, Leigh Ann, and I mean, some of those tears were described by the family as tears of joy. They saw for the first time this possibility opening up for the brothers, this legal route that hadn't been there until this renewed attention on the case, renewed evidence came to light. It was very interesting, again, listening to the brothers speak during the trial. There was a lot of focus that has been put on their rehabilitation journey, what they've been doing. Really, the picture that was painted, and not just in this trial, but in the lead up to the trial, was one of these sort of model inmates in these brothers, where they'd really put their time behind bars for more than 3 decades now, since they were originally sentenced. Into education, into rehabilitation programs, into counselling and the like. And so that certainly will have played a part in the decision. But interestingly, you know, the family, the cousins that were there in support of Eric and Carl, although it is important to point out that not all of the family are supportive. You have, for example, Kitty Menendez, the mother who was killed, her brother who passed earlier this year. He was strongly against the brothers being released or even retried. And actually what's interesting is what you've had in this case is the prosecution, while you had the district attorney originally supportive of a resentencing trial, there was then a change in district attorneys, and the new prosecutor, we know, was not for the brothers being resentenced. Now, he has said, and the legal team for the prosecution has said, look, we don't feel that the brothers have taken full accountability for their crimes. They haven't seemed to realise the full severity of their crimes, and they've used defences like abuse to get to where they are. But it is important to point out, I think, it's not fully supportive all round. But on the steps, you heard one of the cousins saying, look, this has really opened up a path of hope that we haven't had before. And even some of the filmmakers are getting thanked because, of course, this whole thing, getting this media spotlight and attention, and even getting to trial in the first place because of some of the renewed interest as a result of some of what's come to light recently.
Yes, indeed. It was the Netflix effect when it came to the Menendez brother and that case that happened in 1989, so a while ago now. Our correspondent, Sarah Firth, thank you so much for joining us. A reminder of our top stories. President Donald Trump lands in Qatar after meeting with Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa in Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, Israeli strikes kill 53 people in Gaza as the UN warn action is needed to prevent genocide. And eligible for parole, Eric and Lyle Menendez have their life sentences reduced by an LA judge, giving them hopes for freedom. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Riz Khan Show is coming up next, followed by Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora. Plus, of course, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome, I'm Riz Khan. US President Donald Trump concludes his tri-state tour of the Gulf in the UAE, following visits to Saudi Arabia and Qatar. It's a week that will be remembered for multi-billion-dollar deals on security, energy and technology, the controversial gift of a presidential airplane, and diplomatic initiatives, including the ending of sanctions on Syria. President Trump's Middle East mission included meetings with key leaders from the region, with one notable absentee, Israel. In recent months, the US has been dealing directly with Iran, Yemen's Houthis and Hamas, resulting in the release this week of American-Israeli hostage Idan Alexander. So does the exclusion of Israel from President Trump's agenda represent a message or a missed opportunity for peace in Gaza? On this episode, I'm joined by the prominent international human rights lawyer, Moin Uday, who has represented hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Israeli courts. Moin, I'm glad you could make some time for this interview. Now, President Trump is going to do his first trip to the Gulf since he came back into office. He's going to the Gulf, not to any of the traditional US allies, as most presidents do when they come into office. What does this symbolize, do you think?
Well, what is really interesting about President Trump, that he's very unexpected. Like, as you said, at the few weeks at the beginning, he met with Prime Minister Netanyahu as the first foreigner leader to be in the White House, which is really not that accepted here, the American politics. Usually they have a Canadian or something else. It was the Israeli Prime Minister, and he gave very strong statements about Gaza and about the Middle East in general. And suddenly now what we hear, that he might even not visit Israel in his first visit outside of the US. I think President Trump is really looking now for getting deals, as many deals as he can, and it looks like he thinks that visiting Israel will affect these deals really hardly. So he decided that let's make these business deals, and let's go back away from politics as much as possible.
I mean, it's actually, I guess, no surprise that he also did this before in 2017 with his first presidency, straight away to the Gulf, wasn't it?
Exactly. The guy is understanding that where the real money is. And Let's hope that this time he will combine between economy and politics, and let's hope, because what we hear in the news mainly that he is about to announce a new Gaza deal, a ceasefire, and maybe like an end of this war. So hopefully he will use this trip to end the war and to start a new political process in the Middle East and between Israel and the Palestinians.
Although if he's going on this trip to the Gulf region but not going to Israel, it's kind of a different situation. Do you think that sends a message to Israel, or is it a missed opportunity?
I think he is clearly sending a message that enough is enough. I can't let you doing this forever. I gave you until now, since January, it's about 4 months. And I gave you the full opportunity to do whatever you can do militarily inside Gaza, and we need to go back to the table and to try to end this war. It was clear even when he reached a ceasefire with the Houthis in the Yemen without even talking and informing the Israelis about it. And it was clear that enough is enough. I don't want to see more wars in this region, and let's end it as soon as possible.
Is it possibly because he also was one of these who came in and said, I'm going to stop all wars. I don't start wars, I stop them. And he was supposed to have stopped the Ukraine-Russia conflict and the Israel-Hamas conflict. Literally, he would say, like in a day, he could stop these things. Do you think it's just because the expectations have not been met?
I believe yes. And I think it's much more easier for him to stop the Gaza-Israel war rather than to stop the Ukrainian-Russian war now, because he has much more leverage on Israel, let's say, rather than he has a leverage on Russia and Putin. So it will be much more easier for him to go and to announce a ceasefire deal. And I don't think any Israeli prime minister, not only Netanyahu, will stand up and say, no, we will not accept this. So maybe he will do this. But for how long this ceasefire will stand, and is it really going to happen, this is a question that only days will tell us.
Although, actually, there was a time when people were saying, well, it was Benjamin Netanyahu calling the shots for the US president. I mean, perhaps prior to President Trump with maybe President Biden, but there was a feeling that Israel was calling the shots for a long time.
Yep, definitely. And now it's more clear and clear even for the Israelis that usually Israelis used to believe that we control the U.S. or the U.S. politics. It was clear now that no, it's not like this, especially with President Trump, that and with his second term now, that he has nothing to lose, and he's really going for what he's calling as America first, and he's really like doing this so far. How much he will do that in this trip or after that, it's not clear, to be honest.
What do you think are the main expectations then from this trip? If it's going to be business or largely on the economic side, what sort of deals do you think he's looking for?
Well, I believe it's mainly business, and he's trying to contain Iran as much as he can, especially that the Iranian-U.S. talks are in good stages now, and it looks they might even announce a new deal soon, maybe before he arrives there, maybe not. It's still like it's a matter of time. But I think he want to contain Iran. He want to prove to the Gulf that U.S. is your friend and will continue to be your friend, and he's much to get as much investors from the Gulf to the U.S. So there's many aspects here, but unfortunately, I don't think the Israeli-Gaza or the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is upon his priorities now. But it's clear that I think that President Trump should understand that the Arab nation in general, the Arab world, will always be connected to this conflict, and it's better for him and better for the U.S. to try to end this war as soon as possible and to start a new peace process as soon as possible.
How do you think the Arab Gulf leaders that he's going to visit will respond to him? I mean, considering what's happening in Gaza and how long it's gone on, how receptive, how warm will the reception be, do you think?
Well, it depends on what statements he will give there. I think if he will start talking about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and giving statements there and supporting Israel, for sure that he will not give the expected welcoming he wants. But if he tried to avoid talking about this and to speak about peace, to speak about ceasefire, to speak about living together, I think he will be welcomed, especially that now we're hearing that President Trump will allow Saudi Arabia to have their own nuclear program, nuclear program, and it will not connect this to the Israeli-Saudi peace deal. So it looks like they are really waiting for this in the Gulf. And it looks like the American economy is also waiting for these investors from the Gulf. So let's see how this will happen. But so far as we see, President Trump is not really giving any big statements or any statements even at all about Gaza, except that soon we will hear something. What we will hear, what will happen, is he really going to announce a one-side American ceasefire deal and will oppose it on Israel. This will be a big thing in the Gulf, and he will be really welcomed very warmly if this happened.
How do you think the Israeli political world is going to be reacting now? If, as you say, Benjamin Netanyahu cannot say no to him, it's going to be an interesting situation in Israel right now then.
It is, and let's keep in mind that Israel itself is very divided upon the war and upon Netanyahu himself. So from one side, many of Netanyahu's coalition will try to stand up and say no, let's say no to the U.S. decision in case it came. From the other side, I think all of his coalition understand that going to an election now, that means that they will lose the elections and they will be on the opposition very soon. So it's like complicated for them. On statements, they might go really high, but on actions, I don't expect them to do anything.
I'll get back to Israel in just a moment, but thinking about the deal making, I mean, Donald Trump likes to think of himself as a deal maker. He has basically a lot of business in the Gulf already. A lot of Trump business is done there. Now, I know he's kind of pushed to one side as he's taken the presidency and his family is running it, but essentially, could this be a large reason he's choosing to do this trip to the Middle East first? Because, you know, it's the personal interest.
I believe the personal interest is there. I don't know how big it is, but for sure it's there. President Trump for sure looking about his own business, and he knows that in 4 years or less he will be back to the business world, away from politics. So he needs to get as much advantages from his presidency to his sons and his family's business as possible.
And you think this might be the reason he would kind of avoid too much about Gaza and Israel in order to keep those business deals clean, if you like?
I think he is. There's no way to keep talking about Gaza, to talk about Israel, to support Israel, and to expect the Arab world to support his own family business at the same time.
Now, you mentioned about how Israel was kept out of the loop on recent deals. Now, in recent weeks, the Trump administration did the negotiations with Hamas, or open direct negotiations, explored nuclear talks with Iran, did a deal with the Houthis in Yemen, and revealed plans to level and rebuild Gaza as a Mediterranean resort. Now, all of these, again, done without real prior knowledge of the Israeli Prime Minister and his team. So what do you think, how do you think Israel factors in to Donald Trump's current thinking in terms of wanting to do all these deals? Do you think he thinks of Israel as a potential partner in this, or is he now saying they might be more of a hindrance because they would resist?
Well, it depends who you ask inside Israel. Like, for those who are against Netanyahu will say that this is a clear sign that Trump and the U.S. New administration is totally ignoring Israel, and they don't want to see Israel as part of the loop at all. Those who are supporting Netanyahu would say, no, these are side issues, and we are still very strong allies with the U.S. I think from the American point of view, from President Trump's point of view, that he understood things are not really working as he expected in the first weeks, and that there's a lot of players, there's so many issues there's so many details, and he understood that keep pushing or keep adopting the Israeli narrative is not really helping none the U.S. Administration, none U.S. politics, foreign politics, and none even the U.S. economy. So he decided to go, at least for now, to be kind of pushing for a ceasefire and the end of this war.
Do you think he wants to do this like deal making and perhaps end the conflict as a way to win a Nobel Prize? Peace Prize?
Well, I think he said that clearly. He want to get a peace prize. The question is what he will do to get this. I think it was on his first time. It was clear to him that it's not as simple deal as he is, and there's so many details there and so many powers there that he should take care of. So I think he's more mature now in this level, and he understands that it's not a business deal that he will go, he will negotiate, and he will end this. So it's a long process, but what he's doing now and how he's changing the statements and how he's changing even kind of all the speeches he is giving towards the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in general and in Gaza in particular, and pushing to allow more and more products inside Gaza and to stop the starvation inside Gaza, this might be very welcomed inside the Arab world and even in the Palestinian street, and this will help for sure to bring back seeing the Americans as a worthy side to keep talking to and to support the peace process in the future, hopefully.
If, to some degree, Donald Trump is marginalizing Israel's influence on what's going on now in the Middle East, how will the lobbies here that are accepted to be pretty powerful, pro-Israel lobbies, how will they react, and what consequences could he face?
Well, I think even the lobbies get very tired of Netanyahu and of his war in Gaza. I think they understood that this war is affecting hardly Israel as a state and a country, and even the Jewish people all over the world. So they maybe many of them will decide that enough is enough. Let's stop this war and let's go back to the negotiation, because these lobbies, at the end of the day, they really support Israel and they want the best for Israel. But the best of Israel looks like not continuing the war, the opposite, stopping the war, stopping Netanyahu, and allowing other players to go in and maybe to reach a deal or kind of deal. But until this happened, I think it's very clear to all the lobbies all over the U.S. that Netanyahu is really harmful to the Jewish people and to Israel in general. So maybe it's a good opportunity even for all of these lobbies.
It is interesting that the news cycle will obviously change the focus on what people are watching and paying attention to, especially in the US, for example. But it does seem in recent weeks there's been a shift of focus away from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in the news cycles. It seems that way. I don't know if you agree, but if so, what would you think is behind that?
Well, I do agree, unfortunately, because this conflict is about 7 decades or more conflict. So there's ups and downs all the time. And especially also this war, the very unfortunate bloody war in Gaza is also for 1.5 years or more. So people are, for sure, they will get tired, will not keep following the same news all the time. So I think it is, and especially that at the end of the day, people are worried about their homes, their own groceries, they want to get a better life, they want to get a peace in the Middle East and somewhere else, but also they want to get peace inside their own homes and economy. Yes.
Tapping into your experience and knowledge as an international human rights lawyer, there's a feeling among some commentators that ever since the Hamas attack of October the 7th, back in 2023, that Israel was given a free pass to pretty much do whatever it wanted to, obviously in the name of attacking Hamas and rooting out the terrorism. There's a lot of people who feel that now Israel is in conflict with international law and that humanitarian rights have been violated. Do you think that free pass has occurred, and do you think that still can carry on going on this way?
Well, first of all, I think we should keep in mind that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict didn't start in October 7th. It was decades before that. And despite the unfortunate, horrible attack of October 7th, horrible things happened to the Palestinians before that and after that happening until today. Unfortunately, Israel used the self-defense as the only way just to keep killing as many Palestinians as possible, hoping that this killing will really allow it a path for victory. It's clear that the international law is allowing any country to defend itself, but there's a limit. They are killing people, innocent people, civilian people everywhere. They are targeting schools. They are targeting hospitals. They are targeting all the civilian infrastructure. So of course there's a lot of limitation that the international law is putting, and unfortunately the Israelis are keep passing these limitations and using the self-defense and claiming that or arguing that Hamas is using these infrastructure for their own interest. But I think the whole world is totally understand that Israel really passed the limitations.
So technically it is. Israel is in violation of international law.
They are.
The actions in Gaza by Israel led to widespread protests in many countries, including the USA, and especially among universities and university students here in the USA. The way that the authorities reacted was to crack down. Do you think that Trump's policies on these crackdowns on the students and on the protests and on the deportations that are now occurring under the immigration crackdown, do you think that has actually curbed a lot of the protests, the potential for people to protest here?
I believe they did. Many international students are really afraid now for their visas. Many new international students are really asking themselves if they need to come to the U.S. to continue studying. There's a lot of fear between international students, even American students as well, especially green card holders. So there's a lot of uncertainty here happening after this. I understand that protests should be peaceful, should not do any harmful to any people or any place, but they should, the administration should allow people to continue protesting and continue supporting the side they want as peacefully, but to keep the peaceful protest as much as possible.
And the media is being targeted very heavily too. I wonder, in your opinion, especially from the legal perspective, has freedom of speech in the USA taken a real hit now?
Well, I think it is, unfortunately. There's a lot of fear also at the same time. Many journalists are afraid to expose the reality on the ground. Many journalists are worried about what kind of facts they should put. Unfortunately now, as we were talking about this before, that many people are seeing news channels as opinion channels, and they follow the channels they want to hear, the opinions they are really believing or supporting. So this is something that by itself is very dangerous for the whole journalism, that we moved from the factual journalism to an opinion journalism, and there's no more something that divide both of them, and this is very risky, I think, to everybody.
It has been reported that Israel announced a plan to take over a large part of Gaza and shift the population into the south area, into a small area in the south. Already it's a crowded and small place. Mm-hmm. What do you think Israel's ultimate aim is?
Well, to be honest, I think since October 7th, Israel saw the attack as a very big opportunity to deal with Gaza and to try to transfer as many Palestinians from it as possible. And this is happening now more and more. I think the idea of Israel is to try to make the life inside Gaza impossible, and then to push the Palestinians of Gaza to travel or to migrate to any other third country. This is the idea, I think. They are doing this, they understand this. Keep in mind that Gaza before the war was one, if not the most crowded place in the world. Even before the war, you could imagine what is happening now, when you have 2+ million people living in a very small area without food, without clean water, without electricity, without all the infrastructure. So for sure, many Palestinians will prefer, unfortunately, to try to move away, not because they want to move away, but because this is the only option they have now.
Well, there are those Israeli politicians who speak out in very hardline terms, one of them being the finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, who has recently said in public statements he's vowed to basically totally destroy Gaza in the coming months, and he believes that the Palestinians will leave for other countries. So what do you see as the prospect for the people of Gaza in terms of where they could end up, and what prospect would they have of actually being able to stay?
Well, I think before talking about Gaza, I think one of the Smotrich's biggest plans is the West Bank. The West, as a settler himself, he sees the West Bank as part of Israel. He's working even until now to create facts of the ground, to build more settlements inside the West Bank. And unfortunately, what's happening in the West Bank is getting under the radar of the media because of Gaza. Thousands and tens of thousands of Palestinians were transferred from refugee camps inside the West Bank. People are killed in the West Bank. There's a big closing of the streets in the West Bank and checkpoints everywhere. So Smotrich has kind of two plans. He has a plan for Gaza, and he has a big plan for the West Bank. I believe he want to really try to push Palestinians outside of the whole Palestine, not only from Gaza. If he can do it in the West Bank, he will do it. If he can do it in East Jerusalem, he will do it. If he can do it now in Gaza, he will do it. So he's working on steps.
How do you regard the protests within Israel against the continuing conflict in Gaza, where those Israeli protesters believe that the interests of the hostages are not on the agenda, really, of Benjamin Netanyahu and Smotrich as well, that they are doing this in their own interest to keep themselves in power, and that the hostages come secondary to this?
I think the Israeli Prime Minister himself said it clearly, and Smotrich said that our first priority is not the hostages, it's the defeating Hamas. And if we dig more, we understand that defeating Hamas, as even many Israeli ministers said, it's impossible because Hamas at the end is idea and a lot of people. So what will happen? This is a clear statement saying that we are not stopping the war at all, because there's no need to stop this war. I think many families, if not all of the hostages' families, understood that their sons and their daughters are not an interest for the Israeli Prime Minister, and that they need to go out on streets. And this is what they are doing on weekly basis. To which level they can really affect the decision makers and affect Netanyahu to stop this war, I'm not sure. But I believe if President Trump decided to go forward with his ceasefire deal, he will find a lot of support inside Israel.
There is discussion sometimes of the Hannibal Protocol. That's raised not very often, the idea that Israel actually has a policy that hostages can be sacrificed in order not to be held hostage politically themselves. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, it's a way that for the Israeli army in general, a dead soldier is much better than a hostage soldier. So the idea is to try to, if they have had the feeling that a soldier or a group of soldiers were taken and as hostages, the plan is to kill everybody, the hostages and the attackers. And it's the same happening even with the October 7th hostages. You can see that they are targeting, the Israeli army is targeting a lot of areas that it's clear that the Israeli hostages are there. So they are using even this procedure even in different situations. So the idea, it's clear that they prefer a dead soldier rather than a hostage soldier.
As someone who's lived in Jerusalem, represented Palestinian interests in the Israeli courts and so on, there's a feeling sometimes that the story of the division within Israel isn't fully represented, that there are actually more people who would like to see a peace process move forward, and that this idea that, you know, as you've said, there is division within Israel, but the idea that the country is united to a degree that is reported in the West is perhaps inaccurate. Based on what you experienced in Israel itself, what's your view?
Well, I think more than half of the Israelis will prefer to have kind of a peace with the Palestinians and to stay away from any kind of military conflict with it. From my personal experience, I know so many Israeli Jews who are really supporting the Palestinians, who are supporting the Palestinians' right, who are supporting the two-state solution. So the problem is that the right wing in Israel is very loud, and especially the settlers. And because of this loudness, it's very hard to hear the other voices in the same room. So I know that from my own experience again that many Israelis will support a two-state solution proposal. The idea will be is to support this camp and to support even the Palestinian camp who support also the two-state solution and to allow this process to go on.
Now, in terms of the latest happenings, Hamas has refused to negotiate now because of Israel's latest announcement that they want to move everyone in Gaza to the small strip to the south and essentially control the rest of it. Where does that leave the prospect of a peace settlement now? Is it pretty much dead in the water?
Unfortunately, now it is, but to which, things can change very easily. If Trump will go and oppose his ceasefire on Israel to stop this mass deportation, to allow food and water to go inside Gaza, maybe things will change in a few weeks or even a few months. But until this is happening, unfortunately, it is dead.
Well, international aid agencies have said how bad the situation is. They've highlighted the humanitarian crisis that's occurring now in Gaza with starvation and extreme conditions for the population that is already heavily displaced. What are you hearing in terms of stories coming out of Gaza? How are people surviving?
Well, to be honest, I don't know how they keep surviving until now. They have nothing, to be honest. They have nothing to eat. For about 50 plus days, all the crossings between Gaza and the whole world is totally closed. We hear that more than 70+% of the Gazan people are living on dirty water even. They don't have access to clear water. All of this are showing that Israel is really passing the international law, and they need to stop this as soon as possible and to allow the Palestinians to live and allow the Gazans to go back to their kind of, I will not say normal life, because I don't think what kind of normal life will come after 18 months of war.
Well, Israel has said it would take over distribution of humanitarian aid. It would do it through private contractors. International aid agencies and the UN have actually said that this is against humanitarian principles. But surely actually having aid get through, whether the Israelis are controlling it or whether it's the agencies directly, isn't that a better option than not getting the aid through at all?
Well, it depends who you ask. If you ask people inside Gaza, will say, yes, please bring anything now, because we are dying, we are starving, we need food, we need diapers, we need milk to our own children. But in principle, as you said, you can't allow the Israeli army or a private companies, American companies, to do that, because this there's always will be a political motivations behind this. So we need to allow the well-occupied, the well-prepared international organization, the UN itself, to do it why it exists from the beginning. It's there because they need to do this work, and so they need to do it.
Again, wearing your hat as an international human rights lawyer, let me ask you what the legal situation is in terms of Israel's responsibility legally to the people of Gaza and the West Bank.
Well, Gaza and the West Bank are totally under occupation for the Geneva Convention. Israel is an occupation power, and they should give the Palestinians the full rights of protected persons, and to protect even the hospitals, to protect the people, to do all what they can to protect and to allow these people to live in a good life. Geneva Convention and all the other international law rules are pushing Israel to stop its war and to stop targeting the civilians in Gaza, in the West Bank, and in East Jerusalem, all of these areas, and to allow the UN agencies to try to work and to give aid and support to the Palestinians in their villages and cities.
And that's the legal obligation.
It is.
Yeah. Now, you've said that you regard Israel in violation of international law in some of its behavior in the conflict and so on in Gaza now and in the West Bank. What, in terms of representing Palestinians in Israeli courts, what real outcome could you get that showed there was respect for law within Israel for the cases you brought forward?
Well, I can say that unfortunately sometimes, even if you are in the best case scenario, usually judges in the Israeli courts try to be neutral as much as possible and not to get and to give the Palestinians any political decisions, because even the right wing will attack these judges the next day, and their names and their faces will be on the right wing news and media about that they are supporting the others here. In general, I think the Palestinians were able to get few points here and there, but let's keep in mind that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is not a legal conflict. It's a political conflict. And you never be able to fix or to a political conflict using legal tools. So it's a political conflict. We need to use political tools to end this issue. Courts sometimes can give you some points here, some good news there, but at the end, it's not really changing the big picture. The big picture means that you need to use a political tools, and a political tool means two-state solution, peace process, and ending the occupation.
Did it help at all that, you're an Arab, you're a Palestinian, but you had Israeli citizenship? Did they take you more seriously in the courts as a result?
At the end of the day, to be honest, it depends on the cases. I used to represent tens of thousands of Palestinians, and usually when you have this much of people who are representing, so they will be taken much strongly, because instead of representing one individual person, you are representing a whole city, or sometimes even the whole West Bank in some cases. So the judges will look at us in these cases in different ways, especially when we were talking about water issues, or especially when we were talking about the municipal services. So I was lucky enough to represent tens, sometimes hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, so I was taken much more seriously. The problem will be with those who are representing individuals, and then they don't have this much of support and media interest in their cases.
I've heard many people say, especially from the Arab side, that the world has stood by and watched while the actions have been taken in Gaza, killing so many civilians, especially women and children. What appetite have you seen within the US or anywhere, like in Europe, for example, to actually challenge Israel at a legal level for breaches of international law?
Well, I think Europe has already had, some of them had a stand even in the International Criminal Court when the case was submitted, or when now we have the International Court of Justice, also cases. So you have good support. I will not say excellent, but a good support from some European countries and some European governments. Unfortunately, so far from the US, we don't see any official support to this. It's always supporting the Israeli position. But hopefully soon enough we will see this change, especially if President Trump will really go and push for his ceasefire deal in Gaza.
I was wondering what went through your mind when South Africa went to the International Court of Justice claiming genocide by Israel.
Well, to be honest, the first time was between all these countries and governments who were always talking to us about human rights and international law. Suddenly only if South Africa was the one who was brave enough to stand up and say enough to these crimes are very fascinating. Luckily, some European countries and some others joining them and join them more and more now, but it was really fascinating to see that only South Africa, who lived the apartheid for years and years, were the ones who are really able to stand up and to talk about this. Instead, all those governments who were always talking about human rights, international law and democracy, they didn't have the courage to stand up and stop it.
There are those who believe that South Africa is now being targeted for having taken this case to the ICJ. Have you seen any signs of retribution? Have you seen consequences of South Africa sticking its neck out?
No, to be honest, I didn't see. I saw that on the opposite, that the South Africans are continuing supporting this, and they will continue doing this. But at the end of the day, of course, there's interest that I don't know to which level South Africans can do this, to which level even the US and Israel can target the South African interest and to threat them to stop this process. But again, they were very brave to do this. I think they will be we as Palestinians should be very thankful for their stand. But at the end of the day, we should understand that, even the Arab world should understand that they need to stand also to support this process and to try to end this war as soon as possible.
Well, the ICC, the International Criminal Court, and the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, are supposed to be these two strong international bodies representing justice at an international level. Do you believe there's any real consequence, though, that will come out of the ICC issuing warrants for the arrest of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu or his Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, or even the ICJ's case of genocide against Israel? Any real consequence do you think could come out of these?
Well, I think until today, Netanyahu is unable really to travel to many areas in the world, and he is really afraid to be there. The same for Gallant, the same for many even Israeli soldiers now who are being targeted in many European countries and they have even they flew away, even ran away from these areas. So I believe there is, maybe it's not as the Palestinians themselves hope, especially Gazan people. I hope that this will push to the end of this war. But we should keep in mind that these the ICC or the ICJ, they don't have any real power themselves. They have the authority to give this statement, but they don't have their own police to do their own work. They are waiting for the international community support to stop this. But I think that that is very, very important process.
It's true, they expect the member countries to enforce,
of course,
the decisions. So, but do you feel that to some degree the way the situation's been handled, that the international criminal justice system has been compromised, that it's weakened because of this?
I think the simple answer is yes, because until now we can say that only leaders from Africa mainly were going to the ICC. So why suddenly, when we are talking about the Netanyahu, nobody is really have the courage to arrest him or to even to support this process. But again, it's a long process, and we need to build on it. And I think at the end of the day, the world will understand that we need to really force these warrants and to stop those people and to move on.
Well, the Israeli government almost universally condemns any criticism of its actions as being anti-Semitic. Can you see that perspective at all?
Well, unfortunately, this is the only excuse now. Israel doesn't have, even they stopped using the self-defense more, and they are using the anti-Semitic argument more and more for anybody who's against them, to the level that sometimes if you are a Jewish yourself, or like myself, an Arab, as anti-Semitism myself, so it's a very sometimes funny, unfortunately, to see that you are attacking people by their own origin to say they are against themselves. But it's still a strong tool in their hands, and still is used widely, and still is being accepted, unfortunately. So, but the world should understand that this should not continue the situation. And despite that, Israel, of course, has the right of self-defense, and we should stop any kind of attack against Jews or any or Muslims or Christians because of their religion, that we should stop any war crimes from any side.
There are those like Professor Norman Finkelstein, who himself Jewish, is critical of the situation. He says the term anti-Semitic has been weaponized.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I totally agree.
Now, some have obviously described Israel's actions in Gaza and the West Bank as genocide or ethnic cleansing, and of course Israel strongly refutes such terminology. What words would you use to describe it?
I will support that it's a genocide what's happening in Gaza. It's clear that they are pushing the people to over their limits. They are clear. They said themselves they're clearing areas. They want people to leave Gaza. So they want to stop. They already stopped food, water, medicals, everything. So what kind of other definition can we give instead of genocide? I don't find anything else.
And of course, the term Hamas, the way it's been used now all the time, it's seen as a terrorist organization, has been listed by a number of countries as that. But there is a misunderstanding about the role Hamas plays in Gaza in general, isn't there?
This is one, too, because Hamas is not only the organization. Hamas was a de facto government, so there was also a civilian government from Hamas. This is one. Two, the big problem that even if Hamas did the attack of October 7th, there's a big differentiation between Hamas and the Palestinian people. We have 2 million people who are not Hamas in Gaza. You are killing those people, you're killing those babies. I don't think a 5 months baby is Hamas. I don't think like a 5 years girl is Hamas. So I don't think what is the relationship between killing these people and using Hamas as the only excuse.
Now, of course, Israel's argument is Hamas is using the civilians as shields, and that they have to basically go through to attack the terrorists themselves. How do you
well, at the end of the day, international law is giving you the opportunity to attack those who are attacking you. But also there's limits. You can't attack one person and kill 50 other people saying that, oh, I'm killing a terrorist for this. This is not accepted. I don't think any mind can accept this. We can see it on our, it's like burning a house for a mouse inside it. So will you accept this? Like this? I think nobody will accept this idea like this. Nobody will attack a whole neighborhood to kill just one person.
Moin, what's your view on what role the Palestinian Authority has in all of this?
Well, we should keep in mind that the last Palestinian elections happened in 2006. So since then, there's nothing happened. So there's a lack of legitimacy for the Palestinian Authority. And it's clear that the Palestinian Authority is very weak. in all levels. And because of this, they don't have any real strong role there. The problem was the world in general expected them to do what countries are unable to do. Like they are very limited power they have. They don't have enough resources. They can't even pay salaries for their own workers, and they are not inside Gaza. So all of this can show us how weak they are. Besides that, they don't have any really legitimacy, so we should not expect them to do a lot. From the other side, this is the only side that is really dealing with the personal, like with all the civil life inside mainly West Bank. So we should really give these guys an opportunity, at least until we are able to do a new elections and to allow the Palestinians to elect their own representatives.
So basically, the PA is kind of toothless at the moment. Is that's
they are?
Key, yeah?
They are totally.
Well, the Palestinian president Mahmoud Abbas has condemned quite strongly Hamas, and he's called them sons of dogs. He's criticized them for not releasing the hostages, Israeli hostages, and for ending the conflict and exposing the people of Gaza to this level of attack. What's been the impact of his intervention and his comments?
Well, first of all, the Palestinians condemned his comments, because they said, you are attacking Hamas, but you are not giving us other opportunity. You are attacking Hamas, but you are not showing the level of corruption inside the PA is very, very high. So you should, when you are criticizing a side, you should give an alternative to this side. Unfortunately, he's not. So his comments and his statements are not really well accepted in the Palestinian street. From the other side, many Palestinians doesn't want to happen to them, especially in the West Bank, what's happening in Gaza. So they are kind of, I'll not say supporting him, but they don't want this war to move to the West Bank. So Mahmoud Abbas is trying to show the world, or show the West mainly, that he's against Hamas and he deserves to go back to control Gaza. I don't think even the Gazan people will accept him.
Well, there was a sense of solidarity among the people of Gaza. They stood by with Hamas for a long time, but there are now signs of, even within Gaza, people being disenchanted with Hamas. How do you see that developing?
First of all, I don't think the people of Gaza even stood with Hamas before that, but Hamas was a dictatorship, de facto government. You don't expect people to stand up by themselves against this kind of regime. This is one. Two, now the people are suffering a lot. They keep suffering. Maybe in the areas where the Hamas lost fully control, people are able to go and stand up and say, enough. We don't want Hamas, but we don't want also the Israelis bombs. So we want a normal life. This is not really happening here. So people was really not supporting Hamas before that, and are not supporting Hamas now, as much as they are not supporting the PA before and they are not supporting the PA now. So the idea is always you need to allow them to elect their own people and then to be to go back to normal lives. The problem was always it's like the Palestinian was always either Hamas or PA. Palestinian doesn't have a third opportunity. Well, this is insane by itself.
You're saying essentially there is a total lack of leadership within the Palestinians.
Definitely, there's nothing.
What do you understand to be the ultimate goal of the Palestinian Authority? Do you think it can rebuild its credibility? Do you think it can rebuild its authority to actually start to represent the Palestinian people to the degree that you're saying it should be able to represent them, and fix these rifts after quite a few decades of distance between the people?
Yes, the question is the only answer will be elections. The problem with the PA, unfortunately, that they are taking their own legitimacy from the outside, from the US, from the EU, not from the Palestinian people. So you need the trust of the Palestinian people. So you need the Palestinians to elect their own leadership, and from there we can move on. But before that, I don't think any leader who are coming from outside or coming opposed by Israel or by the US will be accepted by the Palestinians.
From what you know from the Palestinians in the territories, what is their impression of the USA now? How do they regard the USA, especially after Donald Trump made comments that didn't go down that well regarding creating a Gaza Riviera?
Well, most of the Palestinians are really condemning the fully support of the U.S. and mainly the administration against their own people in Gaza. And they are seeing even the U.S. sometimes as fully partner of this. So you should understand the Palestinians that they don't hate U.S. as a U.S. They don't hate the American people as American people, but they hate what's really the administration sometimes. It's even the Biden administration. I'm not saying only about the Trump administration. It's the same. Even Biden administration fully supported the Israeli crimes in Gaza, and so the Palestinians really want this to stop, and they want the American administration to understand that they don't hate America as America. They hate the American policy. They hate the American support. They hate the American bombs that are going in their heads, but they don't hate America as America.
Now, a lot of people were offended by Donald Trump's comments about the Gaza Riviera. Do you think he did it for effect, or was he serious?
I think he was not serious, because even if he said it once, maybe he thought it's much easier than he expected it. But I think now he's more and more understanding that Gaza Riviera is not going to happen, and that the Palestinian people will not leave, and we need to find a political solution for this.
Now, the Gulf countries have their own agenda, obviously, but how do you regard the Arab world's response, the Arab nations' response to what's been happening in Gaza, and what could we learn from that response?
I think the Arab people was always seeing the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the Palestinian cause as their own cause. Doesn't matter where they are, in Yemen, in Saudi Arabia, in Morocco, they always saw it as very own ones. So the idea will be always that, despite that you don't see any kind of protest now in the Arab world, doesn't mean that the Arab people are not really fully supporting the Palestinians or the Palestinian cause or the Palestinian rights. And this is what the U.S. should understand, that they will, the Arab people will reject the U.S. unless they will try to get some rights, at least I will not say full rights, but some rights to the Palestinians will stop the war in Gaza.
Moen, realistically, how do you see the current conflict ending?
Well, I'm not an optimistic guy by myself, but I think this war, as bad as it is, could be a very good opportunity for all the sides to understand that war will bring them to nowhere. And let's go back and sit down and talk to each other and to elect a normal leaders in both sides. Because even in the Israeli side, unfortunately, we have a right-wing government. So we are talking a lot about Hamas and the right wing as much as they are, but we don't remember that in Israel we have a right wing settlers government at the same time. But I believe that there's always an opportunity here to go back and to talk about peace and to end this conflict with two-state solution and to allow everybody to go and live in peace.
You've pointed out that, as many people do, that this conflict did not start on October the 7th. In 2023, that it dates back 7 decades. But to what extent did the actions of Hamas on the 7th of October hinder the prospect of a Palestinian state becoming a reality?
Well, there's two aspects here. From one side, you will find those who are very supporting Israel will say that this is a clear proof that giving the Palestinian a state will mean that another massacre against the Israelis. From the other side, you can tell, no, give these Palestinians their own rights and their own lands, and that's it. Let's live in peace. I understand that the attack was kind of shocking experience to many people all over the world, but the idea will be always that this is not something that happened by suddenly without something before. People of Gaza are living in siege for 20 years now. It's not only under the war. People in Gaza are suffering so much. People in the West Bank are suffering so much. If you say no, so give me another solution. Like, it's not saying yes or no. Okay, what do you want? Do you want an apartheid state inside Israel? You want to transfer all the Palestinians to live somewhere else? What is the other solution? I don't think like those who are saying that October 7th was a sign that Palestinians should not get their own country. They are really offering anything else to the Palestinians themselves. So what do you want us to do what?
A lot of people, though, have supported this idea of, including the US and the US leader, of pushing Palestinians into neighboring Arab countries. How do you regard the idea that people from Gaza are being kind of pressured to go and live elsewhere?
People of Gaza will never go to anywhere else. Like, it was clear, people of Gaza saying this and will continue saying it, that we are not leaving here. We will continue living in Gaza. We want this war to end. but we want also to continue living in Gaza. The same for even the neighboring countries. They're saying that we are not doing this. Maybe we will accept 1 or 2 families of injuries that we try to treat them, but we will not. But we will return. We will help them to return back to Gaza. So the idea is Gaza will always be Palestinian, and that the Palestinians will never leave Gaza.
With the way the territories, West Bank and Gaza, have been broken up, is it feasibly possible now, in your opinion, to actually have a Palestinian state?
Well, now in building bridges or tunnels is very easy to build, to connect Gaza and the West Bank with East Jerusalem. The big problem is that Israel is using the time through the war in Gaza to create facts on the ground in the West Bank, in East Jerusalem, to prevent this from happening. It looks like, as we were talking about Smotrich before, that he understands that the big battle is not in Gaza. The big battle is in the West Bank and is in East Jerusalem. And he's really working under the radar to change and create facts on the ground as soon as possible. So when the war in Gaza is stopped, the world will understand what happened in West Bank and in East Jerusalem.
As a Palestinian, as someone who's followed everything so closely, what do you believe is the real prospect of getting a two-state solution?
Well, first of all, I think we need to allow the Palestinians to elect their own leadership, because without an elected leadership, the Palestinians will never accept any kind of political solution. From there, the world should understand that without a Palestinian independent state, there will be no peace, and that giving the Palestinians ghettos here or autonomy there will not really work, because it happened and it didn't work before. So the idea, I think, that first of all, we need to support the Palestinians for their elections. And I understand it's not easy now, but we should do that. And from there, it will be much more easier.
Well, a final thought, Moin, is that we have a few big issues that have to be considered now when it comes to Gaza. Some big questions. How will Gaza be rebuilt? From where will the funding come? Who will take on that task? And how secure can the situation be to prevent it all coming back to this state again in the future? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, how it will be built, for sure, it's Gaza's people who will rebuild it. Who will fund this? It's not clear so far, but it's interesting that we are talking about so many sources of funds, but not Israel. Israel, who destroyed Gaza, it looks like they will not rebuild it or refund rebuilding it, and we need to find money. I think the issue of money will not be an issue here, because the Gulf will be ready, the US, the EU. I believe they will find a lot of sources of money there. The question will be, are we rebuilding Gaza buildings and that's it, or we are rebuilding a whole process again, and hoping that the destruction of Gaza is bringing us back to peace and bringing us to the two-state solution, because rebuilding Gaza by itself will mean nothing to anybody, I believe.
Do you ever see it getting to a stage where it will be back to normal?
I think it will take a long time, especially people of Gaza are living under a horrible situation for 18 months now. So it's not a switch that you will stop the war and suddenly the people will go back to their own life. People lost their loved ones. About 50,000+ people were killed. About 180,000 people were injured. We don't know about the psychological situation in Gaza. I believe it's horrible. So it's a long, long process. So the world should understand that it's not just stopping the war. Stopping the war is just the first, even the zero step, not the first step. Before going back and rebuilding Gaza, the people of Gaza really needs a lot of support in all levels, not only rebuilding Gaza as buildings and as houses. People of Gaza needs a lot of financial support, they need a lot of psychological support. It's a lot of work.
Moin Odeh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. International human rights lawyer Moin Odeh giving us his perspective on the latest developments involving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and President Trump's Middle East tour. That's it for this episode. I'm Riz Khan. Please subscribe to the show and leave us any comments or feedback. From me and the team, thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, Make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Chaotic or commanding, reprehensible or revolutionary. Love him or hate him, Donald Trump has had a very consequential 3 months in office. From domestic departments to international partnerships and trade, nothing has been off limits. We'll ask our panel to assess President Trump's first 100 days here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. If there's one thing the 47th president loves more than tariffs, it's making bold statements.
The golden age of America begins right now.
I love you. I respect you. There's nobody I respect more. You're going to do a fantastic job.
I call it a lot of different names, but it's really, in a sense, it's a rebirth of a country. It's great. It's going to be legendary. You watch. Legendary in a positive way, I have to say.
America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before.
Easy to say, but harder to execute and even more difficult to measure. One major opinion poll has his approval rating at just 40%, down 7 percentage points from February and the lowest of any recent president. And another has him averaging about 45%, a historic presidential low, second only to his first term in office. However, his supporters are adamant he's on track to reshape America. During his first 100 days in office, he's threatened to take Greenland by force, seize control of the Panama Canal, annex Canada. He's gutted the civil service and shuttered government departments, pardoned or commuted the sentence of convicted January 6 rioters. He's conducted mass deportations, upended US foreign policy, and taken a blowtorch to the global trading system. Oh, and let's not forget this big one, making America's showers great again.
In my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair. I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous.
The president has certainly been busy. Today on Counterpoints, we'll ask if America is better today than it was 100 days ago, and how the president has reshaped America's image on the world stage. Stay with us. Today on Counterpoints, we have a special one-on-one interview for you to discuss President Trump's remarkably high-paced first 100 days in office and to analyse his administration's impact both at home and abroad. I'm joined by Dr. Sebastian Gorka, Deputy Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Counterterrorism. Thanks for being with us here on Counterpoints. Dr. Gorka, first of all, I want to start with your assessment of President Trump's first 100 days. Give us a sense of what you feel are the direct, tangible improvements Americans should be feeling to their lives after this first period in government.
Well, there's so many things to discuss, Melinda, in general that affect all Americans positively. I think the most obvious one is the reassertion of national sovereignty after 4 years of the Biden-Harris regime. We simply did not have national international borders. We had between 12 and 20 million illegals let into this country, which was a threat to the survival of the nation. That ended at 12:01 with the likes of Tom Homan coming in as the border czar, Stephen Miller as the Homeland Security Advisor, Governor Noem as the Secretary of Homeland Security. You've seen the incredible results. We have a more than 95% diminution of illegal traffic across the border, and we have deported hundreds of thousands of rapists, murderers, fentanyl smugglers back to the countries they came from after we designated 6 cartels and 2 gangs as foreign terrorist organizations. So the first things first, we have a country again and we're exercising sovereignty. On top of that, after decades and decades of being treated like the world's piggy bank, with the tariff regime the president launched just a few weeks ago, we are resetting the global economy so that we will not be exploited and we will not countenance punitive tariffs against US products or countries like China exploiting and perverting the international trading system. I could go on and on and on and various broader issues, but if it comes to my portfolio in the National Security Council, working for Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor and in charge of counterterrorism, there as well, we have seen a 180-degree turnaround. For 4 years, our enemies were coddled, billions of dollars were given to Iran, jihadis were allowed to plot against US citizens and our friends and allies. That's all changed. I can report to you that in the last 100 days, we have terminated the lives of more than 70 high-value jihadi targets around the globe, including from Al-Qaeda and ISIS. So if you are planning to do harm to Americans, or if you have the blood of Americans on your hands, we will find you, we will kill you, or we will bring you to justice in a court here in the United States.
So people obviously, as you say, are feeling more secure in their homeland. How do you explain then the poor polling numbers that the president has been receiving in a variety of different surveys with regards to his first 100 days?
I don't respond to them because they're garbage. These are the same pollsters that told us Hillary Clinton was going to win in 2016 and that Kamala Harris was going to win in November. I couldn't care less what the cretins who gave us the lies about the general election polling during those elections are saying now. I live in the real world, and when 80% of Americans want illegals deported, that's why we're here in the White House. So I'm not interested in fake news polling from left-wing organizations who hate the president.
Well, one thing that is real news, according to the president, is the number of countries that are now lining up to make a deal with the US about tariffs. The president has promised to make America wealthy again and bring manufacturing back home. But despite all this tough talk, especially towards China, the White House has announced further tariff relief exemptions. So are the tariffs working, and has China come knocking? Is it one of the countries lining up to do a deal?
Well, I think you answered your own question. Look, I work on the National Security Council, but I pity my colleagues on the National Economics Council because now they are having to manage this massive Excel spreadsheet, as you mentioned, over 100 heads of state, over 100 governments who are saying, oops, sorry, we penalized American manufacturing for decades. We don't want to be tariffed at 20% or 30%. Can we come to some agreement? So, yes, at the end of the day, President Trump is finally resetting the balance for the global economy. And if you are a wise nation, you will ask for a negotiated settlement when it comes to your tariff.
But the country at the top of the president's list was China. It's the big concern he has. Has China come knocking for a deal?
Look, I'm not going to get into the inside communications between the National Economics Council and Beijing, but let me guarantee for you one thing. Sooner or later, China will have to come knocking. Why? Because we are their greatest customer and their economy cannot survive with us. It's really that simple.
Sounds like they haven't come knocking yet then.
As I said once more, I am not going to divulge the internal communications of the National Economics Council.
Amazon has denied plans that they intended to display the additional cost of tariffs on the products on their site, something the White House has called a hostile act. If the president is so pro-transparency and is so convinced that tariffs are a good idea, then wouldn't this have been a welcome move?
We know what Amazon is doing. We know the real political proclivities of the owners of Amazon. So we're not interested in stunts. We're interested in protecting the interests of the American customer. But more importantly than the American customer, we are here to protect the American worker, the individual whose jobs have been outsourced to China, to Mexico, to all over the planet, in an incredibly reckless fashion by both political parties. So we're not playing silly games on the internet. We are here to bring manufacturing back to the United States.
We're about to come to security shortly, but I just want to press you on one thing. You said we know what Amazon was trying to do. What were they trying to do?
So what's the question?
What was Amazon trying to do? You said we know what Amazon was trying to do. I just would like you to clarify that.
Acting as a political actor. Look, can we stick to national security? I'm not really here to answer questions about Amazon.com. I'm in charge of counterterrorism. So if you want to talk about national security, foreign policy, then you've got the right guest. Otherwise, get somebody from another part of the government.
Okay, well, I guess security all relies on borders. Canada's Conservatives, just across the border, have lost a federal election despite being considered a shoo-in just months ago. And they're blaming the surprise success of the Liberals on President Trump's threats and pressure to annex Canada, saying that felt like a security threat to them. What do you make of the election result and of Mr. Carney's victory?
I think it's a really poor show when somebody fails in their country politically and then points to somebody else in another country. We don't do that here in America. You are measured by whether or not you were convincing to the constituents of your country. So I would suggest one thing: look in the mirror.
President Trump, let's go to security now. President Trump had promised that he could end the war in Ukraine in one day. But 100 days later, the fighting continues and Ukraine has just rejected the latest US ceasefire proposal. Do you think that Kyiv is going to have to accept certain concessions if it wants these peace talks to continue?
Both sides will. That's the nature of the beast. And I think we've made it very clear from the White House, as has not just the president, but the national security advisor, Mike Waltz, that we are at a level of frustration when it comes to both Moscow and Kiev, and they need to come back to the negotiating table. That's why we saw that epochal photograph from the Vatican with the president and with Zelensky. There's only one question. Do you want what Mike Waltz correctly has called the meat grinder to stop? If you want to stop thousands of Russians and Ukrainians being killed every single week, then the only option is a deal brokered by President Trump. And I think we're closer to that than we've ever been.
What concessions does Russia need to make, though? Because even though publicly they're saying they're interested in negotiating, they continue to bomb Kyiv just as the US is trying to get everyone back to the table. So is Putin really playing the US for a bit of a fool here?
The same Putin whose troops we killed in mass numbers in Syria in the first Trump administration. I think you need to re-examine your recent history. President Trump is feared by leaders across the planet who do not act in ways that comport with representative government. He is a man not to be trifled with. Ask General Soleimani today if you could. You can't, because he's dead, because President Trump killed him on his way to meet the then Prime Minister of Iraq. So, no, there's only one man who's in control of those negotiations, and it's President Trump.
With respect to the command that President Trump has with regards to these negotiations, it doesn't seem like Russia fears the US because they haven't given any ground on the negotiating table. What would you like to see Russia accept?
I'm not going to undermine the president and the negotiations by giving you my expectations or what I'd like to see. That's not how it works. Behind closed doors, the representative of Kiev and the representative of Moscow will sit down with President Trump. And if you're interested in the bloodshed ending, then that's what you should be supporting. So I'm not going to second guess the president or talk about any of the stipulations that may or may not be happening behind closed doors, because that would be the height of irresponsibility.
All right, let's stay with Russia. Russia's SVR intelligence service a few weeks ago published an official statement saying Eurofascism is a common enemy of Moscow and Washington. What do you make of this push by Russia? Is it trying to form an anti-European alliance of some kind with the US?
I'm really not interested in threat assessments from what is the inheritor organization to the KGB. If you know my family background, my parents were persecuted under a communist regime before they managed to escape to the West. So whether it's the SVR or whether it's the FSB, I'm interested in what the American intelligence services, our friends and our allies see as the threats to Western civilization, not some descendant of the KGB.
Back home, President Trump is facing some legal hurdles to enact his agenda and his policies. But recently, the FBI arrested Milwaukee County Circuit Judge Hannah Duggan for allegedly helping an undocumented migrant avoid federal immigration enforcement. What kind of message do you think or do you hope that this is sending?
Well, we've heard from the other side of the aisle for nigh on 8 years now that no one is above the law. Well, we actually believe in that. No one is above the law, whether you're an elected official or whether you're a black-robed judge in a court. If you are aiding and abetting an illegal immigrant, according to U.S. statute, that is a felony crime, and you will be adjudicated as such. You will be arrested, you will be arraigned, and you will be judged in front of a jury of your peers if you are committing a felony that is in contravention of federal code. And it really is that simple.
Donald Trump has demonstrated that he can't be underestimated, despite all the challenges and the hurdles that may have been thrown his way. What are your thoughts on what we can expect from him and his administration in just the next year ahead? Let's focus specifically on that. 2025, what are the headlines that he wants to achieve?
In the next 12 months, there will be a cessation of hostilities on the Eurasian continent. The fighting will end in Ukraine, God willing. There will be a continuation, round 2 of the Abraham Accords in the Middle East. Beyond that, we will see the revivification of everything that we did during the first Trump administration, and add to that a complete reordering of the global trade system, in addition to or including freedom of maritime transit off the coast of Yemen, through the Red Sea, into the Suez Canal, which is essential for the economies of all the world's leading nations. So those are the big muscle movements. Beyond that, we will see such a prosperity and period of growth for the United States and her friends and allies, the likes of which we've never seen before. So as the president said, it's a dawn of a golden new era. It is the renaissance of America. And if you're a friend of America, you will enjoy that along with us.
You mentioned the Abraham Accord, so I just want to ask you a quick question on that. Has there been any expression of interest from other parties across the region to renew, to boost, to expand this? Anything bubbling on the horizon?
There are. They're not ones I can talk at liberty, but
Give us a tidbit. Come on, Dr. Gorka, give us something.
Sorry, I can't. That's Mr. Witkoff's mandate, our special envoy. Now we have the incredible Governor Huckabee as our newly installed ambassador in Jerusalem. So together, along with Secretary Rubio and the president himself, you will see new nations added to the Abraham Accords. It is a very, very exciting time for the Middle East.
We know, well, we believe that President Trump may be visiting the region in a couple of weeks, mid-May. Could we be getting an announcement at that time, do you think?
There are multiple announcements that we are preparing to make, especially with regards to the nations that the president will be visiting. But again, do not expect me, a deputy to the president, to tell you what the president will be announcing during his historic return to the Middle East.
All right, I understand your point on that one. One final question before we let you go, Dr. Gorka. Huge potential for devastating conflict between India and Pakistan as we see tensions flare again along that Kashmir border. Your concerns directly about that conflict, and how do you think it can be brought back down to a more reasonable situation?
Yeah, sadly, this is a region of tension and conflict for some time now. We hope cooler heads will prevail. We had an amazing visit by the Vice President recently to India. I'm very grateful myself, along with National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, for what Pakistan did to help us detain and bring back to America Shadi Fuller, the architect of the Abbey Gate mass murder of U.S. servicemen and women in Kabul. So we would like to see that the good relations between Washington and India and Washington and Islamabad translate into healthier relations between the two nations themselves. We are working on that because I do think on the serious big issues, we have values, we have common interests, and so we will be working to help those countries de-escalate the tensions along that region.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, Deputy Assistant to the US President and the Senior Director for Counterterrorism. Thanks for joining us on Counterpoints.
Thank you. God bless.
Well, let's bring in our panel now. Joining us to evaluate the President's first 100 days is Greg Swenson, Chairman of Republicans Overseas UK and co-founder of the Hamilton Society, and David K. Johnston, the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and author of The Big Cheat, How Donald Trump Fleeced America and Enriched Himself and His Family. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us on Counterpoints. President Trump was elected on a promise to radically reshape America. We've seen a record number of executive orders signed in his first 100 days, and his supporters say he's done more to fix the country's problems than any other leader. David Kay, let me ask you first. Is America better today than it was 100 days ago?
Oh, no, we are much, much worse off. And I don't accept the premise you articulated about radical change to the country. He ran on promising lower food prices, lower gasoline prices, lower egg prices, lower housing prices, and he would solve the war in Ukraine in a single day. He would also shut down the border. On that, he's been quite successful. We just had the smallest number of unauthorized border crossings ever recorded, about 7,200 people at the southern border. But on the other things, no. Stock market is down. We have thrown large numbers of people out of work. The government is radically cutting back on food safety inspection. The U.S. has much higher foodborne illness rates than other well-developed countries. We have reduced our efforts to fend off cybersecurity attacks by hostile powers like the Iranians and the Russians. And we have turned Canada a pretty much lapdog ally of the U.S. into a country led by a man just elected as prime minister who says that the U.S. is now a hostile power.
Inflation, though, has started to fall. That was a big issue. The latest reading from the Consumer Price Index shows it's cooling to about 2.4% in March from 2.8%. So that's a good sign?
Yes, but that inherently can't last if we have the tariffs. A tariff is essentially a protectionist measure that operates like a sales tax, a national retail sales tax. And the estimates are that new car prices will go up about $6,000 a car. And many other products, because of the flat 10% rates, are going to go up. So I think you're going to see inflation rise going forward. And by the way, the big Wall Street firms are all saying there's a very high chance of a recession going forward. The academic economists are saying similar things. So I think there's fairly broad agreement that Trump's approach in terms of the economy is not working, and in terms of geopolitical strategy, it's not working. And by the way, one more element in this, we've stopped almost all humanitarian aid. We were giving antiviral drugs to people to control the MERS virus, which killed every third person infected, the Marburg virus, which is almost as lethal, HIV or AIDS viruses. Sooner or later, probably sooner, those pernicious viruses will get onto jetliners and begin hopscotching around the planet. So that will impose further costs.
Greg, let me ask you to respond to what David Kaye has been saying. Not a great picture painted by David Kaye of his assessment of the first 100 days. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see some pushback from the left or from media as well as from the university crowd. I mean, those are institutions that have been really crowded with progressive left, philosophy. And so, the rest of the country is looking at, or much of the country is looking at, the great success at the border. The deportations are polling around 70. The economy, of course, will take some time. I don't really give President Trump credit for the lower inflation numbers because he's only been in office for 3 months. Typically, economic policy takes 10 or 12 months to really flow through to the economic outcomes. But it's looking at his first term, where his economic outcomes were phenomenal. I'm quite confident that the combination of fixing what's wrong with free and unfair trade, making it free, making it fair, combined with tax reform and deregulation, which works so well in his first term, you'll see some fantastic economic outcomes. I think that the trend right now is to worry about tariffs as inflationary. Well, a few things. One is, if they were so inflationary, why do the other countries that we trade with use tariffs? I don't see a rampant inflation problem in Germany or in China. In fact, China's suffering from deflation. You'll also see a liberation. We've already seen it just in the first 100 days, a liberation of the energy sector. That flows through to just about every part of the economy. Right now, Europeans are paying 4 or 5 times more for energy to run their businesses than American businesses do. But you'll see that improve even more for us and for the world as prices come down because of U.S. production. That was and of course the Biden administration was so hostile to the energy sector. That was another cause of the inflation during the Biden years. And then of course you have the defense, the Pentagon returning to lethality and meritocracy. You've seen the Europeans step up in terms of their commitment to defense spending. And then, of course, you have the cultural issues, which poll really well. So Americans, the Democrats and the left are really dying on the hill for these so-called 80-20 issues. And the president has been very, very clear about ending DEI and returning to meritocracy. It's kind of a cultural, and a common sense revolution in many ways. So far, so good on those topics and those issues. And you'll see the economic policies really take effect over the next 6 or 12 months.
David Kaye, what do you make of that? Is Democrats or the left dying on a hill of issues that are insignificant?
Well, and I'm not a Democrat. I think the Democrats have never learned how to market and how to reach out to people in a visceral way. Donald is the greatest con artist by far in the history of the world. And in the whole 37 years I've covered him, one of the things I've always been impressed by is his ability to capture visceral issues and connect with people. I mean, he's really good at that. And I admire his skill at that. But on some of the other points, this isn't ending DEI, which, by the way, stood for equality. It is removing people. They have removed, for example, all the images on the internet at the Pentagon that have to do with black and women soldiers, Asian soldiers, indigenous soldiers. Even the picture of the Enola Gay, the bomber that dropped the atom bomb on Hiroshima, was removed from the Pentagon website as part of this anti-DEI movement. Enola Gay was the name of the pilot Paul Tibbet's mother. We have seen in this administration a serious attack on the universities. Keep this in mind. More than half the growth in the American economy since World War II is the result of taxpayer investments in the kind of basic science done at universities, like the one that I teach at. The administration has shut down, in the middle of the research, huge cancer studies that were very promising. Alzheimer's and other studies, just shut them down. And DOGE, a non-government agency, a fictional agency that's been allowed to rummage around in government computer systems, said they were going to cut spending by $2 trillion. Well, by their own account, it's $150 billion, nowhere close to the higher number. And the New York Times, by examining how much will have to be paid to settle with people being discharged in contracts, points out the savings so far come to about $15 billion, which is quite literally the proverbial drop in the bucket. And the costs that will be imposed by what DOGE has done through people who will lose their Medicaid, that's the federal Poor People's Health Care Program, the veterans who are going to be turned away or unable to get the drugs that they need and the services they need, those costs are going to far exceed the damage done by Elon Musk and his bros.
Greg, is Donald Trump the greatest con artist that we've seen in modern times?
I know David's been through that before on this program. Look, there's obviously people who don't like the president, people who, and even those who don't like him, miss the peace and prosperity of the first term. And I have every confidence that that will return. But again, this is a common sense revolution. I mean, I don't know that a lot of people would disagree with fixing the border. I don't know that people would disagree with improving government efficiency. The same people that complain about DOGE also complain that they've only got $150 billion in savings so far. It's going to be a long process. This is a bureaucracy that has grown for the last 100 years, or at least 90 since FDR, to unsustainable levels. We have $36 trillion in debt. 11 or 12 trillion of that came just in the last 4 years of the Biden administration. So, the president just didn't necessarily run as a spending cutter, but I think it's absolutely necessary in order to someday get to a balanced budget. But more importantly, the current debt trajectory is unsustainable. We're paying $1 trillion just in debt service. That's more than we spend on defense. It's more than we spend on Medicare. This is, or Medicaid, sorry. This is a really difficult time. So, you might like all these government programs that feel good, that look good, but they're unsustainable. So they're cutting out a lot of waste and fraud. They're cutting out things that are unnecessary. They're keeping the things that are necessary. They're moving some of these aid programs, from AID to other departments if it's critical. But they're cutting out the really obscene waste of taxpayer money. People are frustrated with it, and they've had enough. So I think that this is long overdue. It will actually help with the economy by stopping the crowding out of taxpayer money going into government spending, and put it back in the private sector where it belongs.
David Kay, I can see you grinning there. What would you like to remark?
Well, this goes into my principal area of expertise, which is taxation, for which I've known all over the world. First of all, if you're concerned about the debt, and we all should be, why would you want to increase tax cuts for the wealthiest people in America, who now pay lower tax rates? Billionaires in America pay lower tax rates than I do as an author and university professor. Why would you want to eliminate those programs and scientific research that extend and improve the quality of lives and make the economy more efficient? Now, Donald and his minions have repeatedly said they've uncovered all this fraud, waste, and abuse. Really, where are the indictments? Where are the investigations going on into this supposed fraud, waste, and abuse? Donald, immediately when he came in, got rid of almost all the inspectors general. Those are internal watchdogs created by Congress about 50 years ago. In the case of AID, the U.S. humanitarian foreign aid program, it's been 20 years since they found anything significant. And that's a very good inspector general. I read lots of inspector general reports, and many of the inspector general's reports now, we have cleaned up the government so well that they're like reading an investigation in a Norwegian newspaper. There's almost no corruption in Norway, and so little things get blown up. But most importantly, if our problem is one of debt, then we should be lifting taxes on people at my level and above. And that's not what is being planned. It's cuts. And why would you cut health care for the poor? Because it's been the long-term goal of the Republicans they've argued for years, just what Greg said. There isn't enough private capital. People aren't investing enough. How are they going to get that money? Well, they take it from children, the disabled, the elderly, people who can't fight back. And we are not lacking for capital in this country to invest. And by the way, the economy under Donald Trump was not as Greg describes it. You can go look at the data. Under Joe Biden, we had 16 million jobs in 4 years. The economy's GDP growth was greater, and significantly, the pay data that Social Security counts up to the penny for every American, the lower half of workers, the bottom 50%, for the first time in more than 30 years, their pay grew faster than the pay of people at the very top. Under Biden, the number of workers paid $100 million, $50 million a year or more fell by about half. But workers making below the median pay of about $40,000, their pay grew 20% faster than the top group. So Biden really improved the economy for working people. Trump's economy has been great for the very wealthiest, a handful of whom have more wealth now than the bottom 50% of Americans.
Mm-hmm. Greg, before we move on to international issues, let me give you the right of reply on that.
Yeah, look, the Trump economy in 2019, after the tax cuts and deregulation took effect, was not only fantastic for wage growth for Main Street, it was better for the lower decile, the lower quartile, the lower half of earners. So this is a myth that this was tax cuts for the rich. The U.S. tax system is one of the most progressive in the world. The wealthiest people pay the majority, the great majority of the taxes. And so this is Trump, let's face it, he's working for the bottom half of the country. 10% of the people own 88% of the equities. He's not worried about the stock market. He's worried about Main Street. And so what you saw in the Biden years, there was top line wage growth. It was net, but in real terms, in inflation adjusted terms, wages were down 3% in the Biden years. They were up 8% in real terms in the Trump years. In the Obama years prior to Trump, they were up 4% in 8 years. So 4 times the rate, okay, 2% a year versus 0.5% a year for Obama. And then, of course, with Biden, it was negative. So this idea that Biden passed along a great economy is a complete myth. It was entirely subsidized by the government. It was a sugar high from ridiculous and reckless government spending. 63% of the jobs created were government and healthcare is essentially government. So this argument that Biden, passed along a great economy is even worse than the argument that Obama passed along a great economy. It was great for the stock market. Yes, it was horrendous for working people.
Let's move on to more broader perspective and onto foreign affairs. President Trump said he would resolve the war in Ukraine on day one. That hasn't happened, but he says he has done more than his predecessor to reach a peace deal. So, Greg, let me ask you, has President Trump delivered on his promise to be a global peacemaker?
Well, he's delivered on the promise of being a global peacemaker. He's an anti-war president. He's very much a supporter of peace through strength and deterrence, and he used deterrence quite well in his first term. The problem is right now, the wild card here is Putin and Russia. So was the president a bit too optimistic about 24 hours? Of course, he's an optimist, but so that we don't have that outcome yet. We'll see. It's very important for the president to cut back on the spending, make sure there's no risk of boots on the ground. He's actually done a great job in getting the Europeans to step up. He tried that in his first term. It didn't really work, but he's trying it again. And I think you're seeing a more serious commitment from the Europeans to increase defense and security spending. So from a long-term perspective, this is so far so good. Unfortunately, he inherited a really difficult conflict in Ukraine. But remember, in his first term, he sent lethal weapons to Kyiv. He called out Putin for the 1999 killings of his own people. Both, Bush, Obama, and Clinton all knew that. They had the same information, but they thought it would be offensive to challenge Putin on that. He had 300 Russian mercenaries killed in Syria in that conflict. He was very aggressive against Putin in his first term, but he's inheriting a different situation right now. And I think he's got to, at least consider that that the best outcome here is to stop the killing and end this conflict. I don't think everyone's going to be happy at whatever that resolution is. I don't think both sides are going to be happy here, but I think it's important for this president to end the war as quickly as possible.
David Kaye, let me ask you. I mean, we have heard just almost in the past week, the president say that he's willing to authorise military action against Iran if it doesn't come back to the table for a nuclear deal. So what do you make of what Greg says, that this is an anti-war president?
Donald's not an anti-war president. He's just spent $500 million dropping bombs on the Houthis that's had no measurable effect on what they're up to. Donald has proposed peace entirely on the terms of the Kremlin. He gave a tongue lashing to Zelensky. He's repeatedly spoken Kremlin talking points, especially that Zelensky and the Ukrainians started the war, which is obviously ridiculous. Even more important, under Donald, we have stopped interdicting cybersecurity attacks. I mean, every day, tens of thousands of efforts are made by Iran, Russia, North Korea, China to get into our national security computers, our Pentagon computers, and we've stopped our efforts to contradict that, which is putting the entire U.S. in danger. Proposing to bomb Iran, which has apparently, by every account I've read, done a terrific job from its perspective of locating its nuclear research deep underground where even bunker buster bombs would not be effective, is not getting peace here. You want peace with the Iranians, who were our allies until 1954 when we overthrew the democratically elected government in Iran, then you undertake a serious diplomacy effort in which you may well have to back away from the Saudis. The Saudis are very afraid of the Iranians. It reflects the basic fundamental split between Shias and Sunnis. Mm-hmm. Donald has no understanding of that. If we could sit Donald down and say, would you tell us as President of the United States the difference between I'm sorry, I'm being tongue-tied, a Sunni and a Shia and why it's important? Donald couldn't tell you that. He has not a clue. This is a man who didn't know what happened at Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941, who thought Finland was an oblast, a state, essentially, or province of Russia, who thought Frederick Douglass, who's buried a few miles from my house, was still alive 130 years after he was put in the ground.
Right.
I mean, Donald is appallingly ignorant.
We're almost out of time, so Greg, let me throw it back to you and ask, America's standing on the world stage, how does it compare now than 100 days ago?
Oh, absolutely better. I mean, look at what poor President Biden was able to do. You know, he inherited peace and prosperity in early 21. First thing he did was try to crush the energy sector in the United States, which only helped Putin. It helped the mullahs, the regime in Iran. It helped Venezuela export oil at higher prices. And then he lifted the embargo that Trump had put on Iran, and that helped fund the proxies. It helped fund the Houthis, which have been marginalized by President Trump and the Defense Department. So contrary to David's comments. And so, you know, the Hamas and Hezbollah, all funded by Iran, all thanks to Joe Biden cutting back on the sanctions. It emboldened Putin. We were essentially funding both sides of the Ukraine war by sending money to the mullahs who were sending drones to Russia. This is something that, you know, in many respects, self-inflicted wounds. Again, President Trump was very hostile, using deterrence and emphasizing peace through strength in his first term. He does use military action, but he does it deliberately and quickly and effectively, not getting into, you know, long ground games and forever war. So, you know, good for him. Right now, Europe is going to look stronger. It might not look strong right now, but it will as they increase defense and security, and as the U.S. pivots to Asia and to focus on our really only notable adversary, which is China.
David Kay, wrap us up. America's standing. Go ahead.
Well, I think America's standing has gone down in the world, and you can see that in surveys and polls all over the world. You can see it in the election results in Canada. And under Biden, and I was no big fan of Joe Biden, the U.S. became the world's leading oil producer. For every 5 barrels the Saudis produced, America produced 6. So the suggestion that Biden was hostile to the fossil fuel industry is just nonsense. Donald
fake news.
Is hostile.
Absolutely fake news. It is true he was hostile to the energy sector. Absolutely was true. He only
That's why we became the biggest oil producer in the world, Greg.
Right. After he drained the petroleum, after he drained the petroleum reserve to perform better in the midterms.
No, he didn't drain it. He took a little bit off, which caused prices to go down, and he bought it back at a profit. He bought it back at a profit of billions of dollars.
After 2 years of hostility, he finally capitulated. We'd be producing 3 million more barrels a day than we did under Biden. If he had not been hostile to the energy sector, he wouldn't do new leases. He wouldn't allow construction of LNG facilities. He shut down Keystone Pipeline. He shut down the sanctions on Nord Stream 2. So after Trump put the sanctions on,
the pipeline Donald shut down, by the way, he would create thousands of jobs. Greg, the whole point of the pipeline is there are almost no jobs. There are almost no jobs. That's why we want pipelines. They're efficient.
Gentlemen, I would love for us to be able to continue because I appreciate how enthusiastic you both are about our topic today, but unfortunately we have to leave it there. We're out of time. I really appreciate your expertise and your analysis here on Counterpoints. We're joined there by David K. Johnston, journalist and author, and Greg Swenson, chairman of Republicans Overseas UK. Thanks for joining us. And of course, thanks to you at home. You can catch all our Counterpoints debates by subscribing to the Al Arabiya English YouTube channel and following us on X and TikTok. I'm Melinda Nucifora. See you next time.
Did you ever wonder what space travel does to the human body? I'm Joanne Syria, and I'm going to walk you through the answer to that question and what risks astronauts face, as well as the challenges that come with long-term missions beyond Earth's orbit.
2, 1, ignition, and liftoff. Go SpaceX, go NASA Crew 10.
Our bodies evolved over millions of years to function perfectly on Earth, with its gravity, breathable air, and protection from cosmic radiation. Space, however, is a completely different environment, and changes begin to happen as soon as a person arrives in outer space. Here's what a lead flight surgeon has to say about this.
There's an adaptation phase that happens right away when you get up to space. The components of that are some motion disturbances that can lead to basically a kind of motion sickness in some people. And then the other factor is after that, or the process that your body undergoes to adapt to this new environment that doesn't have gravity in it.
Without gravity, radiation, protection, and natural environmental cues, astronauts experience a range of physiological and psychological changes that can impact their health. Unlike on Earth, where our atmosphere and magnetic field shield us from space radiation, astronauts are exposed to high-energy cosmic rays. This exposure can damage DNA, increase cancer risk, and affect the nervous and cardiovascular systems. In low Earth orbit, the Earth's magnetosphere provides some protection, but astronauts traveling beyond, say to the Moon or Mars, face much higher radiation doses. Long-term exposure could lead to neurodegenerative effects, immune system suppression, and accelerated aging. Just look at these before and after photos of Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore, who spent several months in outer space. So if you're worried about aging, I don't recommend a trip outside of planet Earth. And what about gravity? I know it might be cool to float in space, but gravity is crucial for how our bodies function. Gravity pulls fluids downward, and without it, bodily fluids shift toward the head, causing facial swelling and increased pressure inside the skull. This can lead to vision problems, a condition known as spaceflight-associated neuroocular syndrome, or SANS. Gravity also keeps our muscles and bones strong. Without it, astronauts experience bone density loss and muscle atrophy. Research has shown that astronauts lose about 2.1% of bone mineral density in their lower leg bones after a 6-month mission, and some never fully recover. Even the brain is affected. A 2023 study found that astronauts who spent at least 6 months in space experience expansion of the brain's cerebral ventricles, which could have unknown long-term effects. Then there's a toll on mental health. During long space missions, astronauts live in confined spaces with little social interaction and no exposure to nature, which can really affect their mental health. This isolation can lead to stress, sleep disturbances, mood disorders, and cognitive decline. So the longer the mission, the greater the risk. For example, astronauts traveling to Mars could spend years in deep space, facing extreme isolation and psychological effects of being millions of miles away from home. But the journey doesn't even end when the astronauts return. Recovery depends on how long they've been in space. For short missions, most effects reverse quickly. But the longer missions, some issues persist, and it can take months to regain full strength. According to Dr. Gilmore, most of the body systems recover in about 45 days.
And the body systems, most of them recover back to their baseline in that 45-day period. The one that takes a little bit longer is the bone and reabsorbing calcium that may have been lost. That can take onwards of a year, maybe a little bit longer sometimes, to regain the total amount of calcium back that might have been shed while they were in space.
Research from the 2021 Inspiration 4 mission found changes in brain, heart, muscle, and immune function after just 3 days in orbit. Another study in 2024 revealed that astronauts experience headaches more often than previously thought, with nearly all participants reporting them during long-duration missions. And despite decades of research, there's still so much we don't know about how space affects the human body. We don't fully understand how spaceflight impacts lung function, for example, or cognitive abilities, and long-term mental health. Mitochondrial dysfunction appears to play a key role in space-related health problems, but the exact mechanisms remain unclear. What about pregnancy or giving birth in space? One of the biggest unknowns is how space travel affects human reproduction. So far, most studies have been conducted on animals, like mice, but we have little data on how human fertility and embryonic development would be impacted in microgravity. If humans are to colonize space, we need to understand how spaceflight affects pregnancy and fetal development over generations. We now know about all these challenges that astronauts face in space, but scientists are working on ways to protect them. Scientists are developing mitochondrial-based countermeasures, improved exercise regimens, and enhanced shielding from radiation. And as space agencies and private companies push the boundaries of human spaceflight, Understanding and mitigating these health risks will be crucial. Space exploration is one of humanity's greatest frontiers, but to conquer it, we must first learn how to protect the most important part of the mission, and that's the human body.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Sydney. Sydney, Australia's largest city, is often dubbed as one of the most beautiful in the world. The place offers an attractive mix of modern architecture, historical landmarks, breathtaking views, relaxing gardens, and more. What are the top spots to see in Sydney? Perhaps Australia's most famous man-made attraction, and a worldwide icon too, is the Sydney Opera House. The structure alone is already a unique feat of architectural design and engineering. While built from innovation, creativity, and quite a bit of controversy, the Sydney Opera House remains a remarkable building that's home to over 1,500 performances a year and inviting up to 1.2 million audiences each time. One of the most well-maintained and well-preserved examples of colonial-style architecture in Australia is Sydney's Government House. Since its construction in 1846, it has been home to 27 governors and today remains one of the city's hidden gems, with interiors characteristic of its Gothic influence. Located nearby is the Royal Botanic Gardens, which offers a bevy of colors that's a sight to see in any season. It is kept alive with birds such as cockatoos and sleeping flying foxes that hang from branches, among many other natural wonders. The Australian National Maritime Museum is known for its sensational displays of the country's maritime heritage. Exhibits on display range from full-size to scale ships, an authentic submarine, and other relics of shipping history. The iconic Queen Victoria building is Sydney's ultimate shopping hub. As the building itself is an architectural marvel that boasts of fine details, craftsmanship, and style, it gives tourists an elegant and high-end shopping experience. Worth the hike is Sydney's Blue Mountains, located in New South Wales. Its blue haze horizon offers a breathtaking view and the perfect escape from the busy city. It's a great way to appreciate the scenery, wildlife, and mountain surroundings. Australia's Bondi Beach is known as the most popular in the country. It's close to the suburbs and easily accessible, which allows tourists and locals alike a spontaneous visit. Its great sand and clean waters are what make the beach a popular hotspot. Guangzhou. When in China, visit Guangzhou. Guangzhou was once called Canton. It is the capital of Guangdong Province and is the host venue for the busy Canton Fair. Thousands of tourists visit the city for a number of reasons: the wonderful scenery, the local culture, and the authentic cuisine. The Pearl River, the third longest river in China, is certainly a breathtaking view. The Nansha Wetland Park is a great relaxing place to experience the natural beauty of Guangzhou. Nansha serves as the best habitat for fish, shrimps, and crabs to thrive. For a glimpse of fascinating architecture, head to the Shamian Island. With amazing buildings and structures alongside cutting-edge works of art, you'll definitely appreciate the diverse yet marvelous design. There's also the Chen Clan Academy, which boasts of the traditional Guangdong architecture. It features one of the best preserved ancestral halls, representing the fascinating folk art of southern China. In the middle of the city, find the Sacred Heart Cathedral on Yide Road, facing the Pearl River. It's quite amazing to find such a place amid the old busy city and noisy surroundings. For a dose of entertainment, catch a classic Cantonese opera while in Guangzhou. The best traditional performances are usually held in the Jiangnan Theater in Haizhu District. When it comes to food, China's 8 regional dishes is well represented in Guangzhou. Their food is known for its tender and slightly sweet taste. You must try Guangzhou's authentic dim sum or have morning tea time with friends and family. Guangzhou has a lot to offer shoppers too. The Canton Fair is the largest trade fair in China, selling a wide variety of goods. Find health products, computer accessories, and garments at the fair and at reasonable prices. You may also find services to help you book hotel or travel requirements here. Another must-see shopping street is the Jiangnan Avenue North, located at the approach bridge of Haizhu Bridge. The street is full of wedding dress shops. Every time the bus passes by this wedding dress street, girls wish that the bus could slow down so they can get a better view of the dresses on display. Singapore, one of Asia's top city attractions and a quick developing place for business, Singapore. The city's unique cosmopolitan culture is a harmonious marriage of the old and the new. You'll see high-rising modern skyscrapers alongside heritage buildings all around this island city. Transportation is also fast and efficient for the locals and tourists. The award-winning Changi Airport provides connections with over 100 airlines flying to more than 200 cities around the world. Because of its pro-business environment, more than 7,000 multinational companies make Singapore an often visited city for work-related transactions. For visitors, Singapore's attraction lies in its good impression as a safe, clean, and efficient place to be. One of the most popular tourist spots is the Singapore Flyer. It is the world's largest observation wheel outside the United States. It stands at a stunning 165 meters and offers a magnificent view of the cityscape. As the wheel turns, you'll get a 360-degree view of Singapore's iconic and historical landmarks and views, from the Marina Bay to the Singapore River, Raffles Place, Merlion Park, Empress Place, and the Padang. On the other hand, set your sights on the historical structures resting within the modern city. The old Chinese buildings in Chinatown, Muslim characteristic of Kampong Glam, and Little India's district are still popular among tourists. Also known for their history are the Chimes, Dalhousie Obelisk, Merlion Park, Old Parliament House, National Museum, Asian Civilizations Museum, and World War II sites like Battle Box, Changi Chapel and Museum, Fort Siloso, and Kranji War Memorial. Visitors of the city can enjoy the best of Chinese, Malay, Indian, and Eurasian cultures through the many traditional and religious festivals that fill the Singapore calendar. Proof of its multicultural feats are the hawker centers scattered throughout the island city. Singapore's first 1960s themed food street, the Singapore Food Trail serves up a wide selection of local hawker delights. A melting pot of a city, Singapore is a place where individuals of different races live harmoniously together. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. President Donald Trump lands in Qatar after meeting with Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa in Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, Israeli strikes kill 53 people in Gaza as the UN warn action is needed to prevent genocide. And eligible for parole, Eric and Lyle Menendez have their life sentences reduced by an LA judge, giving them hopes for freedom. To our top story, and US President Donald Trump has arrived in Doha as he continues his Middle East tour. He met with the Emir of Qatar and signed aviation and defense agreements between the US and Qatar. Before leaving Saudi Arabia earlier, he met with Syria's President Ahmed al-Sharaa after announcing the lifting of sanctions. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Al Arabiya news editor Wissam Kiruz. Wissam and Gemma, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Lots to discuss today. It's been a really busy time in the region. We can definitely, big days. But I want to start today with really the meeting with the Syrian leader, Ahmed al-Sharaa. And what is the significance of this?
The whole Trump tour in the region, and especially the Saudi leg, is outstanding. It's something that can be seen very easily as a market mover, as a game shifter for decades maybe to come. But let's take this angle of this meeting with the new Syrian president. This comes at a time where America is giving strong signals that we are reconnecting with the players in this region, within terms that are decided by the people of the region. And this is what Trump said very obviously with the Saudis. He said when he spoke about the neocons, the liberals, or all those who are pouring money into changing the regimes, now he say that now, the region is deciding what it wants to be. But then this meeting with Ahmed al-Shara, who months only ago was considered as someone with $10 million on his head, now he is meeting Trump, and Trump is saying that I'm doing it because the Saudis has approached me about this, and also because the Turkish president has asked me to do this. It's a historic image.
Yeah.
And when we talk about the image, the image of Trump and Shara is a cliche for history. But what is even more interesting is what he says. He said, I'm going to lift the sanctions on Syria, and I'm doing it to give this great country, Syria, a chance. And this is realigning a country that has been for the last 60 years very far from America, although it hasn't really been all the time far from America. But this is a shift for a country that is so pivotal. Let's remember that if there is one piece of land that is holding this very explosive region together, it's Syria. It is connecting Israel, Jordan, the Gulf region, Turkey, Iran, and Lebanon. So if the region is going to go forward, it is Syria that has to go well.
And we know that Syria is strategically important, as you just did mention. I also think, Gemma, Donald Trump has been in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, as we've both just been talking about. It has just been quite the welcome to the Middle East, hasn't it? And I can't say anything, but Donald Trump, he really hasn't stopped smiling. So what has his days been involving?
It has been a visual treat, I think, to see this. Obviously, Qatar is his second stop after Saudi. It began when 8 fighter jets, accompanied Air Force One to land, and then the motorcade was at the front. There were 2 bright red cyber trucks. So much going on. Very modern pomp and circumstance, I would call this, and very lavish. And obviously, the region's so famous for its hospitality. I think we're seeing that, but on obviously a very, very grand scale. And you're right, Trump is in his element.
Yeah, absolutely.
He absolutely is. He's in his element in a way that you don't necessarily see when he's in Europe, which is a bit more staid and, a bit more sort of old world. But here in the region with its faster pace, he's a very happy man.
I couldn't agree more. I feel like this region really suits Donald Trump.
Yes.
And it's significant because he's made this his first diplomatic foreign visit with them. But, besides all the lavish pomp and ceremony and the important geopolitical meetings he's been having here, we just discussed Syria, there's been some big money happening too.
Well, Trump is always described as someone who loves money, but he wants money, but apparently he wants love as well. And this is the one trip where he got the same amount of money and love. You have to go to very deep America for his MAGA rallies, where you can see this connection with people.
Yeah.
And in Saudi Arabia, you felt it was so natural. And whoever organized this meeting with the businessmen and played the YMCA song and the God Bless America song and gave the spotlight for Trump to sit or to stand up on the stage and be Donald Trump, to smile and maybe have a little shake as well. It was genius, and it was designed to give this signal that this connection is so deep. Of course, there is money involved, but it's not only about money. But let's be honest, at the end, it's the Saudis who really were triumphant in what they wanted to, to show. It is their vision for a region built on economic cooperation. Of a region built on, building a future away from ideology, away from extremism, away from old ideas. And when Trump comes to the stage and speaks these important things, he just says what the Saudis were doing. They were saying that let's rebuild this region. When Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman spoke 7 years ago about the Middle East being the new Europe, I mean, this is somehow what America is embracing. And like I said earlier, when he says the neocons and liberals poured billions into changing the region that is able to build its own system or its own image, and this is what's happening. Yeah. So absolutely, Trump is fascinated by this region. He loves real estate. He has seen the greatest real estate. Yeah. He loves connection and people loving him. He has seen this absolutely. And it comes at a time when he is having his great tariffs war, and he's telling the Americans, I'm coming back home with these trillions.
Yeah. And I think that also really stands out. It's almost the America First policy really on show. But actually, earlier I spoke to former US Deputy Special Envoy Ellie Cohannon. She explained how Americans are reacting to his trip.
The warmth of the relationship between President Trump and Crown Prince MBS, you know, it was just very visible for us here in the United States as we watched it on our screens at home. And so I think that it is very well perceived. Also, the speech that President Trump delivered yesterday, I think was really noteworthy because he seems to be the first president really in the United States who gives credit for the indigenous political and social culture of the region, really gave so much credit to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for everything that the kingdom has achieved in its history to bring, again, prosperity and a good life to its citizens and being so forward-looking. He also, very noteworthy, made a direct ask to the Crown Prince of normalization with Israel. He said, it's my dream that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will join the Abraham Accords.
So, Gemma, as we said there, the America First policy on display, Donald Trump really making these big deals, and his approval rating has actually risen this week to 44%.
Yeah, the polls are showing that Americans are less concerned about all the talk about recession that up until even about a week ago was dominating the headlines. His approval rating is soaring. This has been such an important trip, not just economically, but for his brand as well. And I do think the confidence of this trip is being reflected in how the American people see him.
Yeah, absolutely. And it will be interesting, actually, to see what happens, because we know that he's also coming to the UAE. Yes. So I'm sure there's more deals in the can.
There's more to come. And it's actually, they are presented as deals, but for the countries of the regions, they are not deals. They are just, you know, cooperation, projects together. And they are mutually beneficial. But at the same time, you know, to go back to what Gemma was saying, in any case, I don't think the Americans are really turned into the international affairs, okay? It's about Trump, about the fact that, as you said, they are less worried about inflation. And let's not forget that when he began his tariffs war, he said, we're going to have some bumps, but don't worry, I mean, things will be okay. And somehow he is delivering on that message. We see it wasn't the end of the world. Things with China, with Europe, with all the partners are a little bit getting back into equilibrium, you know, into talks and months. And then he say that I'm delivering on my message. And, I mean, but to go back to what Mrs. Kohanim was saying, when he spoke about the Abraham Accord, and this is very important, because most of the analysis were linking any rapprochement with the region was the fact that Saudi Arabia should join the Abraham Accord. And what happened was completely the opposite. He said, I want you to be part of it. He said, I really would love to have you in it. This is what I want, what I love, but you do it at your own pace. Yeah. And this is a great achievement and a relaxation, of course, for the Saudis who are not under the pressure of linking a higher degree of relation with the Israel. Yeah. We didn't hear the word Israel in Saudi for 2 days. Yeah. I hope I'm not mistaken, but he didn't even spoke once about Israel. And what's more important, He said, we have a lot of great allies and friends around the world, but none is like the gentleman sitting in front of me.
Yeah.
So I cannot see in this but a message that will be read with some suspicion in Israel.
Yeah, absolutely. I do get your point, and I think that's what a lot of analysis has been focusing around Wissam since that meeting in Saudi Arabia. But we're actually just going to leave it there, and we're going to move on to another story. I feel like Donald Trump, we could talk about him all day.
It has been months we are talking about.
Yes, but on to our next story, and Hamas say at least 80 people are dead after an Israeli airstrike hit Jabal Ali in northern Gaza earlier this morning. It follows an attack on the European hospital and courtyard in the south on Tuesday, which killed at least 16 people. Israel says it was targeting a Hamas command center beneath the hospital in Khan Yunis. Earlier, I spoke to our correspondent Trent Murray, who gave me this update.
Well, Leigh Ann, we are witnessing a major uptick and intensification of those Israeli airstrikes across multiple areas of the Gaza Strip, but much of the focus right now does continue to be on that big airstrike on the European hospital. This is an EU-funded facility in Khan Yunis in the south. The IDF has admitted that they did launch that airstrike around 24 hours ago. Reports from the scene suggest that up to 9 bunker-busting bombs were used. Certainly the pictures from there suggest it was a major strike in terms of its intensity, big craters in the ground, buckled concrete and roads. Now, the IDF is saying that they were targeting an underground facility underneath the hospital. They describe it as a Hamas command and control center. There is much speculation, though, here in Israel over who the specific target was. The IDF has not openly admitted that they were targeting Mohammed Sinwar, but certainly security officials here are briefing that that's who the target was. He, of course, is effectively now the leader of Hamas in Gaza after his brother Yahya Sinwar died in an Israeli attack in October of last year. Hamas is denying he was there, but they have not yet provided any sort of proof of life. So right now we are just waiting to see. We do know that throughout the day, according to Palestinian media, that rescuers have tried to access that site where that underground bunker allegedly has sort of collapsed because of these explosions. But the IDF has been pushing those rescuers away with additional airstrikes. And Leigh Ann, I just have to mention, while we were coming on air, there has been a new update provided by the IDF Arabic spokesperson where they say due to Hamas terror organisation exploiting civilian areas for terror activities, as shown in this attached image, the IDF will soon attack this area with great force. It's asking Palestinians to evacuate. That is around the Gaza City area. A cursory glance tells me that there are several school complexes as well as a hospital there. So it would appear as we go to where another major attack in Gaza is imminent.
Wissam, there we are. That was Trent Murray actually talking to me earlier. But let's talk a little bit more about Mohammed Sinwar. Who is he and why is he such a big target for Israel?
He is a big target simply because he is the man who is leading Hamas in Gaza after the killing of his brother, Yahya Sinwar. Now, whether he is dead or not, it's only a detail because we all know that Hamas has no future in Gaza. And in any case, any deal, anything that will come out of this, Hamas will not be part, at least politically, from the future of Gaza. But what's happening now is getting into an absurd area. Honestly, the amount of suffering that the people of Gaza are, living should not be acceptable at all. At the same time, the asymmetric nature of this war that is only going on and on cannot be accepted anymore for many. And we really hope that something can happen to stop this. And we don't see enough efforts happening in the world, honestly. It's like that it's going and going, and people are paying the price.
I must say something, Gemma, just on a personal note. I do cover this story, obviously, and I found the images of the aftermath of this Israeli airstrike. It was harrowing. It's 9 strikes on a hospital. I understand that they're looking for Mohammed Sinwar, and this is what the IDF are saying. But right now, you said we're getting into absurd territory. Yeah. What have we heard from the United Nations? What's their response to this been?
It's been impassioned, for sure. So the United Nations top humanitarian official is called Tom Fletcher, and he's the head of the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. And he briefed the Security Council on Tuesday, and that's when he said they must act now to prevent genocide. He said, we have life-saving supplies ready now at the borders. We can save hundreds of thousands of survivors. We have rigorous mechanisms to ensure our aid gets to civilians and not Hamas, because obviously that's been one of the arguments that Israel has used to not allow aid across the border. His speech was very long, and he made some excellent points. He said the UN has met 12 times. You can feel his frustration as well. He says we've met 12 times and again this morning, and still to no avail, you know, and with Israel as well to discuss the aid delivery, but it's still not happening, it's still not going through. And he also accused Israel of deliberately and unashamedly imposing inhumane conditions on Palestinians by blocking the aid, which is now in its 10 weeks. The blockade has been happening for 10 weeks now. It began on March the 2nd. There's lots of sort of very depressing statistics coming out. The World Health Organization has said there's nearly 500,000 people in a catastrophic situation of hunger and malnutrition, starvation and illness. So, as you say, absurd is kind of the word, that we're all having to watch this and see those images that you talked about.
Absolutely.
And nothing is being done still.
And absurd is also, for many Palestinians, also is partly attributed to why Hamas is not releasing the hostages. There is a much bigger voice within the Palestinian territories now saying, of course, what Israel is doing is absurd. They are getting, hundreds of thousands into starvation. They are hitting, people with nothing. But at the same time, keeping the hostages is also absurd. From regardless of any facts, allowing this to happen is also absurd. And this is coming from Palestinian voices inside the Palestinian territory, including from Gaza.
Yeah. And I do wonder, right now, we talk about this and the situation that's going on and the pictures that are harrowing, and we're getting this news of malnutrition. It's a whole generation.
Yeah.
Gemma and Wissam, that's going to be affected by what's currently happening.
Yeah, you're losing an entire generation of people.
An upcoming generation. And where are the ceasefire talks?
The ceasefire talks, something could be happening in Doha right now. This leg of Trump's regional visit on the political side is mostly believed to, be spoken about in Doha. We haven't heard anything yet. A deal is in the making for the last month, but it's not happening. Obviously, there is not enough leverage on Hamas to release the hostages, and not enough leverage on Israel to accept to go into a deal that ends this. So basically, Israelis feel that they don't want to give up or make any concessions, whatever the cost is, even if more hostages die, and of course, even if more civilians die. And we are in this dead end for the last month. How will it break? I think Americans could do more. And also Israel should be more listening to the voices coming from Europe. Let's remember the French president yesterday, Macron, had a big interview on the French TV, and he was asked whether what is happening in Gaza is a genocide. And he said, it's not up to me to say, it's up to the historians. But at the same time, the world should not be allowing such a catastrophe to keep going on. So there is a huge voice coming up, building up in the world. It's not yet enough, apparently. We have to be more, hopeful.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, both of you. Just stay right there, because I'll be back with you in just a moment. Now to Los Angeles, a judge has reduced the sentences of Eric and Lyle Menendez, the two brothers currently serving life for murdering their parents in 1989. Judge Michael Jessic resentenced the pair to 50 years, which means they could become eligible for parole. In a statement, the brothers told the court they were sorry for their actions and hoped to work with victims of sexual abuse if given the chance of freedom. Correspondent Sarah Firth told us the latest on the story a little bit earlier. Take a listen.
Yes, so this was a Los Angeles judge resentencing the brothers to life, but with the possibility of parole. Now, that opens a path to freedom, Leigh Ann, that we haven't seen the brothers have until this resentencing. Now, the judge saying in the case that I'm not saying they should be released. He said that was for the parole board to decide, but he did say, I believe they've done enough in the last 35 years, and with their clarity and the purpose of their service, that they should be given the chance. So what does this all mean? They have been resentenced to life for killing their parents, but Eric and Kyle will now be able to go before the parole board. That is going to be happening June 13th. And the parole board will then decide what part happens next. So you saw the brothers really in this pretty dramatic trial. You know, it had a lot of eyes and a lot of attention on it. Play out with the brothers for the first time, really, in many people's eyes, seeming to take full accountability for what they did. Now, we know that their lawyer was pushing very hard, their defense pushing very, very hard for a manslaughter charge. Legal experts have told me, look, that was never very likely. And actually, this situation, where they have been resentenced 50 years life, but with the chance of parole, now kicking the decision over to that parole board, this gives an opportunity that we haven't seen the brothers have before. And again, the reactions actually that we saw in the courtroom as that sentence was announced, although the look on some people's faces might have looked a bit downcast, you know, others, there was a very emotional response to what was clearly in this situation deemed a pretty big, if not outright win, a path to a potential win for the brothers.
Thanks, Sarah, for that report earlier. Just to clarify, it was Eric and Lyle Menendez Sarah was talking about there earlier. But Gemma, I just want to say one thing. Them getting parole is really significant, isn't it? But this was also the Netflix effect. We can't ignore that.
It's a huge deal, and I think it's indicative of the explosion in true crime.
Yes.
With podcasts and books and, as you say, Netflix adaptations and documentaries, but also dramatizations. Also, it's a case that has got a lot of celebrity interest. So you have the likes of Kim Kardashian and Rosie O'Donnell tweeting about it and talking about it. So it's also been played out on social media as well. I think of the last huge case like this, which was televised in the US, which was O.J. Simpson, but we didn't have social media then. And so the significance here is that it was a case that captured the American imagination. It had everything you could possibly want: privilege, Beverly Hills mansions, money, murder. You know, all the things that make a great Netflix show, as you say.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. It was like shocking at the time when it happened. Do you remember? I remember whenever you watch anything back, there was so much debate about it, so much talk. This story absolutely dominated the headlines, similar to O.J. Simpson. But them getting parole right now, what does that mean for the brothers?
So for them, it means that they are now eligible, because before they were obviously not eligible. And the judge said at the time that sentencing made sense. So obviously now, in light of the fact they've been in prison now for 30 years, I think it was 35 since the murder, and 30 years actual in prison, because obviously they were in custody beforehand. A lot is focused on whether they've been rehabilitated. A lot is focused as well on what this means for other cases currently in the criminal justice system. You know, does that mean other sentences are going to get reviewed? There's a lot of talk around, can you be rehabilitated? Have they been institutionalised? Which I think is a point you made earlier this evening. So there are so many moving parts to this. This is not just about two men who might be getting out of prison soon. It's going to open up so many different aspects.
Yes. And also, let's not forget that the main element of this is related to what they claim to be sexual abuse.
Yeah.
And as we were speaking earlier before the show, this part of the story was more into the narrative in the media and the literature more than in the court itself.
Absolutely.
And after 35 years, the world has a completely different view of what trauma can be from sexual abuse, and have a better understanding to what could make a person kill his own parents. And this is huge. So this is why we see, of course, we have all the elements that Gemma spoke about. What's not to follow in the story? It's amazing. I mean, the money, the celebrity, the psychology, and also the fact that people tend to like the Menendez brothers, or to give them benefit of the doubts.
Yes, and I think we've seen that all the way through, haven't we? We've seen that there seems to be compassion for the Menendez
Yes, and
brothers.
it's now corroborated by some testimonies from people, from inmates, who say these people were amazing in prison. They helped a lot of people. They made programs to, make the life of other inmates better, to have educational programs for others.
And they say they want to do that when they get out as well, don't they? That's the kind of thing they want to pursue.
And they are now in their 50s. So now the real question, as Gemma said, is whether they are going out of prison, and whether there is enough momentum in the court system and the court mentality that allows, that say they have done enough and they should go out. This is the big question. Not yet, but it could be happening, because it has great implications on other cases as well.
And like Gemma, the district attorney's office say they continue to make excuses when it comes to the brothers.
Yeah,
and
the
this
district
case.
attorney's office were the ones who won the case in the first place.
Yes.
So they're the reason that the brothers are in jail. The Los Angeles district attorney, Nathan Hochman, obviously he wasn't the district attorney then, but he's against the resentencing. He says they've not been rehabilitated and they're not yet ready to be resentenced. So he's going quite hard on this. He says the brothers have never held themselves accountable for their actions. And they have spoken in court. They have said sorry. They have said that they empathise with how their parents must have felt in that moment, their two sons pointing guns at them. But this feels not enough for the district attorney, obviously. He also said that the ruling from Judge Jessic was a monumental one that has significant implications for the principles of justice. Which, is there a rewriting of rules going on here, sort of on the fly? It really depends on whether you believe 35 years is enough time to have, paid your debt to society. And also, as you said, we have greater knowledge now about believing victims and listening to them. So there are so many factors coming into this. It's going to be very emotional. It's going to be very emotional if that day comes.
Absolutely, and we saw some of the family members of the Menendez brothers today actually crying in court when they were resentenced. So I think this has been an absolutely fascinating case.
I wonder if they still have money. I mean, if they get out of jail.
Or if the money's all been spent on legal fees.
Yeah.
Or no, they would, maybe I don't know if they got paid for the Netflix documentary.
You can't, in America, you're not allowed to benefit financially from your crime, are you? So they wouldn't have been paid for that,
Interesting.
Because we are trying to imagine if one day they are out,
Yeah.
whether there is enough acceptance in the society for them to be there, whether this popularity would be real, when life will be real and they will not only be a story on TV, and whether they still have some of that money that they are accused of killing their parents to have it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. But at the same time, they said they killed their parents. It's a crime. Everyone knows it's a big crime.
Yeah.
Then have they paid their debt? Is 35 years enough? And do they have some, little points that will allow the court to say enough? This is the big question.
I don't think this is the last time we're going to be talking about this on the show. I've got a feeling. But stay right there, because, as I say, this case fascinating, and I'm sure it's not the last time. No. And now we're going to move on to another story. Italian manufacturers of baby products are looking to the elderly as the national birth rate does decline. Last year, the fertility rate dropped to 1.18, below an EU average of 1.38. Out of the two remaining baby product makers, one is branching into goods for senior citizens, like reclining armchairs. We're going to discuss this now with both Gemma and Wissam. So, Gemma, really interestingly, I just want to get your... aging population, it sounds like they've turned this into an opportunity, really.
We've been hearing about the ageing population sort of crisis for quite a long time now.
I'm ageing as I hear about the ageing population.
And so what these companies initially have done, they're reacting to the change in the world, the change in what's happening. So moving from making baby products to making things for older people. So they're... which I think it has to be done in order to survive, really. There's Fujitsu, the Japanese communication technology company. Yes. Now, they sort of foresaw this quite a long time ago. So in 2001, they launched the Raku, which was a phone for older people. Easy to use, bigger text, louder rings, quite, basic things, but it sold 20 million units. Wow. So, and that was based on ageing population feedback as well. They actually went out to the market and were like, right, what do people need? And so what I'm seeing here in Italy, which does have such a low birth rate, same as France, France has seen this as well, is adapting, constantly adapting.
Yeah, definitely. They're obviously doing it to stay alive in many aspects. But aging populations, Wissam, they have huge problems. Let's be honest about this. I didn't quite know how to say that, but they do.
Yeah, it's a problem. But at the same time, there is a popular saying in the Arab world, when people become old and seniors, they become babies again. So it goes...
yeah. Oh, my gosh.
So it makes completely sense within the story that we are dealing with. Yeah, but at the same time, economy has always been linked to growth, to population growth. If you want to have growth in your economy, you need to have more people. Yeah. And this has been the name of the game for the last, 2,000 years. But now, elders and senior people, they are an economy of themselves. Yeah. Let's not forget that elderly people who are older are richer. Yeah. In general, people who are older have their economy, have their needs, have their investments. And within a context where it's becoming increasingly difficult for young people, especially in Europe, older people are those who have more means. They have the real estates. They are those who bought their homes when they were cheap. Yeah. Whether now the people who are now, either buying or inheriting. Or inheriting in Europe is another story. You cannot even inherit because you have to pay a lot of money. Yeah. But it's very interesting that we are talking especially about Italy, because Italy is a conservative country that has family values, so-called family values. So why it is happening, and it has been part of Giorgia Meloni's, policy. Giorgia Meloni say, I'm pro-family. But the problem is that the system hasn't given women enough support to be able to work and raise kids at the same time. So in Italy, apparently, people value family, and they see the mothers as someone who should be taking care of their kids almost exclusively. So if any woman decide to work, and they need to work because women have the right to work and they should work to live, they cannot have enough time and possibility to raise a family. And then we have another, example, which is Japan. These two countries are somehow giving us an idea about a future where most of the advanced world is facing its biggest problem, aging.
Yeah, it's very interesting whenever I hear politicians say that they're pro-family, and then not to do anything to genuinely, at a grassroots level, support young families. You know, free kindergarten, free nursery places, tax breaks, that support that you really need. And obviously women do want to work and they also want to have families. It shouldn't be a one or the other situation, but the cost is so prohibitive that it often makes sense for one of the parents to stay at home simply because of the cost of nursery.
And I feel like that's becoming a real thing. Sometimes I talk to my friends amongst each other, and some of us hadn't had kids and some of us have had kids. But we kind of say that we were sold a dream, our generation. We were sold the dream that we could have it all. We could have a career, we could have the childcare, we could have the big home. But the reality, like you said, is governments just aren't delivering on that.
I think it's a dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. But yes, we are told having it all, this kind of big lie about having it all. Now, I believe you can have it all, but just not at the same time.
Yeah, that's
true. And that's not what we're told. We are told you can have this and this, but it will be at different stages in your life. And it's up to you, you know, whether you want to, you know, take that risk. Do I wait? Do I do it now?
Yeah.
But yeah, I do always feel this is a political issue and not enough is done to support young families.
But lesser children is apparently a reality. It's happening in every society that has went forward in, you know, an economy that is better off. So it is happening. Now there is a breakthrough. There is something that is changing. There is an element which is technology, artificial intelligence. Now we are predicting that millions of jobs will be lost to new technology.
Yes.
So probably this link between growth and population will somehow be altered and changed. Maybe those many older people there will have a different world, maybe different opportunities. But most importantly, we all know that the few younger people who are paying taxes, who are working, will not be in any case able to sustain paying the care for older people.
But I do hear what you're saying when it comes to technology and ageing populations and things changing. The man at the front of technology, a lot of people would argue, is Elon Musk. He's saying, have more kids.
Have more kids.
And interestingly enough, Africa as a continent is the place where countries are having more kids. We look at places like Chad, Niger.
Because they are less developed, unfortunately. This is the reality.
It's a cultural reality.
And China, it had for 50 years the one-child policy. And when they abolished the policy, and they are begging people and giving them incentives to have more kids, and they are not having more kids. So it is cultural. It has to do with economy. But at the same time, a lot of aging people are living better. This is the good news. They are living longer, they are healthier, and they are more productive. And everyone, I think, in this world should come to a new understanding of the fact that if you are 60, maybe you should not retire. You are still very active. You can still give the society. And the taxes paid by those who are 20 or 30 won't be directed to let you have your retirement. So more productivity, healthier people, longevity. And I would like to talk about this great documentary called The Blue Oceans. It's a documentary that talks about why people live longer. And one of the elements that were present in all the blue zones, they call it blue zones, was the fact that older people were taken care of. It's not only about the food, it's not only about the climate, but it's always about having a system that supports, community. When you are older, you have people who takes care of you. And maybe we should also rethink the whole system where older people end up living together. I mean, it's not happening everywhere in the world, but in the West it's happening a lot. So having families, a different, social fabric maybe is also one of the ways that could help the problem.
Yeah.
No, it's so interesting. It's absolutely fascinating. I really enjoyed that conversation, and I always thought I could have it all, but like you said, not all at the same time.
All at the same time.
Yeah, but I just wanted to say thanks to today's guest, correspondent and columnist Gemma White, and Al Arabiya news editor Wissam Kirous.
Thank you.
And that's all from us on W News Extra. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we take a closer look at President Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia, the business deals, the personal relationships, and the steps taken by the US leader to bring Syria and the Syrian president in from the cold. Hello and welcome. The US President Donald Trump has now left Saudi Arabia, where he received a warm welcome, and he's now arrived in Qatar, which is the second stop of his Gulf tour. Well, in Saudi Arabia, President Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman outlined an ambitious vision for the future of the Middle East. Well, on his first day there, the two countries signed a $142 billion defense agreement, part of a broader $600 billion Saudi commitment to invest in the United States. Well, President Trump praised Saudi Arabia as a model for a reimagined Middle East. In his address to the US Gulf Cooperation Council summit in Riyadh, President Trump said he will be lifting sanctions on Syria to give the country a fresh start. Here's what he said.
I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness.
Well, let's get more. We can speak now to Jasmine Al-Gamal, who is a former Middle East advisor at the Pentagon, who joins us from the UK. Thank you very much for being with us once again here on Al Arabiya News. Just want to start by asking you, we heard President Trump earlier on today describing the president of Syria, Ahmed al-Shara, as a young, attractive, tough guy. They seem to have got along very well. He said the meeting went great. Are you surprised?
I'm not surprised that the meeting took place. We've been hearing about it for quite a bit, rumors that this might be happening. I know the president of Syria was pushing for this meeting to happen to sort of get a face-to-face opportunity with President Trump and speak for himself. Of course, I was a little surprised about the flowery language that the president used to describe Ahmed al-Shara, but that's President Trump. I mean, he speaks in these terms. He likes to be very personal with people when he meets them, if he likes them. And so, you know, that's just something that he likes to do. I don't think one should read too much into that. I do think that President Trump was quite a bit influenced by both the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, and Erdogan in Turkey to both meet with President al-Shara and also to consider the cessation of sanctions on Syria. And we know, we've known Trump for a while now, President Trump, and how he acts. And we know that he puts a lot of stock in people whose opinion he trusts. And he tends to agree, when he tends to agree with them, he doesn't look back. So I think what we've seen in this instance is him really taking those words, that advice into account from MBS and Erdogan, and deciding that he agreed with them, that the cessation of sanctions on Syria wasn't necessarily a reward for one person, Ahmed al-Shara, but really, as the president said, an opportunity for Syria and the Syrian people to turn a new page and try to live a better life moving forward.
But do you think there will be, there are inevitably going to be people in Washington who think, look, al-Shara's administration's been there for 6 months, and before that he wasn't necessarily in the headlines for all the very best reasons. Do you think there will be people in Washington who think perhaps this is all a little bit too much too soon?
I do, and there are voices like that, and there are loud voices like that, and I don't blame them. Look, anyone who is thinking thoughtfully about this region and about U.S. foreign policy has every right to question whether this is a step too soon. But we have to keep a few things in mind. One is Ahmed al-Shara has certainly been moving for years away from jihadist rhetoric and actions. And so far as the president, and even before he was president of Syria, he's been saying all of the right things, talking about truth and reconciliation, moving beyond the painful chapters of Syria's past, engaging with allies, Arabs and Europeans in the region, globally, making it clear that he doesn't want Syria to be in war or sort of in enmity, I would say, with Israel, that he's not interested in that. So he's been saying all of the right things. But more importantly, I would just point out that a lot of these sanctions that were put in place on Syria, as you know, were sanctions directed at the Assad regime. They were Assad-era sanctions. And so it is quite natural when Assad leaves or was, deposed and ran off to Russia, that these sanctions should be rolled back. And sanctions, in the end of the day, are meant to be punitive. If someone does something wrong, you sanction them for doing so until they change their behavior. So I don't think it's completely extraordinary or irrational for President Trump to say, listen, Assad is gone. This is a fresh start. Let's do this. Let's give the Syrian people a chance and see what happens. This can easily be rolled back if things start going in the wrong direction.
Sure. 14 years of warfare and, that on top of the sanctions, which were described, I think, by President Trump himself as having been crippling. How significant for the Syrian economy, therefore, that they should have been rescinded? What sort of an impact do you think it's going to make in the immediate term?
It's going to be huge. It's not just about Syrians themselves being able to access the international banking system and goods and all of that stuff, but it's also importantly about other countries being able to engage with Syria's economy and do business in Syria. Before, you really couldn't do that because you were afraid of falling of U.S. sanctions, basically. So outsiders couldn't really touch Syria. So all of that hopefully is going to change now, where you not only have Syrians being able to have that access, but to open up the country to foreign investment, to foreign business, and other things that will help lift up the Syrian economy. Reconstruction, certainly, which is still makes up a big part of Syria's needs. And so all of those things, I think, in totality are going to be very positively affected. You already see Syrians celebrating in the streets of Damascus and Homs, all over social media, talking in real personal terms about how these decades of sanctions on and off have affected them and how excited and hopeful they are to have this chance at a better future.
Right. And, some prosperity in Syria will actually, I mean, when you look at other case studies like Iraq, for example, I mean, the prospect of reconstruction and some investment in the country, it sort of tackles that vicious cycle that we see in lots of other places where you have obviously very little prosperity that quickly results in an upturn in violence and a peak in the number of sort of militant groups that are willing and able to fill the void left by the authorities. I mean, that must be part of the calculation, isn't it? That investing in Syria will make Syria a more stable neighbor to all those countries that border it.
Of course. I mean, look, we see this all over the world, not just in the Middle East, that when people don't have hope in the future, then when every avenue and road in front of them they see blocked, then you have a sense of hopelessness and anger that starts to boil over. And that's never a good thing in any country. I mean, we've seen economic dissatisfaction turn into violence, turn into, voting in autocrats and nationalists. I mean, there are just bad consequences of not giving people an opportunity to dream and to build better lives. And I think that is absolutely, as you said, part of the calculus here is just that opportunity for Syrians to build a better life and give them that hope and that opportunity and ability to do so.
Yeah, we heard President Trump saying that he thinks that Syria could perhaps one day join the Abraham Accords. I mean, do you think perhaps he's, perhaps one step ahead of himself on that one?
A little bit. He said also the same thing to Saudi Arabia when he was in Saudi Arabia, but he sort of couched it in, but at your own speed and in your own time. The idea of the Abraham Accords is something that President Trump and President Biden, like him, were very much in favor of. This idea, I mean, it's great on paper, right? But we saw the pitfalls or the shortcomings of the Abraham Accords when you have economic peace with your neighbors. It won't necessarily translate to political peace or more security. And we've seen that over the last couple of years. And so I think the focus really should not be necessarily on expanding the Abraham Accords per se, but trying to work, which President Trump has also been talking about and trying to do. And we've seen these conversations yesterday, and I expect we'll see them today and tomorrow as well, talking about peace, talking about security and stability, talking about peace deals and peacemaking. And again, I use this term a lot, turning a new page, turning a new chapter, starting a new chapter in the region. So the Abraham Accords, I mean, in a perfect world, I think President Trump would want the Abraham Accords to be expanded to include the entire region at some point. But I don't think that mechanism is necessarily going to be the thing that he focuses on. He's going to try to be focused on a broader ecosystem of peacemaking and conflict resolution that may eventually one day lead to an expansion of the Abraham Accords.
We're told there was a list of terms and conditions that sort of came attached to the lifting of sanctions, which could in turn pave the way for the normalization of ties between the US and Syria. One of the things that President Trump would like to see President Assad do is to get foreign fighters to lead the country. That's going to be a tough sell, isn't it, for the Syrian president? And I'm wondering how difficult this whole package is going to be to sell to some of those perhaps more hardliners in his inner sanctum.
That's right. I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head with raising some of these concerns. And I'm glad you asked that question, because I was going to say, following on the Abraham Accords point, that the other conditions that Donald Trump has set are fairly reasonable, right? Get rid of foreign fighters from Syria, take over the ISIS camps in the Northeast, not pose a threat to your neighbors. These are all things that President Shara has more or less said that he was on board with. I think the foreign fighter issue, probably out of all of those things, is going to be the trickiest and the most fraught, if you will. It just remains to be seen. I really can't tell you whether he's going to be able to do it, how much pushback he's going to have from some of these foreign fighters who may very well feel like, after all that they had done, that they deserve a place in Syria and that they deserve a piece of the pie. So that might be one of the trickier aspects of the transition, I think, moving forward. So you're absolutely right to mention that.
Just sort of more broadly, how much of a success would you say stop one? I mean, obviously there are 3 stops on this Middle Eastern tour that we know about, because there's, you know, perhaps there'll be a surprise stop on this Middle Eastern tour. But how well do you think stop 1 went?
I think it went incredibly well. I mean, if you look at all of the, you know, all of the things that were done and all of the issues that were discussed on this trip, you had, you know, economic deals, defense deals. You had the who's who of the tech and banking and you know, defense and other sectors in the U.S. accompanying Donald Trump to Saudi Arabia. There was the investment conference that was happening around the same time. Everyone that I've spoken to who's in Riyadh right now and who was in Riyadh yesterday is talking about the air of excitement and opportunity, and really going into this with eyes wide open, really understanding what challenges lie ahead and what needs to be done to solve them. And I think one thing that's different that you're seeing that we didn't really see before, including on Trump's last visit to Saudi Arabia, when he also went to Saudi Arabia on his first international stop as president, you're seeing a lot of collaboration between actors that didn't really necessarily always collaborate before. There's this détente between Saudi Arabia and Iran. There are direct talks between Iran and the U.S., between Hamas and the U.S. There's the release of the last living U.S. hostage, Eden Alexander. There's the discussion about Gaza and ensuring that humanitarian aid is finally allowed to enter and finally ending the horrific war that we've been seeing in Gaza and returning all the hostages. You're seeing it's a very holistic view and a very holistic conversation that includes all of the actors, including Erdogan in Turkey, Mahmoud Abbas from the Palestinian authorities, Ahmed al-Shara from Syria. Everyone is coming around and coming and appearing to be on board with this vision on how to move forward positively, with, of course, the very notable exception, as we've seen, and I'm sure you've discussed with other guests, of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, but that may be a separate topic. But to answer your question, I think it was an extraordinarily successful and positive visit.
It's interesting sort of reading the room from afar, looking at people's expressions on their faces and listening to some of the jokes, which at some time, you know, some of the conversation was quite light-hearted. I mean, there seem to be some quite strong relationships at play here between, for example, President Trump and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And I'm just wondering how much you think these relationships have helped deliver the results that we've seen. How much of a part do you think they played?
I think they played a huge part. I mean, you're absolutely right that these are two leaders who have a personal connection, who have had a personal connection for a while. President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, also reportedly has a very close relationship with Mohammed bin Salman. In fact, when he was in government in Trump's first term, he was criticized for communicating with MBS on WhatsApp, you know, very informally. But they have that sort of long-standing relationship, and you can see that in how relaxed the atmosphere was and how friendly it was. And this isn't just a Trump thing. I mean, in diplomacy in general, if there is a cordial relationship between two leaders, the more personal the relationship is, the more friendly it is, the better that is for diplomacy. And so I think, you know, there's a lot of criticism, and I don't want to discount the criticism around President Trump's relationships and his family's relationships in the region and what that means for President Trump's personal and business interests. We do have to acknowledge that. But just strictly speaking, in terms of diplomacy, I think that warm relationship that he has with some of these Gulf leaders is really helping to achieve some of this extraordinary diplomacy that we're seeing unfolding before our eyes this week from the Gulf.
Yeah, indeed, and it goes some way to explaining the size of some of the deals that were struck at that forum in Riyadh on yesterday. And I'm just wondering, just to wrap up, how much of a win do you think Stop 1 was for Saudi Arabia?
For Saudi Arabia, it's definitely huge. I mean, Saudi Arabia has definitely dealt with its own problems, especially on the international stage, prior incidents that earned it a lot of criticism and that really did not, there was a period of time when Saudi Arabia was certainly not seen in the light that it is seen today. And it's taken years for this more sort of moving forward positively and being a positive player and a proactively positive player in the region. And now that it's happening, you can see that bearing fruit. You can see it. You can see the way that this is going to be benefiting the people of Saudi Arabia. You can see the potential ripple effects around the region in terms of the diplomacy that's happened around Iran and Syria and farther away, Russia, Ukraine. And the ripple effects it'll have on the U.S. economy as well. So, we are talking about the history of a lot of these actors. Donald Trump, I mean, all of these actors, all of these leaders have very bumpy roads that they've been on in the past. And I think what we're seeing right now, hopefully, is an attempt by all of them to come around the table and try to move forward in a more positive direction. Not just for themselves personally or for their reputations, but more importantly for the people of the Middle East and for the American people as well.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, Jasmine Al-Gamal. Thank you for your time today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, we can speak now to Mike Dubke, who is the former Director of Communications for President Trump in the first Trump administration. He joins us from Washington. Thank you very much for being with us once again, Mike. You would, of course, have been working in the White House during the time when President Trump was weighing up where to go on the first foreign trip of his first administration. Just remind us, looking back to sort of 2017, what was the rationale? Why did he choose to go to Saudi Arabia, do you think?
Well, I think there were two rationales. One, it was the norm for an American president to visit Canada first in their administration. That generally was the first foreign trip. I believe that George Bush, President Bush, then went to Mexico after. The president wanted to make a different splash, and his trip involved Saudi Arabia. It ended up going to the Vatican at the very tail end of the trip. But he wanted to visit a region that was very important to what his vision was of, spreading the word that America was A, open for business, but B, that there were conflicts that needed to be resolved. And I think looking outside the box, Saudi Arabia made a very logical choice for him to go as his first state visit.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday with guests who described the Middle East generally as being President Donald Trump's happy place. Do you think that's something new, or was it already his happy place, do you think, during his first administration?
Those were never part of our conversations. It was a little bit more about the geopolitical effect of going to Saudi Arabia and sending that message. I will say this, he didn't mind going to Saudi Arabia or to the Gulf in terms of the travel, but it wasn't, it was less about that. And it really was just striking a different tone. At least back in 2017, that was the goal.
Right. And he did strike a different tone, didn't he? Just listening to the way he was talking yesterday. I mean, what could have been a very formal state visit did have some quite informal moments and some humor as well. And do you think perhaps that's part of the appeal to President Trump, that he's got these strong rapports, these strong bonds with figures such as the Crown Prince?
Oh, very much so. But and to your point, I think it really does show the comfort level that President Trump has being in these courts and being in this atmosphere and having these conversations with these world leaders. So from that perspective, when you look at Donald Trump over the years and in his presidency, when you see this level of comfort's the word, but it's almost an informality that shows a true rapport with the individuals that he's talking with. It's hard for him to keep that from showing through, and I think that's what you saw.
In terms of what President Trump has got to bring home with him to show to the American people for this trip, I mean, he's only done stop one, day one, in full so far.
Right.
I mean, he's got quite a lot, hasn't he, to take back and say, you know, this is I'm not coming home empty-handed.
Well, and I think that's important. I mean, part of this, you know, the White House put out a number of the amount of trade deals and other deals that would be set on these visits. But I don't look at that top line number. I look at what actually was accomplished on this trip. And depending on, you know, we've got a major deal with American military manufacturers. We have a major deal on data centers. We have a major deal on AI chips. And then we have a high number of other deals. I mean, the fact that Starlink is now able to provide service to the peninsula and other places, I think a lot of this is really, you know, these individual items, while some of them have been negotiated for a while, the fact that everyone came together and you had this collection of world business leaders there as well, I think shows the power of traveling to these locations, but also the power of getting the deal done and signing on the bottom line.
There will be some in the region, in the Middle East, that feel a little bit left out of what's been happening and what is happening on this trip. I mean, Iran's one notable country, but perhaps Israel, the more notable. That would have been a logical stopping point, wouldn't it, on a Middle Eastern tour for President Trump?
Well, if again, if we look back to 2017, Israel was part of the original travel that the president had, and I think it's notable that it is not part of this trip. On the one hand, on the other hand, there has been full engagement with Israel throughout the first months of the Trump presidency in a way that there wasn't in 2017. I think this is a very focused trip on economic development. But when you take a step back and you look at some of the conflicts, I think Iran is a perfect example. There have been, over the last several weeks, very intense negotiations. Now, whether you say they've been in person or, you know, adjacent to each other, you know, Iran has some very serious decisions to make as to how they want to go forward. Syria, we can talk about Syria in a second, but I think that was an historic announcement by the president vis-a-vis Syria. And then in terms of what is happening in Israel right now, as I said, I don't know that his traveling to Israel at this point, it may have been more of a distraction than it would have been helpful to the overall situation there, just because they've been so engaged. This administration has been so engaged in that conflict since they entered the White House on January 20th.
Yeah, and you mentioned Syria, and of course President Trump, the first US president to meet a Syrian president in a quarter of a century. I mean, truly historic stuff. Probably quite unimaginable back in 2017. Even more unimaginable would have been the language used to describe the new president of Syria by President Trump, who called him young, attractive, and a tough guy. I mean, I think a lot of people in Washington were taken by surprise. Were you one of them?
I was taken by surprise that he made the announcement on this trip. I was taken by surprise that he met in person for 30 minutes to a certain extent. But you know, the Syrian conflict has been going on for so long. When I was in the White House in 2017, what we were dealing with was just a very different Syria. I mean, there were conflicts between U.S. and Russian troops in Syria back in 2017. There was in terms of where we were back then in Trump 1.0 versus Trump 2.0, I would even say several months ago it would have been unthought of that this meeting would have taken place. The president does like a surprise. The president does like to make an impression. And I think for Syria to really advance and be welcomed back into the community of nations, these types of steps had to happen. And I can't imagine the amount of work that went into making sure that making the announcement in this place at this time was the right thing to do. But when the president makes his mind up, he generally goes forward with haste. And I think that's what you saw yesterday.
There's going to be a bit of suspicion, isn't there, on both sides?
Has to be.
Yeah, I mean, the new leadership in Syria and some of the people who are close to the Syrian president might think it's a little early for ties with, what was until quite recently an ideological enemy, and perhaps those in Washington who think it's perhaps a little early, just 6 months into this new administration in Damascus, to be making such overtures. What do you think will be the conversation in Washington?
I think the conversation in Washington will be less about the overture and more about how far that overture will go. By that I mean, I don't know that it's too early. I mean, we are testing each other out on both sides of this, and I think, again, on a world stage where the rest of the world is looking, do we now have leadership in Syria where Syria can be, rather than an outlaw state, can be part of the community of nations? How the pace of those conversations and the pace of that welcoming goes, I think will be determined over the next several months and years, with both sides having to prove to the other that they are going to be welcoming and willing partners. As long as there's the ability to pull back, I think this will progress, but I think this will progress at a slower pace than this surprise announcement that we had yesterday.
Now, casting our minds back to 2017, that was the year that Qatar was somewhat isolated. We see President Trump, who is there today. Obviously things have changed a lot since 2017, which was one of the worst crises Qatar's ever faced. Is that all water under the bridge now, do you think?
I don't think it's all water under the bridge, but between the first Trump administration and today, we've seen Qatar really be central to, well, we've seen them be central to the negotiations between Israel and Hamas. We've seen them be central to other conflicts around the world, and we've seen how they have tried and really have made strides in being, again, I talked about Syria being welcomed back into the community of nations, but Qatar has done the same as well. Is there still suspicion? Yes, absolutely. But again, this is, the world evolves and it keeps changing. And if we keep viewing countries and we keep viewing portions of the world in the same way that we did 10 years ago, 20 years ago, this relationship will never evolve. And it was in a bad place, and hopefully it's going to a better place.
And when you look at the choices of destination on this trip, Qatar being today's, yesterday's being Saudi, and the third stop being the United Arab Emirates, I mean, what sort of a thread are you seeing? What do you think went through the minds of the people who devised this itinerary with the president, their rationale, not least for having Saudi Arabia as the first stop on that three-stop tour? What do you think went through their minds?
Well, I think this is a much more focused trip than we had in 2017. He is not going to a European nation. He's not going to Israel, as we've previously discussed. So I think this trip is very much focused on this region of the Middle East, but more importantly on trade and relationships and that development. So I think what went through their mind really was that they wanted a very hyper-focused trip with little distractions, and it made sense, obviously, to stop in Saudi Arabia first.
And just looking at the comms and listening to the speeches, in particular the big speech in Riyadh yesterday, I mean, when you were in your role as White House Communications Director, I mean, did you have to write speeches like that for the president when he was going on a trip? Did you write the speeches he made on his first trip, or would they be? Does he tend to improvise when he gives a major address like the one he gave yesterday?
Well, what happens with the president is he always has a speech that is written for him, and then he reviews that speech. He makes changes to it, and it's kind of an iterative process that goes back and forth. And the process for this speech probably started weeks ago. But then Donald Trump being Donald Trump, he goes off script a lot. And one of the things I loved doing when we were at events with him is having a copy of the actual speech that he was supposed to give and marking where he went off script and what he was talking about when he went off script. But no, for all of these major events, these documents are thought through, are crafted, and then he adds a little bit of panache to them when he's delivering.
Okay, and if we say that the big photo moments of the 2017 visit to Saudi Arabia by President Trump were the photograph of him standing with the King of Saudi Arabia beside the globe, the sword dance. Right. What would you think will stand out from this trip? What do you think is going to go down in history from the 2025 visit to Saudi Arabia by President Trump?
Honestly, I think it's the meeting with the Syrian leader. I do think that that's going to be the iconic shot, very similar to Trump meeting with Zelensky at the Vatican for the Pope's funeral. I think when you have something that is two world leaders coming together in a circumstance that is unusual, generally those are the photographs that survive history, unless something else happens in the next couple of days, I think that's going to be the shot that will define this trip.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Always a pleasure talking to you. Mike Dubke, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too. Well, let's get more. We can speak now to Alan B. West, a retired lieutenant colonel for the U.S. Army and former member of the U.S. Congress from Texas. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. You're also the former chairman of the Republican Party of Texas. I'd just like to start by asking you for your sort of overall assessment of what was achieved on stop number one of President Donald Trump's Middle Eastern tour.
Well, it's a pleasure to be with you, and thanks so much, Tom. I think it's a reestablishment of a relationship that you saw in the first Trump administration. I think that when he talked about at the conference there about restoring peace, prosperity, and commerce to the region and not chaos, that's what he is seeking to pursue. Going back to the Abraham Accords and things of that nature. Remember, there was once upon a time we did not hear about Hamas, Hezbollah, or Houthis, but yet in the past 4 years, we have seen an increase and a rise of their influence and their actions and activities. So I think that President Trump is trying to go back and reestablish the relationship and get us back on a path of peace and prosperity there in that region.
Sure, and it looks like President Trump isn't going to return back to the United States empty-handed already. I mean, stop number one, he's returning with a $600 billion commitment from Saudi Arabia to invest in the U.S., a $142 billion arms sale to the kingdom. I mean, some pretty major results, aren't they?
Absolutely major results. One of the things we learned in our strategic studies back at the Army Command and General Staff College is this thing called the DIME theory. That's the elements of national power. It stands for diplomatic, informational, military, and economic. So I think this trip of President Trump is definitely focused on the diplomatic and economic aspects of national power, and also, bringing in the Saudi Arabia, because what I think is so important that we do is we look at how we can isolate countries like Iran and isolate Russia and China, who are trying to come together and form, let's be very honest, this new 21st century axis of evil. So we have to reestablish the relations that we had there in the Middle East to make sure that Iran does not become a dominant hegemonic power in the Middle East. And I think that's a big concern for the people there in Saudi Arabia.
Some people were, concerned or surprised that President Trump hasn't factored Israel into this trip, and he's done quite a lot of things that appear not to have been done in visible, at any rate, participation with the Israelis, notably talks on Yemen, talks on Iran, the latest announcements on Syria, which we'll come on to in just a moment. I mean, what do you read into that?
Well, I would tend to believe that President Trump is not going to go down and make some of these statements and announcements without having had discussions with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And we know that they have a very good relationship. And I think that Prime Minister Netanyahu knows that President Trump has his back. And you see Israel being able to take more aggressive actions against Hamas. And we just recently had the American hostage that was held there for a couple of years released. So just because you don't have Israel there, I don't think that the necessary issues that Israel is concerned about are not going to be represented in some of the things that President Trump is saying. And I think that Israel wants to see peace and prosperity in the region, and they don't want to see the growth of Islamic terrorist activity that threatens them.
Exactly. And actually, one of the things President Trump has said in this regard is that he says the fact that he's got relationships with countries in the Middle East is actually a very good thing for Israel, because, of course, it means what's happening in the countries surrounding Israel is on the whole, there's some degree of U.S. involvement in it. Mm-hmm. What's your sort of feeling, just moving on to some of these other issues, and notably let's talk about Syria. Were you surprised to see the president of Syria brought in from the cold quite so quickly? Yeah, I will admit that that was a bit of a shock. And, having served over there in the Middle East in uniform and knowing that the interim president of Syria was a former member of al-Qaeda in Iraq, that's kind of a bit of a head scratcher. And he was someone that had been detained and in prison. But if there's an opportunity for us to try to change the direction of Syria, let's try to do that. But I want to make sure that we have some conditions that are there before we just blanket relieve sanctions, because we do not want to see Syria fall into the sphere of Iran. And we know that that is becoming something that may not happen going into the future. We know that Iran, who has been very focused on having a land bridge that takes them over to the Middle East, that is severely threatened. We know that Hezbollah has been decapitated. So there is an opportunity once again. And I talk about those four elements of national power, the diplomatic element and the economic element. I think President Trump is trying to leverage that. And so let's see if the interim president of Syria is willing to come to the table and do the things that are necessary for, again, to have peace and prosperity. But there have to be some conditions that have to be met. And so let's see how we test those waters. Yeah, in fact, there was perhaps some of the loudest applause at the forum yesterday in Riyadh, the investment forum, when President Trump announced that sanctions were going to be lifted on Syria. I mean, it sounds like President Trump himself was aware of the level of applause that announcement attracted. No, without a doubt. And I was watching that address, and you're absolutely right. When the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Al Sultan, and make sure I got that right, when he stood up, Mohammed bin Salman, that announcement was made, and he was visibly clapping in support of that. But that means that now we have Saudi Arabia and the prince who is bought into that, and maybe they will help to make sure that Syria goes in the right direction as well, which, coming back to your previous question, that's a great thing for Israel, to make sure that they do not have a base and a sanctuary for Iran, and also they don't have a base and a sanctuary for terrorist activity as well. So if we can get Syria going in a different direction, that will affect what happens in Lebanon as far as Hezbollah, and that affects the safety and security of the entire region, to include Israel. Yeah, I mean, this is the first U.S. president in 25 years to meet with a Syrian president. I mean, that's monumental, isn't it? It's absolutely monumental. I will tell you, going back to Operation Desert Shield, Desert Storm, I remember when we were so adept at negotiations with Syria that we actually had Syrian forces that were part of our coalition to go up against Saddam Hussein back in 1991. So you're right. It's been quite some time, and let's see, maybe we can turn the corner. President Trump is already looking to the next step, it would appear. Sanctions have been lifted. There's talk now about normalization of ties, so presumably that means the opening of embassies in each other's countries again. He's also talking about perhaps Syria joining the Abraham Accords, quote, at some point. When do you think that might happen? Well, again, I think that there are some conditions that Syria will have to meet in order to set them on this path. I think that without a doubt, separating them, no ties with Iran, no base of operations for terrorist activities, treating the Christians there, not some of the genocide and massacres and things that we have seen here in recent months.
That's another big concern. And then welcoming them in. And I think that Saudi Arabia will play a great part in that. Making that happen. But there has to be, a phase 1, a phase 2, phase 3, and at the end of each phase, there are measures of effectiveness, and I call those evaluative criteria and conditions. And if they continue to show that they're on that right path, then they could be part of those Abraham Accords coming later on.
And it does look like a lot of regional issues are being addressed in this first couple of months of the second Trump presidency. I mean, Gaza is obviously very much under discussion, although perhaps no breakthroughs at the moment. There's been progress with regards to the Houthis. There's progress with regards to Lebanon. That country seems to be making great strides. A ceasefire brokered by, well, in some part brokered by the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio between Pakistan and India. I mean, these are quite big achievements, aren't they, by the Trump administration with regards to foreign policy?
Well, they are. And I think that you have a president that is focused on this, and he has the right person as the Secretary of State, Senator Marco Rubio, who's been sitting on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee for quite some time, even been a chairman. He's the right person to have there. And I think that he is able to speak from a position of strength now, as opposed to, I'll admit, the previous 4 years. The most important thing is that we have seen a undermining of Iran and its exploits in the region. And so now with a weak Iran, you don't have a strong Hamas, you don't have Hezbollah, you don't have the Houthis. So you had to go after that, number one state sponsor of those terrorist activities and actions in those groups. And I think that is what's happening. And if you go back to the previous Trump administration, Iran was bankrupt because of the sanctions that were put upon them. And you did not hear about terrorist activities coming from those organizations. And now I think we're returning back to that. But it's so important now we get the Gulf Cooperation Council, the GCC, to come together and be partners with the United States of America and be partners with Israel in that region to make sure that, again, we continue to have peace, prosperity, and commerce instead of the chaos that we've seen here recently with the Hamas, with Hezbollah, with the Houthis.
And for people asking what's the incentive for the United States to bring Syria in from the cold like this, I mean, there will be cynics out there that say Syria does have some oil wealth. What would you say, how would you sort of wrap up, why President Trump should be so keen that Syria should no longer be isolated from the rest of the world?
Well, I think it's important that we try to show we want people to be part of cooperation and peace and in the security of everyone. Look, I live here in Texas. In the United States of America, we can produce, we can consume, we can export our energy resources between our oil and natural gas, and we can also refine our coal that we have here with clean coal. So I don't think that this is about a dependency on foreign nations for oil or energy resources. We can do that here very well in the United States. This is about making sure that young men and young women in the future throughout the Middle East have an opportunity like we have here in the United States of America to live in peace, to be prosperous, to be able to travel freely. I mean, I would love for my 2 daughters and their husbands and my grandsons to be able to travel freely in the Middle East and go and experience all the history that is there. And the only way that we can do that is by making sure that we are bringing people into this coalition of peace and prosperity and not allowing them to drift to a different coalition, which is dominated by Russia, China, Iran, North Korea.
So just to wrap up, I mean, Syria is obviously a huge country and it borders lots of other countries. It's a pretty pivotal region of the Middle East. Security and stability for Syria, I mean, just to sum up for us, what's the ripple effect across the region, do you think?
I think the ripple effect, number one, it sends a message that Iran is not going to have that hegemonic dominance. I think that it also creates an opportunity in Iraq. It also creates a better opportunity in our relations with Turkey. I'm very concerned about, their leader there, President Erdogan, and making sure that he does not drift over into an Islamist camp. So I think that Erdogan will be paying attention to what is going to happen in Syria. And then again, also, it will bring stability to Lebanon, and maybe Lebanon can once again return to be that jewel of the Mediterranean Mediterranean. I think they used to call it the Paris of the Mediterranean. So it could have that ripple effect all throughout. But without a doubt, Syria will no longer be a base of operations that for Iran and also a base of operations for Russia. And I think that puts pressure on Vladimir Putin as well.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Colonel Alan B. West, thank you very much indeed for your time. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Well, let's get more now. We can cross to Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas, who joins us from Chicago. Greg, great to see you again. We spoke at the beginning of the week as we sort of looked ahead to this visit to the Middle East by President Trump. What's your overall assessment of how Stop 1 in Saudi Arabia went?
Yeah, Tom, so far so good. I thought it was a great success. I thought his speech was particularly well received and particularly exciting. So I think, so far so good.
And in terms of what President Trump brings home, he's not going home empty-handed by any stretch of the imagination, is he?
No, I think, the transactional nature of President Trump was pretty obvious on this trip. And, he's got a lot of foreign direct investment coming into the country. We've seen that in our business as well. A lot of investors want to be in the United States, not just because we're an ally or for relationship purposes, but it's good returns. And that's why the Middle East has been very well invested in the U.S. for generations. But I think you're seeing that really stepped up. So good for President Trump for looking after Americans on this trip.
And in terms of the highlights of that Saudi stop, what would you say will be the biggest highlight? What's going to go down in history, do you think?
Well, surely the defense arrangement was probably the highlight. It's a major commitment from the Saudis to buying jets and other military equipment. So I thought that, that's probably the highlight. But there was a lot of other investment discussed, and I think you'll see, up to $1 trillion in foreign direct investment just from the Saudis. And then, he's in Qatar today as well as, heading to the UAE. So, I think this is a so far so good trip. Surely the direct investment in the United States is probably the highlight.
Yeah, and from a sort of geopolitical standpoint, I mean, one of the things that a lot of the headlines are about today was the handshake and the discussion between President Trump and the Syrian president. I mean, that's a scene that not many people could have imagined, let's say, 6 months ago, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting. President is really, really wants the best for the Syrian people and wants, as he mentioned in his speech, he wants to give them a chance. And you would, yes, you're right, Tom, you wouldn't have expected to see that scene, but, it's a different scenario now. Assad is gone, and you have a little geopolitics going on here. We don't want the Syrians, this new Syrian government to cozy up with Iran. That was one of the challenges with Assad in office. It was basically a close partner of Iran, or even almost a proxy of Iran. So, without Syria there as an Iranian ally, it really provides an opportunity for the United States to step in and try to make sure that Syria aligns with our allies, not our adversaries.
Sure, and hard to believe that back in December there was still a $10 million bounty on the head of the president of Syria, as he now is. This is sends out a message, doesn't it, to the rest of the region, that in fact, if you come in from the cold and you engage with the United States, I mean, it sort of does pretty impressive things to your economy. I mean, does that sort of sum it up, do you think?
I think it does, Tom. I mean, think about President Trump has arranged for the termination of 83 terrorist leaders so far in his term. I mean, that's an amazing statistic. So he's not afraid to use force when someone has no chance of redemption and is an obvious enemy of the United States and is putting our especially if they're putting our soldiers at risk. But I do think there's always that moment or potential of redemption. And the president quite rightly referred to Germany and Japan, who we, really helped liberate their people and their economy, by winning and by victory. But then we ended up rebuilding their countries, and they turned into the second and third largest economies in the world for quite some time after World War II. So, look, I think the president is an optimist by nature. He knows that economic transactions, economic growth is always a better alternative and leads to peace. So I think he's got all the right messages in mind here.
I mean, he looked like he was enjoying himself yesterday and today. And I think he seems to enjoy, and he has enjoyed, building personal bonds with a number of regional leaders. And I'm just wondering how valuable you think that is in terms of delivering for the American people.
Yeah, I think it's a great relationship, obviously, that he's built with MBS. He's done the same with MBZ and Sheikh Taknoon in the UAE. And I think it's a testament to his diplomacy for all the critics on the left that, suggest that he's an isolationist. He's really not. He's a diplomat. He does things differently, and sometimes it's unorthodox. But in this case, it's a real testament to his commitment to the region and bringing peace through strength, but also peace through business and peace through economic growth. And I think, this partnership with the region, I think is really positive for Americans because we have so much foreign direct investment coming into the country that creates jobs, that creates economic growth, and ultimately the most important thing, which is real, inflation adjusted wage growth. So all these things are fitting together rather well, especially in the energy sector where, we are becoming, we the U.S. are becoming will become the leading oil producer in the world like we were in Trump's first term. And that basically means we become the swing price. And, perhaps the big oil producing countries don't love lower oil prices, but I think they'll learn to live with it. And it's better to cooperate with the U.S. And everybody wins with lower oil prices. It's great for both economies.
Right. When you see President Trump having obvious fun and, enjoying some jokes with his audience, for example, as he did yesterday, I mean, where do you think his sense of enjoyment visiting the Middle East comes from? What do you think he likes about this part of the world?
Well, he is known as, the art of the deal, or the author of the art of the deal. He loves transactions. Again, he loves doing business as opposed to doing war. He's very much an anti-war president. But I do think he loves the region. He loves what the Saudis and the Emiratis have done with their countries. He mentioned that in his speech yesterday, that they've done it in their own way. And so it's, they might have a lot of differences with America, but a lot of similarities as well. And I think he could say the same for Israel. And I think, he's looking at, continuing the success of the Abraham Accords. I thought that was really important to him, the legacy of his first term. He wants to pick up where he left off. So he really has high hopes for the Saudis joining, and he's very pleased that the Emiratis have stuck it out with the Abraham Accords.
There is a bit of a perception, isn't there, that Israel's being blindsided by some of these quite big decisions, like the outreach to the Syrian president, discussions with Iran, discussions with the Houthis. Do you think that perception is justified at all?
I don't think so, Tom. I think it's exaggerated, is to say the least. I think in some ways it's hysteria. Look, the president has unquestioned support for Israel and a great relationship with Netanyahu. I think allies sometimes disagree. I remember Reagan and Thatcher disagreeing about the U.S. invasion of Grenada, and they got over it. I think this is just a small speed bump. Of course, I think Israel has every right to be suspicious of Syria and concerned. They've just spent the last 18 months fighting multiple front wars against Hamas, against Hezbollah, against the Houthis, and defending against attacks from Iran. And so it's really important for the president to make sure that Syria doesn't ally with Iran again, and that ultimately is beneficial for Israel.
Just lastly, Greg, I mean, what's the perception of this trip so far from where you are in the United States? What kind of headlines did you wake up to there in Chicago?
Well, it's classic, right, left in terms of the media headlines. I think, MSNBC and CNN are going hysterical on it and trying to find something wrong. They're dwelling on the $400 million plane, the gift from the Qataris. Of course they are. For the most part, the headlines in general are really positive. If you look at neutral media, and there is some neutral media in the U.S., really positive. The economic optimism here is really off the charts. And it's been that way since Election Day. But I think definitely up a notch with the trip to Riyadh.
Yeah, definitely foreign policy in overdrive these last few days. All right, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Always a pleasure talking to you. Greg Swenson, thanks again.
Great to be here. Thanks a lot.
Well, we can bring into the conversation now Brigadier General Dr. Meir Elran, who is the former IDF Deputy Director of Military Intelligence, now a senior researcher at the Institute of National Security Studies at Tel Aviv University. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya News. I'm just wondering what the overall... Thank you. What is the overall perception in Israel of this visit by President Trump to the Middle East, close to Israel's backyard in a way, but not stopping off in Israel? How is it viewed there?
Well, let me put it this way. I mean, there is no doubt that the visit of President Trump to the Middle East is very, very significant, very central. It shows how important it is for us to sort of reorganize or restructure what's happening here in the Middle East in terms of the geopolitical setting. And when it comes to Israel, of course, I mean, we would love to have President Trump coming to Israel as well. He chose not to do it this time. He will probably come here sometime soon. And, well, there is a concern in Israel, not just because he is not coming to Israel, but because of the fact that some of the decisions that have been made by Trump and some of the processes that he has pushed forward are not necessarily in sync sufficiently with the policies of the government of Israel.
Okay, sorry, just to interrupt you there. I mean, what decisions in particular are you referring to that you're saying the US is sort of veering away from traditional US and Israeli foreign policy decisions?
Well, there are two separate things that are connected. Number one is to what extent Israel can continue to be a very intimate partner, I would say, ally and friend of the United States, as has been the case for the last 7 years. And we were always very proud of that. And this is an asset, a major strategic asset for the state of Israel. This is one thing. But on the other hand, there are some particular issues that not only were not consulted with Israel, apparently, but also raised some questions about the compatibility of the Israelis' government's policies and that of the United States. I mean, let's take the most important one. This is the issues with Iran, and I think that it would be very, very important if the United States manages to sway the Iranians away from the nuclear option, military option. And we would be very much for it. But there are concerns in Israel to what extent this is indeed the present policy and to what extent the United States is going to push it forward in the talks that are being held now between the two sides. So this is one thing. The other thing, of course, is the agreement or the understanding with the Houthis to stop the engagement, the military engagement over there without Israel being part of that. And also, where I have to add, I mean, what's happening presently in our northern part of the country, and this is the relations, the emerging relations with Syria, with the new regime in Syria, and at the background also the relations with Turkey that is not really, and to put it mildly, very friendly to the state of Israel. So there is a large array of issues that in regular circumstances would have been discussed with Israel, would have been coordinated with Israel. This is not the case, and it has to be amended. I'm saying it again. I mean, it can be amended. It will be amended, hopefully very soon. But it depends not only on the United States, also depends on Israel.
Sure.
And I'm not sure that the Israeli government is, how shall I put it, understanding of the significance of the moment and has to do something about it.
Sure. I mean, what the Trump administration would argue, and in fact, what we've heard from the president himself, is that the fact that he has got these very good relationships and he's building new ones, as we saw on our screens with him shaking hands with the relatively new president of Syria. The fact that he's got those relationships in the region, he says, is a very good thing for America, but it's also a very good thing for Israel. If these people, these individuals, these countries are brought into President Trump's orbit, he'd argue they perhaps represent less of a threat to Israel. Do you buy that argument?
I do. I think that the different components of the American thrust led by President Trump in the Middle East is a constructive one. And I think that Israel has to be part of it. I think that we have to broaden the basis of the Abraham Accord. I think this is very important for us. But we had to do it also with our own participation and with our strategic input into it. And I think that we have to be aware. I mean, the Israeli government has to be aware that it has to understand the significance of the moment, the historical significance of what's happening presently in the Middle East, and we do not need to be in the margin of these processes. We have to be a leading partner in this area, and I think that we can do that, and I think we can do it with the Americans and with the Arab pragmatic countries. And I am not ruling out Syria also, and not to mention Lebanon, for example, and some other partners that are definitely possible partners to this process together with Israel. And I hope that we will be able to find the right way to finish the war as soon as possible, to get back our kidnapped hostages, all of them, as soon as possible, within a days. And if that is done, this will be a major opening to this new era that is being opened and led by President Trump.
Sure, and the whole Arab world supports the Palestinian people. And we did see some of that in action in Saudi Arabia, with Saudi Arabia standing its ground on the issue of normalization of ties with Israel at this particular juncture. Do you think a Palestinian state looks more likely or less likely now than it did, say, a couple of months ago?
It depends what point of view you are taking. But if you're asking me about the situation right now in Israel, it is more problematic now after the events, the tragic, the brutal events of October 7th, 2023. I think that if we can manage, together with the Americans and with the Arab states, to carry out the vision of the elimination of Hamas as the most radical, barbaric force within the Palestinian nation, I think that it can be done. This is why it's so important for Israel. And in this respect, I am in favor of that. We have to finalize or to finish the job of dismantling Hamas as an organization, as a party to any kind of future processes within the Palestinian people. If we can do that together with our potential parties, I think that the Palestinian people as a whole and representatives of the Palestinian people can and should be parties not only to the rehabilitation and reconstruction of the Gaza Strip, but also to the reconstruction of the whole geopolitical regional setting. I think that this is needed, this is possible. I'm not sure that the Israeli government right now would be very happy about that. But in order for it to be willing to go ahead here, we have to have the support of the Western world. We have to have the support of the Arab pragmatic countries to help us in our quest to eliminate Hamas as an organization. And this can be done, and we are on the way to do it. It's not an easy chore, but I think it can be done, it should be done, and it should be done as soon as possible. This will open up the chances for what you said about the prospects of building up a new region which is stable, which is peaceful, which is prosperous, and then all the investments of the United States, Saudi Arabia, and other Gulf countries will bear fruit. And this is, of course, a great vision that I definitely adhere to.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Brigadier General Dr. Mir Elran. Thank you for your time, sir.
You are very welcome. Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Welcome back to part 2 of the dressing room with our Arabiya News, and we're going to go straight into it, chaps. What a weekend for the Premier League. And first of all, did anyone go to a game?
It wasn't what a weekend for the Premier League. It was quite drowsy, innit?
All right.
Oh my God, he's so negative today, isn't he?
Someone get him a coffee or something?
Wasn't that great, was it? Really? Wasn't a great showing, was it?
Mate,
there's nothing really to play for, just apart from the Champions League spot and the European places. But
it's left it spicy.
There's more stuff that happened off the field after the play of after the games that I'd look at, like that was it Marikanis or Marinakar?
Marikanis, oh mate,
Marinakar, was it? How do you say
that's a good. Let's start there because that was a big game. Marinakis. Big game. Nottingham Forest, Leicester. Nottingham Forest, the wheels are coming off. They're like hurtling towards Champions League football, but wheels are coming off, bumpers coming off, wing mirrors, punches. Do you know what I mean? There's all sorts going on.
There's a lot going on.
Dysfunctions. And then Marinakis, the let's say larger than life owner of Olympiacos and Nottingham Forest, fronting Nuno after the game, like. For me,
on the pitch,
that is like
disrespectful.
This is disrespectful, uncalled for. It's actually rude. It's actually quite. It's like bullying, in my opinion. Like you know the cameras are on. Like, I don't know, Bridgie. Did you see it, Bridgie?
Yeah.
What did you think of it? You all right with it?
No, it reminds me, when there's people that have got a lot of money, and they act like a little brat.
Yeah, because I put the money in.
Yeah, it's the time and the place, mate. Go and have a word with him afterwards, isn't it? But I thought Nuno's. He handled it well.
He looks like he's used to it.
He could just give him a bit back. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And also, look where you are, mate. As much as
there was 17.
You're playing for Champions League football. You would have took that position all day long.
Do you know what?
Where you are right now.
Every now and then you say something. I always say it to you, and I'm just like
amazed.
Not amazed. I'm just like that's it. Like that sums it up. Like I'm going. You're just like it's someone with money who's behaving like a brat.
Yeah.
It's what it is. You know what I mean? You didn't get what you wanted. If your kids done that. Didn't get what they wanted.
They were acting like that.
I don't think that's what happened though. Look, he come out with a statement. So what it was, there was something to do with the substitution. Taiwo was supposed to come off.
Yeah.
And what do you mean was supposed to come off?
Something like that.
What, did he tell him what sub he had to make?
Something like that. So something to do with Taiwo.
Well, he told the manager what sub he had to make.
No, I don't think it was that. I think something happened, and then I think they end up scoring or something like that, and and then they equalised or whatever it was, and it kind of messed up something. I don't know what it is. So he's come on, and the whole crowd as well.
Coley, you're being too kind.
No, but I'm just giving you the context. Like the whole crowd was on his back, and they weren't agreeing with the sub. What happened. So now he's with the crowd,
Yeah.
So he's trying to say, I'm a voice for the crowd. So I see him go on the pitch. He's going over to him. And he was like talking about the medical team got confused and everything and don't know. So something happened. He was just talking about that on the pitch, right? And it was very
Hands and
very because it's and I think the culture of football is totally different in Greece to what it is here. Yeah. So you've got to look at that part too. And he's put a lot of money into the club, and he's expecting a certain standard and no mistakes like that. That's going to cost them. And listen, I get it. He's finished 17th last year, but they're now there. They're in Europe. So he's very frustrated. And every place that they lose, he loses money too. Do you know what I mean? So because it is his money. But at the same time, I know what you're saying about it. There's a time and a place to do it. Don't do it on the pitch in front of the fans. Yeah, because I saw it as belittling.
There's a time and a place and a way to do it.
And a way to do it.
It's not right.
But if you look at it,
it's not right. It's belittling.
But but if you look at it as
which
well,
is what some people do when they have money.
Yeah,
they belittle
definitely.
And that's what it. And by the way, I don't even know what was said, so it might not have been nothing. It might have been the press being like, "Oh,
but it's just what it looks like."
Off. It's what it looks like.
Yeah.
But if it is that is belittling people.
Yeah.
And that's
so
what
you're supposed to be conscious about that. Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, you can always change my mind, but that was the first thing that came into my head. You're belittling someone here.
That's what it looked like.
Because of who you are.
Yeah, because you're the
boss. Go and have a word with him afterwards.
Yeah, that's what should have
leadership.
Yeah, leadership. That is the leadership skill.
He's obviously a very intelligent man to make the money he's made. And he knows he's positioned within the club. He's the owner. He knows he's in the spotlight. And when he walks onto the pitch, you can't miss him.
You can't miss him.
He's a
big guy, larger
than life, right? He's coming on. The whole of the stadium's looking at him. The camera's going to be on him. He's got to have the control and wherewithal to go. Like, I'm upset. Nuno or his staff or someone made a mistake. I want to know what it is.
Yeah.
Even if he just if he's saying to him, what happened? He's got to understand how that looks to the fans. And the club's already.
He come out and said he's passionate though, Coley.
That's great.
And he says we're all passionate. We're all in it together. And you're right. But I'm looking at it from both angles. Like I don't want to be just on one side and say, he's belittling him and everything. But in just saying what it looks like, you can't go on the field and do that. It's just what it looks like.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Because I don't know what was said.
Listen, we're not digging him out as a I think he's made a mistake.
I like the way Nuno handled it. I will say that because part of me is like, he could have nutted him, told him to wear off.
You would have done that.
No, I wouldn't have done that. I don't know what I would have done, to be fair.
You went to nut KSI? You would have done it.
No, but I didn't, did I? That's what I mean.
No, because everyone's holding you back.
He handled it the right way.
Yeah, he handled it the right way. No, fair play. But that's an adult in a position of authority doing the right thing. Now, just because you can... listen, we could all lose our temper at certain moments, and if you make a mistake, you hold your hands up. I think the owner's made a mistake there. I think his emotions got the better of him. He's passionate, and I think he should publicly apologise to Nuno, and
I get that. But also,
I'm sorry, I was angry.
I think he come out with a statement.
But also, you shouldn't have to always apologise publicly all the time, should you really? He might have done it to him after. He might have already done it, really.
I think he's done it loads of times.
When you put yourself, when you put yourself in a public position, I do think like
you got responsibility.
I would like. This is where I think if something happens in your public life, like if you're the owner and you're on the pitch in the middle of a tense game and you do something, and you think you've made a mistake, I think but if it's outside of your football public self and it's something in your, I'm not into like when something happens in your private life, people then apologising. No, that's your private life. But when it's your public life, and he just made a mistake, like, and he's probably
he's inserted himself into that category because you. As soon as you cross that white line, you know you're being watched.
Yeah.
So you've done this. You've started, and then you act a fool.
No, and again, I wouldn't. If he was. Like, he's made a mistake. Like, it doesn't mean he's a bad man. He's made a mistake. Apologise. Move on. And because Nuno's done a great job. The players have done a great job. The fans are rocking and rolling. And the owner's done a great job.
Yeah, he has.
Mate, look at the other teams that have come up from the Championship.
Yeah, they haven't done what he's done.
They ain't done what he's done. He's put his money where his mouth is, and he's And he's done it, so
He's
done a good job. Made a mistake, move on.
Emotions, and he probably will apologise.
Yeah,
I think next time that's a lesson for him.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
media
yeah.
training for him now. He's learned the hard way. Don't do that. We won't go down that path again because there's no need for it.
Yeah.
You're just messing.
Yeah.
Now the fact that we should be lauding Nottingham Forest, we should be saying, you know what a beautiful season they've had. Because they have, and even the drop off, they have dropped off a bit.
Yeah.
But they would have never, if you'd have told them at the start of the season, what do you want? They'd have said, I'm finishing 13th, 14th maybe.
They've guaranteed European football.
Now they're guaranteed
Conference,
European
Europa, or Champions League.
No, you can't. And he's admitted that in his statement. Marinakis said that we're guaranteed where we came from to where we are now. That's unbelievable.
Yeah,
so
he's calmed down.
that.
Yeah.
So he's calmed down. He knows he made a mistake. Let's move on.
Yeah, listen.
Let's not drag this out.
The big man made a mistake.
Yeah,
we still love him.
We still love you. I love his passion.
I love his passion.
I love his high fives down the tunnel.
Yeah, I love all that. Yeah.
Like,
again, yeah, I do like that. I just don't like it when it looked.
Yeah, it's just what it looked like.
Aggressive.
It looked aggressive. Because that could have gone another way.
And credit to Nuno because, like you said, I don't know what Bridgie would have done.
Would have done nothing. I would have done nothing. I'm good in front of the camera.
Imagine the day rolling round with the owner.
I know, on the pitch, putting him into submission.
All the shareholders at the Premier League. Oh no!
What's going on?
We need to do another campaign.
Oh mate, I'd love Bridges. Do you know what? I'd love Bridges as a manager. I'd love you as a manager.
Yeah, maybe.
What do you reckon?
Maybe I think I'd be all right.
Mate,
yeah,
you'd be unbelievable.
Do you know, I think no, I wouldn't. No, tactically, maybe not.
You get someone in.
Yeah, Joe.
Get Joe in, yeah.
I just think just lifting people and having that togetherness. But you'd be good at. You'd be a good manager.
I'd love to be a manager, mate. I would absolutely love it. Sitting there,
three of us
thinking,
that'd be a great team.
I'd love it. I would love it, mate. Honestly,
mate, I don't think we'll get anything done.
Yes, we would. We would, mate. When we work, we work.
We're getting this done.
When we work, we work.
We're getting this done. We're getting this done.
I'm always on time.
Yeah. So you're
the fine pot would be great for the team not out at the end from you.
Yeah, we are getting this done, though, Coley.
We are getting
this done. This is actually we could do it.
We could do it.
See, it's gone for no. So
Let's go.
Get our CV in.
Do you know where would be a great start? Forest Green. What do you reckon?
I can't swallow them vegan burgers every day, mate. I'm sorry. I couldn't have that. Need a bit of protein in my
I've
life.
started with the electric car.
Yeah.
So I'm on the right path. My carbon footprint's less now. You know,
mate.
To be fair, it killed them, didn't it, the game? Because they still had a chance of Champions League football if they got the win.
Well, they've still got a chance. It's going to go down to the...
it is going down to wire.
It's going to go down to the wire, Bridgie. It's going to be... You would imagine Forest play West Ham next, I believe. We've got and then Chelsea
top five,
got
right?
Yeah.
It's top five.
Top five.
And it's...
Forest, yeah. Forest are at West Ham.
Yeah. Which West Ham coming off the back of a good win. Things are looking better, but we'll get into that. I'm just moving on from Forest to the game which directly referenced it. Newcastle versus Chelsea. I went up. I feel like I've covered Newcastle about 6 or 7 times this year at St James's, and what I would say, it's my favourite place to watch football. Although it's miles away, I don't like getting up there, but the people,
fans are good.
The fans. Yeah. I was chatting to one of the security guards on the way to the ground, and he said, "Oh, you love it," because we were chatting before. I said, "Genuinely, I don't think I've ever had a bad experience, even as a player."
Never had a bad experience there.
Local derbies, it's the best I play. Newcastle Sunday, the atmosphere.
Oh, you was up there, weren't you?
Yeah, I was up there. Yeah.
Can't you forget it? Yeah.
Yeah, the atmosphere between them two is the best in terms of atmosphere.
Where was you?
Sunderland on loan.
You went Sunderland on loan?
Yeah.
What made you go out there?
About Sunderland like that. You went to India.
Indonesia, get it right. Indonesia.
I'd rather go Sunderland, mate.
Would you?
Yeah.
Why would you want to go Sunderland? Instead of going to
Borneo.
Borneo.
I got to experience
Borneo
out there.
from?
That derby is the best atmosphere I've played.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd you do up there? How'd you do?
Oh, rubbish.
Yeah. What?
Martin O'Neill didn't play many games.
Really?
And to be fair, me
Who's the gaffer?
bad. I actually was playing through. I a hernia thing in the end.
Really?
And that was just to get to the end of the season and have the summer off.
Excuses, mate. Excuses.
I didn't play. I went there and didn't play. Big stuff made me go there, right? So it was a chance of Reading or Sunderland. And I thought, do you know what? I want to go Reading. And he went, no, Premier League, go Sunderland.
The money was more?
The commission was on loan. Money's no different. So it's like, I went there and just didn't start playing. So it was like, I knew, you think you're going to go on loan, you're going to start.
Yeah.
So it never happened. So then I was just like, oh, what?
What? Yeah.
And to be honest,
so far
mate,
from home.
It was, the training and everything was just mad.
Really?
Why? Yeah, what was mad about it?
Martin O'Neill was manager, but it was just like, it was... Training was just, it wasn't really...
Training?
Yeah.
I heard about Martin O'Neill's...
It's got a unique style.
Very
just gives loads of days off.
He does. Yeah. I think with Martin O'Neill,
if it's going well,
if you're in the team and he's going well, I think you're
fine. But if it's not going well, it's like, what we're going to do?
Yeah, you want to, especially someone like you.
What are we going to do?
Yeah, mate, you're like, you need to be entertained during the week.
They're their fans are great.
Just go and do some runs. Go to the gym.
Someone
try to tire him out.
Someone try to tell you to go bed.
Mate, I've actually seen him.
Yeah.
Get put to bed, right? Do you remember Star Sixes when we had a night out?
Yeah.
And we had to play the next day, right? So we see, and then I'm thinking, everyone's had a few drinks, but you stop at a certain level because you've got to play football in front of 10,000 people tomorrow. Not Bridgie. Bridgie's a wax. At one point in the night, he was having a good time. He crashed into the drum set.
The drum set?
The band's playing. Sal's gone. We need to get him home. I'm like,
get home.
Let's say we're going somewhere else, but we'll walk home. And he's like, oh, Bridgie, we go somewhere. It's like, yeah. Walking over, right? It's like, it ain't early, Coley. It ain't early.
It's like 4 o'clock in the morning.
It's freezing. We're walking around. And we gone to this place and we were shut. We go, oh, look, it's shut. He's like, oh, God.
You tricked him. Oh,
it was like, we got him in his bed, right? Me, Tel, and Bridget, we got in his bed, right? And he's like, no, we go back out. I just changed.
Get changed.
And I'm like, no, geez, right? And he's like, and Tel's going, go on, we've got to be up in 7 hours. Yeah. And he's gone, and nothing's. I think I'm giving up. Nothing's going on. So I put the telly on, and this Hellboy, right? And he's gone.
That's him.
He's putting on his clothes to go out, and he's gone. Oh, Hellboy! Oh, that's quality. I'm watching that. He's got in bed. Put the thing up, right? And we're sitting down, and it's like watching a kid go. So he went, right. Tel's gone, right, good job. See you in the morning.
We went and won it the next day, didn't we?
We went and won it the next day.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Did you play well?
He was brilliant.
You are something
with half
else.
a knee.
Oh, man.
He was brilliant.
You couldn't feel it. His mum.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Anyway, we digress from the Premier League.
Yeah, Newcastle.
Anyway, Newcastle.
Story.
And do you know what? I looked at it. So covered the game, watching it. The atmosphere was amazing. For a 12 o'clock kickoff, the Geordies were like...
Up for it.
They give them a free drink, Coley. If you get into St James's early, they had a free drink. And they took it. They must have done... They were enjoying it. And they started the game. And I was watching, standing right behind the bench. And I was watching the game. And you know when you get a sense, Bridgie, this ain't a game for playing out in the first 15 minutes. Newcastle just come out. Chelsea tried to play out. It's gone into Lavia in midfield. Tonali's crashed into him. But wide goal after 2 minutes. The place is like that. And it could have been, and they could have had another one on the press. And I just got that impression. I thought, that's a game where you need the senior players to go, this place is rocking. He's coming in midfield. I was going to turn it around the corner every time. But Chelsea stuck to their guns. And then Newcastle should have gone up. Nicholas Jackson, red card. As soon as I saw him do it, I was right in front of him.
Silly boy.
And I knew. And then
he's lined him up though.
He's lined him up twice. He's had a look, then he's had a double look just to make sure he don't miss.
That's what I'm saying. you wouldn't go and do a crime with him, would you? He's the most obvious criminal ever.
I heard someone
Case in the joint in the balaclava like that.
I heard someone stick up for him, and I can't remember who it was. There was somebody stuck up for him, and it was like...
Case in the bank in the balaclava. I'll be back next week this time. Yeah, expect me.
Mate, he looked and looked again.
Silly guy.
But I think someone was sticking up for I get what you mean, because I first saw it, and I was like, oh my God. But then I can't remember who it was.
Ali wasn't sure on comms.
And it was like, they were going like, do you know what he's done? He's gone, like, just... with your arm, a bit like if I was going to come up to you and I go your arm, so like I could hit you there, and it's not that bad.
And if I go down,
and what they're saying is the player's gone down a little bit, so he's gone over the top, and it's just got. It looks like he's gone bang for his head. So, but the only person who really knows
is him.
Is him who really knows, but it does look really bad.
Yeah,
it looks bad. It looks like he's just gone.
It doesn't look accidental to me.
No, but if you do go back and watch it, you can understand.
I watched it.
That side.
I saw it in slow mo and I saw it in real speed. He lined him up twice.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna do that, you go like that. Then you go like that. You don't go with your forearm. There's no way.
No, I've seen you go with your forearm.
No, I'll jump like that.
I've seen you do that with your forearm. You've done it to me in training. Do that.
History there.
Not on purpose.
So don't stop lying.
No, I think there's a case. The looks what done.
He's not my
the look
size.
made him guilty. The looks made him guilty.
I'm big, innit? So that's why.
Well, that doesn't mean you're allowed to do that.
I'm allowed to protect my space. I'm allowed to protect my space.
That's what he was doing then.
He wasn't doing that.
Why?
He's done 2 looks and gone like that.
You have to look in football. That's what you got to do.
No, not lying him
Kids,
up.
if you ain't looking in football, then you ain't doing it right.
He's on his way. Let me just put this elbow out and let me actually chalk it as well.
The player has gone down a little bit and the arm's gone over the top of the shoulder.
I think this is my. If I'm VAR, I'm with both of you are right, and both of you are a little bit wrong in my opinion, because if he doesn't look, I know if I'm defending.
If he doesn't
against
look,
you,
it's all right.
If he doesn't look, like
but he's looked.
I don't need to look to know.
He hasn't looked and gone
Bridgie,
like that.
Bridgie.
He has not looked. He's not looking at him and gone.
Oh no, not looking at him like that.
That's what I mean. He's looked. Anything can happen from. Yeah,
What's
but
he looking
anything
for?
can.
What's he looking for?
What is he looking for?
There?
He knows he's there. The ball's coming up. I know.
I'm not going to go with my arm like that.
That look, yeah.
But I don't even. I would even. You'd know he's there if you're a centre forward.
Well, you don't look at all.
If I'm a centre forward and the goalie kicks the ball and the centre half ain't heading it, then there's a problem.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? If I'm looking to hurt him, I'm going to go, right, where is he?
He's done that twice and he's lined it.
No.
You're not having it.
No, I get what you're saying, but I'm like...
You just don't think he's that stupid.
He is stupid.
You don't think he's that stupid. I think he is.
But you would do that if
he
you were
wanted
coming
2
up
days
against
off.
me.
Yeah.
I've come up against you. You're the same with your arms. You use your arms all the time.
What?
You used them the other day at TNT Sports. You do. So what I'm saying is, if it's there, it's bad. But if it was there, it's not classed as that bad.
Yeah.
So,
no,
but it looks bad.
It's very bad.
I've never. Here's a question then. Be honest now, because I think I'll be honest. Have you ever elbowed someone on purpose in a game?
No, I don't think. I'm not. I was never like that. I don't.
No, you. Yeah. Have you ever elbowed someone on purpose?
That's a lie.
On purpose.
You love swinging elbow.
Oh yeah, because I'm clumsy.
No, not clumsy. Not clumsy. With intent. Have you ever done it with intent?
I would never do that to anyone.
See, either you two are liars. I have.
You tried that?
Yeah.
What type of person are you?
I don't know. I got kicked a lot, Coley. I got kicked a lot, right? And I had to sort of...
You can understand that, though.
So I'm like...
Just got bullied. So you got bullied?
Yeah, yeah.
You got bullied on the pitch, so you had to come with a vengeance.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
So where did you elbow them? In
face.
The elbow? In the face?
In the face, yeah.
In the face?
Yeah.
That's disgusting. I expected more from you.
Do I remember what it was?
And you don't even remember who it was. That's even worse.
It's probably because he's
done
done it
so
many times.
No, I've done it a lot.
Yeah.
Like, I can't believe you. I think you're both lying.
No.
Oh,
I don't remember.
You've never been frustrated and done that?
Never.
Oh, you...
Never. Because Listen.
Pussies.
You know what it is? With
Scaredy
me.
cats.
Yeah, but I've never been bullied. I've never been bullied on the pitch. You're obviously getting bullied quite a lot.
Well, of course, what they're going to say, when he does all them skills, kick him. Kick him.
So that's what I'm saying. Mate, I
got told the story, right?
Wait, when he does all them skills, kick him.
That's the tactic.
That's
the tactic.
I know you know managers, because I've heard managers say it about other players, get into him. And then especially like the so-called hard nuts, they think, so I feel like
it's just the way you delivered it. Made me laugh.
So yeah, right. So
I didn't think you could fly.
Yeah, so no, I didn't say I hurt him. I said
he's had a boxing match, Joe.
Undefeated fighter, Marciano, Calzaghe, Mayweather,
Joe Cole.
No. So going on elbows, right? Well, I've lost my train of thought now.
Yeah, but you'd lined him up.
Yeah. Anyway, forget about it.
I didn't even know the fella's name.
No, I didn't know.
A few of them.
No, No, it wasn't Benny McCarthy. This is a story. This is how I know people used to come for me. We played Blackburn in a semi-final and we was 1-0 up in the first half, and we were cruising, and then we're coming out with the second half at Old Trafford, and I heard Benny go, Joe. Like what? He went. I just want to say, he went. Be careful, mate. They've been in there. They're all saying they're going to smash you. Right. I went. Oh,
colluded.
He said, just be careful.
He's a good lad, he is.
I went.
He's
Cheers.
a great lad. Remember, we played with him.
I went. Cheers, Benny. Thanks, mate. And that was it. Like, so they've obviously gone in there, and someone's gone. Someone get hold of him. He's getting up too much space. Yeah. So I know it does happen. But yeah. Anyway,
get smashed, innit?
Yeah.
Get smashed.
Yeah.
Don't retaliate.
I know.
Bro.
Well, I never.
They were good, Newcastle, weren't they?
Newcastle were brilliant.
Anyway, Newcastle were brilliant.
Newcastle were brilliant.
Where are they in the league now?
This pod goes off in so many directions.
Yeah. That's what
they pressed well, didn't they? They were just good.
They were good. They pressed well. Do you know what I really like watching?
Do you reckon they catch Arsenal though?
Mate, if they can they beat Arsenal? Yes.
Yeah, they
can. Will they beat Everton? Probably. That's 6 points, mate. So Arsenal will then go to Southampton. The only good thing about going to Southampton is they got that point. It's not equal Derby's record. But if they play like they did against City, Arsenal could end up not get a point. And then that's Newcastle above them, mate.
Have Arsenal confirmed Champions League football? Yeah, that's what we need to find out. Right?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Because that would have been lovely.
Because of goal difference, that is confirmed.
Yeah, so listen, I think
it would have been nice.
Newcastle.
What is wrong
that would have been the icing on the cake.
Leave them alone.
Proper. The pod's proper nasty this morning.
Disgusting.
Two elbowing
You'd
people.
be nastier than me.
What are you talking about? It's nice for them to drop
Note to self. Listen. In the WhatsApp group. No. In the WhatsApp group next week, can we bring some more positive energy? Please,
All right, yeah.
You know what I mean, it's a bad way to start the week.
Don't start us this early then.
Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah, that's true. That's probably what it is.
Well, I think it is because you were both late, and then you pulled out the charity goal thing you're supposed to be doing later, and just need to go on my own.
I'm sorry about that. I've got things going on. Like I can't.
All right, I had to get on the line bike today.
Right, yeah. Where are we going?
Right. So Newcastle, can they get above Arsenal? Can we just quickly give? We've been digging Arsenal out for the social media, the banter and all that. But let's give them their props here, because going 2-0 down at Liverpool.
Do you know, most of the time we give them stick is because of the fans.
Yeah.
Well, we've explained that.
Yeah. But the team, actually, they've been kicked in the teeth in that Bridge, and then they've come back. They've gone 2-0 down at Anfield, which is a far place to go down to.
Yeah, against a team that's not really playing for anything. They've won the league. They don't really care. They've got a result.
So, I mean, you've got to give them... What did you think about it? And the talking point of the weekend, from a Liverpool perspective, is the booze. The booze about Trent. How do you feel about that, Bridgie? What do you reckon?
When people say I understand it, I'm like,
who's people? Name names.
What do you mean? What do you mean you understand it?
Name names.
So what do you understand? You understand why they're doing it, but do you agree with why they're doing it?
Yeah.
So you say you understand. Everyone can understand why they say something or why they do something. So you understand it, but do you agree with it? Is my thing, because it's like
I understand it.
I understand their frustration.
I don't agree with it.
No. Yeah, exactly. I understand it, and I don't agree with it. I understand they're frustrated because they're fans.
Yeah, you understand why they're frustrated,
but I don't agree with it.
But do you agree with it? No, which I think is the majority of
So
people.
who's the people that are saying?
I don't know. Do you know anyone who said it?
Well,
there you go. Do you know anyone who said it, Carlton?
Fight. I know somebody.
Why is everyone throwing everyone under the bus today?
Well, we've got to make it spicy, haven't we?
Yeah.
Make it spicy. I know who said it. Carragher.
Carragher,
Yeah, so Carragher said he understands it, but what was it? You're the one that put it in the group. What was it?
He don't agree, but I think I'll sum it up.
Because he did say it.
Carragher's obviously, a Liverpool.
I think because he's a
legend
Liverpool fan, he
and
has
a
to be
Liverpool
careful
fan.
of what he says, basically.
Yeah, but really, I think if you cold light a day and you've been a footballer, and that's the crucial thing. I think if you've been a footballer, you know.
Look,
We've all sat there.
It's not all Liverpool
sat there.
fans as well, by the way.
No.
Someone mentioned
That's a
it
good
earlier
point.
that
That's
it
a very good
created
point.
friction in the stands
Yeah.
of people that
Some
didn't
people,
agree
yeah.
with why they were booing. Do you know what I mean? But do you know, everyone's mind can change with things they say.
Yeah.
Like then people that booing could then end up thinking, oh, do you know what? I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
That is, everyone's mind can always change.
Do you know what as well, though, Biggie? It's like, okay, yeah, you boo. Why boo? Why? I think you'd be more effective just to be silent. Don't clap him on.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That will actually probably
Man,
hurt
his
more.
last moments at Liverpool is just
After
a
all
killer,
he's done.
innit?
Yeah.
He might. Do you know what? He might be fine with it, but as well, he might not be.
Do you know the last time?
I'm sure
he'll be fine with it.
No,
That's his club.
yeah, I know. It's just
The last time.
I think it's bang out of order.
The last time
I
the
do.
cop end booed a player.
Go on.
Do you know who it was? It's one of our pals.
Me?
No, not you. No, you didn't get booed like that. You didn't get booed because you're not homegrown.
Yeah. Go on.
Steve McManaman.
Yeah.
And where did he go?
Real Madrid.
That's why Liverpool look at Real Madrid as their rivals, because actually in Europe
They are.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So and it's just the way Trent done it as well. That's what they're trying to say.
No.
They're trying to say
do you know,
they're trying to say he had this muster going on for 2 years. And do you know whose agent is? His brother.
Right, okay.
So it's not like you can blame it on the agent. It's just your brother.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I think sometimes, I think a lot of people in life as well, they're very much like, go and experience things.
Yeah.
Everyone always says change is good, or learning something new is, or whatever. So
New
it's
language.
like, it's, why not? He wants to do it. Or whether it's nothing got agreed with the club, it's like this is a new experience, it's a new change. So people always try and encourage it. So I don't see anything.
It's not that. I don't think they're butthurt about that. I think what it is the way it was done. So
how else could it
no one really knows the way it's done, do they?
I'm going to tell you.
You know exactly.
Not exactly.
What
but I'm going to
happened
tell you
with
what's
conversation? Exactly. You're telling me, but do you know exactly what's happened?
All right. Judging from the evidence.
Right, okay.
All right? Judging from the
From
evidence.
the evidence. Where did you get it from? The press?
No. Just the evidence. Real Madrid.
Well, where's the evidence from?
I'm going to show you.
All right, okay.
Real Madrid wanted Mbappe.
Silent in court.
Real Madrid wanted Mbappe, yeah, from PSG, yeah?
Yeah.
They told him, run your contract down and then we get you on a free.
Yeah.
Yeah?
No, I know they do this, yeah.
They do this.
They do this, yeah.
Now, Trent obviously had some sniffs around Real Madrid.
Yeah.
They've definitely told him, run your contract down and we'll get you on a free and you can have all the money.
Mate, that for me, if someone says that to me, I'm like, mate, you get injured.
Yeah.
There's so much.
No, but if you still have Liverpool, though, you'll still have Liverpool to fall back on.
That's a point. That's
it's
a good
very,
point, He's
especially if something's on the
taking a
table
gamble.
for you, that's a big gamble, Carlton. All it takes is a big injury. That's a massive gamble. I think there's something on the table
and no one
that's
knows more
good
than you.
and the players want it, mate.
Well,
you take it. You don't sit there and go, oh, do you know what? No, I'll run it out, mate.
No,
anyone who's looking after a player, if you do that to a player, for me,
that's his brother.
Ain't fair.
He's his brother.
Yeah,
no,
but
this
mate,
is what I'm trying to say.
like,
But listen
if that's
to this.
100% happened, I'm like, mate, that's a big gamble.
Right, put it this way, yeah. So that's what's happened, kind of thing, yeah. All right. Now the next level to that, he doesn't sign that contract, yeah. He runs it down. He gets what he wants, and everyone's happy, apart from the Liverpool fans.
Yeah.
But then on top of that, you've got like the Liverpool fans. They're saying, well, you could have just like signed the contract, and we had a gentleman's agreement, Like, remember what Jude done with, I think it was Dortmund. He signed a new contract. It was at Birmingham, one of the two. He signed the contract. He knew he was getting bought, but he wanted to give the club money. So he signed the contract. Gentleman's handshakes. Listen, but I think this is what happened with Harry Kane at Spurs.
Right.
Harry Kane signed a new contract.
Yeah.
Daniel Levy, he said, listen, at this point, we're going to, we can, as long as, if we sign this, promise to sell me at this point. Yeah. Daniel Levy, if someone come in for Harry Kane, Daniel Levy said, no, you've got to honour your contract.
Right.
So he's probably looking at all of this and said he doesn't want to be put in that position when the club doesn't honour, okay, you can leave, but we'll get money for you.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I think that's where the trust issue is.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Let me quickly. Yeah. You both make good points, and you're both right. My take on it is, right, for if there's Liverpool fans here who're listening to this or fans who agree with the Liverpool fans booing Trent, right, and then some ex-Liverpool players saying, I understand it, but do you or do you not agree with it, right? So we all don't agree with the booing, right? My thing with with Trent and the situation that he was in, we've all been footballers and we've all sat there and seen our mates when the football clubs don't want them, whether it be as kids, at some point you're gone. There's no loyalty there.
No.
Right. So we all fight to become a footballer in the various ways that we do, right? And we've seen clubs when they don't want our players as professionals, ostracise them.
Yeah.
Well, right. You're flavour of the month now. Now you're not. We don't want you no more, right?
Yeah.
So the business side of clubs, right? So you, as a footballer, you've seen all that, right? Trent's seen all that with people around him, right? I know he loves Liverpool and he's living in a lovely world in Liverpool. He's he's won everything, right? He's decided that he wants to do something different, right? So he owes Liverpool nothing. He owes the club nothing, right? And the fans, I think, because they haven't been through that process of seeing what the business side of it behind the football clubs, they can just be tribal and go, oh, Trent, he don't like us. Trent loves Liverpool. His memories he's made there will be amazing. You know, and I think what you should do is go, you know what? You've done a great job for us. Clap him, laud him, let him go on his way, and he'll come back, and he might even come back to Liverpool one day. You know, you burnt that bridge, like maybe. I don't know whether he will. I just think as footballers, fans have got to understand, right, that players, when you experience it like, from the other side, you're not just going to blindly be loyal to your football club, even if you loved them and supported them.
You could be loyal to the fans.
You could be loyal. That's exactly it, Coley. The way that you show loyalty to your fans is by preparing right and fighting and putting your body on the line every game. Which he's done. You know, no Liverpool fans can say that he ain't done that. So I think the fans are wrong for booing him. Yeah. And I think, and
it's bad what they were singing as well.
The only time,
it just comes down to that thing as well, doesn't it? Of like, everyone's got their own opinion, which it always comes down to, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But it's like sometimes it's like, do you ever think you're better off just keeping your opinion to yourself and just giving them a clap?
Well, that's not the world we live in at the moment.
No, it isn't. But
there's not even giving them a clap. Yeah, you didn't have to say anything or do anything.
That's what I mean. You don't need to. Like, it's hard enough as it is. Like,
who boos now?
Mate, do you know what? I just hope he just thinks, oh, do you know what? I don't really care. I hope he can think like that. Because it is hard enough to listen to all the stuff that goes on. Like
support as well.
You want to be mentally strong to go, do you know what? It doesn't matter about you. It matters about these people that are around me that are with me now.
Get on this as well. Get on this. So if he thinks the booing's bad that day, if he's not performing at Real Madrid, the press will be on it. The boos over there is going to be, that is going to be loud.
He'll be back at Liverpool.
And Conor Bradley, by the way, do you think he's the answer to fill his boots?
Well, I don't know. There's a different... someone made a good point, right? Conor Bradley's been brilliant every time I've watched him play.
But he's never had that pressure, though.
Exactly.
Holy.
Like there's
pressure and there's pressure.
Being that guy that comes in, that you know, like the second lead singer that comes in and belts out a tune and then comes back in, as of being to the guy that's got the whole concert for 2 hours.
Yeah. That's the difference.
Is he capable of that?
Is he capable of that?
The only people who know are the people in the door at Liverpool, and they still don't know because you don't know until you see him do it regularly.
I think he's not ready yet.
You know? Okay.
I think they're gonna have to bring in 2 fullbacks.
Yeah, Kirkez at Bournemouth. I think that would be the
Yeah,
best
I think
option.
because
push Robertson a little bit. He's getting on a bit.
Robertson,
who's a great player as well.
I think he's come off boil.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think Tsimikas, he's not the answer.
Yeah.
He's not the answer for that left side. And then obviously you got Conor Bradley there. That's going to be really good eventually because he's young.
Yeah.
Raring to go.
You think
but
they need to go big?
He needs to go big on the right back. I think that right back needs to be filled in. I don't think you can rely on Conor Bradley just yet. Do you know what I mean? I think he still needs a mentor. I think he still needs someone to bounce off.
That's true.
So it takes the pressure off him so you can feed him in slowly. Because remember that right side, you got to think about to connect with Salah.
He's going to need legs, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think he'll benefit Salah. Actually,
I think
having someone who's powerful can get around him
I
and
think they
take
need
runners
another
away
striker.
from him.
I think Nunes ain't the answer. I think Nunes, mate. When Trent come on, Trent gave a love. Did you see that ball?
I didn't
know. He had, and then so there's a lovely ball right straight away because
Yeah.
everyone was booing him.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he gave a goal away. Yeah. That affected the game, by the way. Him getting booed because he played what's his name on side? Marino.
Yeah.
He's the one. So he wasn't in the game because he was probably still baffled. I'm getting booed here for the first time ever. So then, anyway, when he came on, he got booed, but he played one lovely ball into Nunes. But Nunes' touch, it was like he had Dr. Martens on. Yeah. Reminded myself, I wear caterpillars, but still toe caps. So I was like, that's not Liverpool standard. That, do you know what I mean? And even when I looked at the game as well, Salah, he weren't on it as well. He was sometimes like, he confuses me. Salah. Salah sometimes he plays like he's world class, right? But then sometimes I look at him like a League One player. Some of his touches and what he tries to do, I'm thinking, what's that?
He plays in.
It's weird.
I can't believe you
No,
said
have
that.
you?
When people are talking about a Ballon d'Or, and you've gone League One,
bro. Sometimes I'm saying sometimes.
Yeah,
I'm not
but we
saying
all
all the time.
sometimes, even the top players. Sometimes.
Well, I've seen you look like conference before.
I've looked like conference before. I've looked like conference.
I've looked like Sunday League. Not even that. Listen, it's not a diss. It's not a diss. I've said he's world class, but there's some traits that I look at and I think, damn.
Yeah.
Is he as good as everyone's saying he is? Do you know what I mean? Because I don't see Messi doing them type of touches, but that's Messi though, isn't it?
Yeah, Messi's that. Listen,
but Nunes, they need to definitely replace him.
Yeah, mate. I think there's a player in there.
Whoever's been saying that for the last 4 years,
mate. I tell you what. He would be good at West Ham.
Oh yeah, we'll take him in a heartbeat. But it's the level. It's Liverpool, the Champions League winners and that. Everything. We're not there yet. We're still building. I think he's what. Come, Nunes, come to us.
Come to the. Come.
After I've dished you.
Right. Before we tie up this weekend, we've had It's been an interesting week. Something come to my attention.
All of our attention.
Watching a television station, and James Tarkowski was doing an interview, and he got injured, and he was on 111 consecutive starts, and he was third. He was third.
James Tarkowski.
Third, and so it's a great achievement.
That's
so then
brilliant.
I looked above the list. And second place was Frank Lampard with 112. Lamps, yeah. Some big names there.
Yeah, Lamps is
and
massive.
then at the top of the list, above all other men who've ever played in the Premier League. All other men
that's ever played Premier
and
League.
Beast.
Oh, yeah.
With 113 consecutive Premier League games between 2000 and 2003 was our very own Buffalo Soldier over here. Wayne Bridge. My phone started pinging up.
Bridgie, the Velcro.
The Velcro man.
Mate, you let everything stick to you, didn't you? Even this, most consecutive...
I didn't even know I had it, to
He
be honest.
didn't know, like...
Most consecutive starts.
I knew I had that many, but someone told me I'd been beaten.
No, so that... No.
Let's look... Wait.
So most consecutive starts, like...
Without
being subbed off or injured or suspended.
From 2000...
113.
Every minute, yeah.
No other person in Premier League history.
That's 3 seasons.
I had to tell him, right?
3 seasons.
The boys were in the car. Coley, the boys were in the car, like, because he doesn't, and they didn't know. Like, that's a massive.
No,
that is a what a
We need
stat
to
that is.
recheck this. we need to find out.
Mate, don't worry, Mark's been checking everything.
Wait.
TikTok, Instagram.
Wait. So, does it? How many minutes?
10,000
consecutive minutes of
and something,
football.
I think.
10,000 minutes.
Something, I think.
Yeah.
That is
Fucking
impressive.
I think so.
10,000. Yeah, it's here. His streak of 10,160 consecutive minutes of actions ended when he picked up an injury against Liverpool.
I'm just proud of you, mate. I'm just so proud of him. I rung him up.
He was named Southampton's Player of the Year in 2001. That's impressive. Left back being being Player of the Year.
Yeah. I think Hoddle was manager then.
Yeah. In 2001, despite only being 20 years old.
Yeah. Impressive.
A young Bridgie.
Yeah.
Imagine a young Bridgie.
Mate,
like, you don't want to.
Imagine being around that every day.
I've been around it every day, mate.
But at least we know he's reliable.
Yeah. He's on time.
That's why he gets so
he's
upset.
on time, isn't it?
That's why he gets. You got actually. We talk about consecutive minutes. You've had consecutive minutes on this pod. He's Mr. Consistent.
She's Mr. Consistent.
Velcro, everything sticks to this guy, man.
Yeah, listen.
He got brought up at the weekends.
At Southampton?
Yeah.
Did
Mark
it?
Dennis. He gave an intro a bit like you.
Did he?
I was like, I'll leave it at that.
But
I think
people love you, man. That's
That's love. That
set
is.
the.
But after that, I think
That's an
the
amazing
thing that come up
achievement.
at that
That
game
is.
was work rate. Because we were talking about Southampton and they're going to have the hot work. Like they felt like they haven't had the work rate all year.
Yeah.
And I said that's what any footballer should have is work rate. You should want to outwork the other team.
Yeah.
Not just in football.
That's
in
why you'd
life.
be a good manager.
In life.
In the fitness, but then also in football. And if you can't outdo him in the football, because any kid, I think you've got half a chance if you're going to work. If you're going to outwork people.
Yeah.
If you can kick a ball, I think these days, you've got a chance.
If you can just keep going.
Yeah, just keep going. And it was, I think it's just come from. I reckon it's come from. Well, probably you could say my mum and dad.
Yeah.
Really, just the way I was brought up, but also what you go through as a young player back then.
Yeah.
I think it was emphasised. You had to do the jobs. I think that was something that there was all the jobs. It was not being late. You always got punished with running, and it was just working hard. I think.
Yeah. Well, I think
it's more than that.
Yeah, I think
you're the epitome.
You're a bit different. Yeah. I don't agree with you at all.
You're the epitome. No. You see, when I talk to my sons, and I'm saying about playing football, and you got to be playing when you're sick. You can't show that you're sick. You can't show that sometimes when you've got a little niggle, you can't even show that because it's an excuse for you to be dropped.
A hangover.
Yeah. So I think you're the epitome of being available. So if you're available, say if you're a world-class player, you're a world-class player, but you're never available. No one knows you're world-class.
No good, mate.
So if you keep on turning up and you do everything in your power to get onto that football pitch, you've got a chance of being a regular, and you've got a chance of starting the game and being depended on and being reliable.
Yeah.
You are that person. You are robust.
Another nickname.
You're a tank. Yeah.
A robust tank.
You're a robust tank. Buffalo. Yeah. With a like
bit of a limp.
Yeah, a bit of a limp. But you get the job done. And that's why I like hanging around with you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you're consistent.
No, you should be, Geese. Listen, we won't embarrass you.
You should have that heartbeat.
Yeah.
You're the heartbeat of the team, Geese. Without you, nothing goes forward.
No, I'm gonna wrap it up quickly. We're gonna get some kind of silverware for you, just to let you know. Right, it's in the office.
We need to get Paddy Power. We need to get a Paddy Power trophy.
Yeah,
if someone beats it, the bosses at our Arabiya News will pay for us to go to wherever they're from.
Yeah.
Let's hope it's Brazil or something like that.
Oh no, if it's in any league, then there's someone would beat that.
Yeah, no, this is the Premier League. And
Premier League, yeah.
And that's another thing as well. The Premier League's the toughest league as well. So let's be honest about it. You know, this is...
There's that Japanese player.
He's still going, isn't he?
He's still going.
Yeah.
He's about 60 years old, isn't he?
Yeah, I know, yeah. That's incredible, mate. That's incredible. But well
that
done,
could have been
Bridgie.
you, Bridgie.
Thank you, mate.
Yeah. Thank you for listening to The Dressing Room with our Arabiya News.
so sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Part of the fun of the movie is like these guys, they're not special. They're not as special as like Captain America or Thor. They don't have those abilities. They don't have, you know, the moral compass that they do. So finding those things is what was special about the movie and special about playing the character and radiating those things that make them special. Really fun to do, and I think we achieved it. So, but yeah, that's what makes it special, is how not special we are.
Having a great day. It's electric here. It's like finally here. It's honestly, I feel so proud of what we've done, and it's just amazing that the day has finally come. It's kind of surreal. What's so special about my character? She can disappear and come back again. She phases. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. She also has a really cool new suit. Her suit in this is pretty epic. I think it's amazing. It lights up and everything. Her personality is very, 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 very dry, very cold. She doesn't play well with others. She's very much a lone wolf. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how that happens in this movie.
There's a lot of stunts, different kind of stunts that I'm used to doing. You know, I did a lot of stunts on Top Gun, but that was a lot of flight-based stunts, and so this was very physical. And that was really hard, but it was also really gratifying to work on not just like how you look, but how you're going to be able to actually do these stunts over and over and over and over again. So the actor, you just better be up to speed, otherwise you're going to fall behind and you're going to mess the whole thing up.
We tried to make a movie about, you know, an internal struggle that I think everyone deals with at some point or other in their lives, and I hope that along with all the fun and the action that goes with it, if that connects for people, that would make me very happy.
Being in a limo in Utah desert was just so funny. We're all in the thickest and the hottest super suits ever. We're in the desert in a limo that does not have air conditioning, and we're in it for 20 minutes at a time shooting a scene where none of us can hear each other. It was hysterical, and we all went crazy that day. Kind of like how I jumped off the building with the delicate leg. It's pretty nerve-wracking. I fought so hard to do that stunt. I was emailing heads of companies and productions like every week, basically being like, if we do this, it will mean this. And I'm grateful that I was allowed to do it, but it's still kind of wild that I was allowed to do it. I mean, we broke three records. Heidi Moneymaker was the stunt coordinator who did the stunt, the first female stunt coordinator to do a stunt that high. My stunt double, first stuntie to do a stunt that high. I was the first actress to do a stunt. Like, we did it all.
Let's talk facts. The Avengers are not coming. Who will keep the American people safe?
There's some big threat out there, and you are gonna help me stop it.
Wait, us?
Yeah, you.
Jake, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you so much. Congratulations on this film. These characters are an endeavor. They're endearing and crazy at the same time. They must be a joy to play with.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, I mean, these actors, can you believe it? I mean, they're just so impressive. It really makes it easy to build team dynamics and get into that depth because they have so much to give.
Everyone here has done bad things. You can't escape the past.
So you can do something about it now or live with it forever.
What do you feel was their main source of inspiration, them as actors, and obviously for you at the helm of it? Was it the comics? Was it the fan expectations? Was it what Thunderbolts mean?
I think when you have actors like this, I think, you know, they want to be given material worthy of their talents. And we really just tried to think about like what a story would be that would be fun and obviously function as a summer blockbuster and give you all the things that you expect from a Marvel movie, but also some things that you don't expect, and some real kind of internal character beats and really struggling with things that feel, you know, more relatable in a human context. Like, that was always the kind of excitement about getting to have a cast like this.
You thought you were going to be some great saviors? You can't even save yourself.
We can't do this. No one here is a hero.
Yeah, no, absolutely. When you have actors of that caliber, do you let them give more essence to the characters, or they have to stick to a script, or it is a collaborative effort?
It's absolutely collaborative. Yeah, we had 2 weeks of rehearsal before we started. And, you know, that rehearsal is really less about putting scenes on their feet and here's how we're going to do the beats, and much more just about conversations and going through each of the scenes, really making sure that we're all on the same page. And, you know, I think with actors like this, of this caliber, if they tell you that there's a beat that they don't understand or that they don't think feels honest to the trajectory the character is on, like, you really should listen to that, because they, you know, obviously you're trying to create a story from a overall perspective and you need it to go certain places, but they really ground you in that core character perspective, and the script improves so much in those last few weeks through those conversations and really making it more and more their own.
When I look at you, I don't see your mistakes. That's why we need each other.
Okay, that was really good.
We are the Thunderbolts! Can't call ourselves that. God, thank you.
I assume they worked together as a real ensemble, as in they hung out together, they discussed it together, they lived it together, right? It seems like those kinds of people.
Yeah, no, it was so much fun on set. Like, people hung out and, you know, different actors know each other from different, you know, projects that they've been on, both in the MCU and out of the MCU, but the camaraderie and the chemistry really formed very, very quickly with them. It was great.
This has makings of team that can raise to glory.
It is always important to keep the real ratio between the characters, the real life sets, and visual effects. So, how important was that for you on this one, and what did you focus on the most?
In every aspect, we always just tried to do as much kind of practically as possible. And in the end, look, there's a lot of beautiful visual effects in the film, but made better by being paired with real sets and, you know, shooting as much in camera as you possibly can. And I think from a design perspective, we tried to scale down the sets to a level that we could just build all of. And these were massive, massive sets, but that's because we weren't relying on, oh, we're just going to build this corner and then we'll extend the rest of it in CG. So that way, when you're watching an emotional scene, you're not focusing on the edging from the green screen on the background of their heads. There's nothing to really take you out of it. Like, they're in those places. And for them too, like, they're stuck in that vault and it's dark and, you know, it's oppressive and it feels the way it would feel for those characters. So I think, you know, everything goes with everything else like that. The performance informs the design informs the performance, and all of it adds up to something that hopefully feels more tactile.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Thanks so much. Yes, you too.
This team can be the heroes on the Wheaties box. With a little giddy toy. Action.
I'm sure you guys are having fun doing this together. Hello.
Yeah, we are.
I can imagine. Well, it feels like it was also the vibe of the film. I mean, this was a real ensemble of the we're always hanging out together kind.
I mean, sort of. It wasn't like we were like living in the same house, you know. Like, but we did have a couple of fun pool parties and stuff, but everybody had their own lives. You know, we're adults. I have kids. It would be weird to, you know, have sleepovers.
No spring breaks.
Yeah.
We played games as well.
Yeah. It was just fun. It was, you know, sometimes you have to like force it. You know, and like we just did it. And that's what I can say is like there was no forced anything. Everyone just really got along and had fun. But we weren't weren't like playing Twister on the back.
God only knows the blood on your hands.
Pretty ludicrous coming from the dime store Captain America.
I'll have you know I was actually the official Captain America, so.
Yeah, for like 2 seconds.
Hannah, were you amongst the three the one that had the most physical action scenes, or it's just what I saw?
Oh, great. I mean, she's physical. She's definitely, we all had... I think all of our action sequences are amazing. I mean, your high kick is insane at the beginning. That was incredible. I was so impressed by you. But no, definitely Ghost. I mean, me, like, as an actor, like, the suit was, it looks insane. It looks amazing. I'm so happy and, like, proud of that suit. But it was a tough cookie to really kind of bake in and marinate in. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
Oh no.
Who are you?
I'm Bob.
Who sent you, Bob?
Nobody. You were all sent?
Obviously, some of you already had the story with the characters. Others know the backstory of their characters. So how do you deal with that, with staying ahead of the audience and not divulging too much?
It sets a new tone. It did feel like it wasn't like everyone sat down and kind of had to readjust what their expectations were and then kind of surrender themselves to what they were witnessing, and that was kind of cool to feel energetically in the room.
Yeah, there was a lot of double looks after the premiere. It was like, good movie.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, they didn't quite know how to put it into words, but it was like, that was really good, and it, I think, makes them think on the way home, like, more about, things in their life, and normally they would probably be thinking about on the way home from a Avengers movie or MCU movie or whatever,
What has been the best fan reaction at the premiere so far?
I saw
that. For me, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just saw a guy who was dressed fully as Bob in the scrubs that had been shot off.
You're like, how did you know?
I was like, how did you...
Oh, it was in the trailer, yeah.
It was in the trailer, but he said Sentry was his favorite character of all time.
Really?
I would question if he was lying to me.
My favorite reaction was when, in the audience, when they applauded in a certain moment in the movie where we actually choose to do something good. And everyone, it was a thunderbolt moment, and it was like, yeah, you go, Glen Coco moment. It was like, I felt very proud of us.
Thanks so much, you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks. On that note.
How crazy is it to think of all the monumental fights that happened exactly here where you're standing? Look at you. You are all so adorable. Let's talk facts. The Avengers are not coming. Who will keep the American people safe?
Hello, Geraldine and Julia. Hope you're well.
Thank you. I hope you're well too.
How much fun did you have starting with you, Julia, with the delectable Val?
I had a delicious time. I had a lot of material to sink my teeth into in this particular film, and it was a real treat to play someone who is so power-driven and power-hungry and somewhat insatiable when it comes to power.
How did you work on the dynamic of the two of them, Geraldine and Julia?
I think it was just like it came organically for us.
Yeah.
And, I think, we just, we all know this dynamic, I think, very well. I've worked for people before, and so I think it just sort of, we got to dig into that.
improvisation is allowed in these things. We're talking about characters that, readers know and then viewers know and then people talk about. But, when you're Julia and you want to put your own flavor to her.
There's a little bit of improvisation, but there isn't tons. It's very script driven, and understandably so. And the strength of improvising can help you even within a script. So it's a skill set that's always in use, in fact.
Look at you. You are all so adorable. Just think, I send you down there to kill each other, and instead you make nice and you form a team. Who is this old Santa?
I'm Alexei Shostakov, the Red Guardian.
What?
And how important is humor in all this? Because, these are action movies and dark characters, but, the comic relief, I feel, is important.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what keeps us entertained. And I think that, there's, really kind of nuanced, darker moments, but also really funny and silly moments as well.
Alexei, have you slept?
I'll sleep when I'm dead. I'd like not to die today, so maybe somebody else should be driving.
It's always great to talk to the fans in premieres like that. So do they surprise you? Do you get surprised about, how well they know things or how much?
Yes, I am in awe of the expansive universe of fans for this world. I just cannot get over it. Actually, I find it very moving that people are really invested in the stories and in the characters. I think that's fantastic.
How was the premiere last night?
It was a blast. We're a little tired.
Yeah, we're exhausted, but it was a total gas.
Well, thank you. My time is up. It's lovely to talk to you, ladies. Have a lovely day.
You too.
You too.
Thank you.
I click leave on porch. Your subordinates will be reported to DoorDash HQ.
Alexei, it's me. Open up.
Milena? Elena!
Hi, Dad.
Hey.
Hi.
Oh, guys.
Good.
It must be fun for you to do the interviews together.
Yeah.
A little bit of catch up. But let's talk about those characters. They have so much story with you and so much backstory themselves. So is it a joy to take them on again?
Oh, yeah. They're such large characters. They're so big and they're so broad. And they are so flawed. And it's such a wonderful thing to be able to come back into this world and also have something to work with, to have pain to work with, to have history to work with, to have relationships that they're figuring out how they work this dynamic. It's a really enjoyable. It was a really enjoyable script to wrestle with when I initially got it.
And one of the interesting developments has been that, last time we saw them, Natasha was in the picture, and now she isn't. And that's a big change in terms of the dynamic, the kind of father-daughter dynamics of his expectations of her, or his feelings about her, or his, it's just very, it changes things a lot, and they really went there and really let us play with that stuff.
Because it's so dark and they're such deconstructed people, how important is it to have a little bit of humor here and there?
I mean, it's crucial. You can't make these movies without humor, because otherwise it would be terrifying. It would be so scary for so long.
Yeah, and also, fundamentally, there's a little bit of a silly. I've always felt this about superhero costumes. It's like, it's a bit like wearing drag or something. Like it's like you have to acknowledge the form in a sense. It's like it's wacky. This world has a wackiness to it, and unless you're playing a little bit of that heightenedness, I think it can get. I think it can get a little. It can be even more silly.
Although Batman did it.
Don't they make?
Well, Dark Knight Rises, they don't have any. It's a proper movie.
I guess you're
it's
right.
It's like a serious,
Yeah.
scary movie.
I guess you're right. I'm gonna rethink it. Actually, let's get back in the edit room. Some horns on these helmets.
Florence, how much is being strong like her and agile like her a way to kind of immerse into who she is?
She is strong. She is agile. She's very able. How is it being her? It's unbelievable. You know, when you start prepping for these movies, you are given all of the love by stunties, by props masters, people that want to give you their knowledge so that you can feel as prepared as possible. And it is just such a privilege to finally walk onto set and feel prepared, both in your body, both feeling like fit and healthy and have knowledge, so much knowledge about things that I would never have had before had I not played this character. And you honestly just get to work with some of the most incredible stunt masters, and then you go, oh, I know how to butterfly knife now. I guess that's a new skill. So yeah, when you step into these roles, so much work has gone into them, and you really feel proud of what you're putting in. You feel proud of the stunts that you're able to do. You feel proud of your stuntie. You just feel like you've got support, and that's the most wonderful thing that Marvel give you, is this wave of support that is never ending.
3, 2, 1, go!
So much fun.
David, the first scene where we see them together, it could have easily been improvised by you completely. So how much leeway do you have? Or you have to stick to the script?
You improvised the whole script?
That was just me. No, I mean, we do play around a lot. Yeah. I think we worked on it a lot beforehand too, though. Like, we spent a lot of time developing the script when it came to us, and a lot of that input from Florence, from me, in terms of what, so on the day they do let us play around, and we had some fun, but it's a pretty, it's tighter than you'd think, actually, in terms of like what we want to say and what wants to come across.
Thank you so much. My time is up.
Thank you.
Hey guys, have a lovely time. See you in there. Go Thunderbolts!